Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 1 of our series, What If Villain Deku Had Telekinesis Quirk. If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is Lindyxwo from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. Izuku's lungs burned as he sprinted down the school hallway. His backpack bounced against his spine with every step, and the echoes of his worn-out sneakers against the tile filled the space. The school was almost entirely empty now. Classes had ended 10 minutes ago, and most students had already made their way home. Part of him was relieved, but another part screamed that this was bad, too bad. If someone had been around, they might have stopped the nightmare chasing him down. What a joke. No one had ever stepped in before. No one would ever save him. Behind him, the sound of laughter chased him like a pack of wolves closing in. Katsuki's voice was the loudest, its sharp, taunting edge cutting through Izuku's frantic thoughts like shards of glass. "Where the hell do you think you're going, Deku?" Katsuki barked, his voice practically vibrating with contempt. Rin and Makoto followed closely, their laughter blending into the cacophony of heavy footfalls. This wasn't even about something significant. Izuku had merely bumped into Rin on his way out of the building, and that had been enough for them to decide he needed to be taught a lesson. It always came back to this. No matter what he did, how much he tried to stay out of their way, it was like they could sniff out his vulnerability. Izuku couldn't even tell if running was the right choice anymore. Maybe he should have just stood there and let them take their anger out on him. It wasn't like he wasn't used to it. But his legs moved on their own, instinct screaming at him to flee. His heart hammered against his ribs as he turned a corner and barreled through the door to the PE changing rooms. The air inside was stale, tinged with the faint scent of sweat and detergent. Rows of lockers lined the walls, their metal doors slightly ajar or dented from years of rough use. Without thinking, Izuku dove into the nearest one that was empty and barely big enough to fit him. He crouched inside, pulling the door and closing it as silently as he could. His breathing was ragged, each exhale threatening to betray his hiding spot. He clamped a hand over his mouth, tears spilling down his cheeks. Damn it, he thought, squeezing his eyes shut. Why'd I have to run? Why can't I just stand up to them? Why can't I just be stronger? The door to the changing room slammed open, and Izuku's heart jumped into his throat. Damn it, you quirkless loser. Katsuki's voice thundered through the room, dripping with scorn. Rin and Makoto's laughter followed close behind, their voices echoing against the tiled walls. Don't think you can run away from us. Rin jeered, kicking at a locker for emphasis. The metallic clang reverberated through the room, making Izuku flinch. They moved around the room, checking behind benches and peeking into open lockers, but they didn't check every one. Izuku held his breath, his whole body trembling as their footsteps grew louder, then softer again as they moved toward the exit. Where'd he go? Rin muttered, annoyed. Whatever, Makoto said with a dismissive shrug. He's probably made a run for it through the sports hall. God damn it. Katsuki snarled, slamming a fist against the wall. That damn nerd thinks he can just run away from me? For a moment, silence fell over the room, save for Katsuki's heavy breathing. We'll get him tomorrow, Makoto said, clearly trying to calm him down. It's not like he can actually escape us. Katsuki didn't respond right away, and Izuku could picture his furious expression in his mind's eye. The thought sent another shiver down his spine. Finally, Katsuki growled, "Let's get out of here." The sound of their retreating footsteps made Izuku's body sag with relief. He stayed crouched in the locker for several minutes after the door closed, his ears straining for any sign of them returning. When he was sure they were gone, he eased the locker door open and slipped out as quietly as he could. His legs felt like jelly, but he forced himself to move, darting back through the door he'd come in from. The cool evening air hit his face as he finally escaped the building. He didn't stop running until the school was completely out of sight, his lungs burning and his head spinning. When he finally slowed to a stop, he doubled over, hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. The streets around him were empty, and the cloudy sky made it look very depressing. Izuku wiped his face, but the tears kept coming. At least today, he thought bitterly, he'd managed to get home without any new bruises. His mom wouldn't have to worry so much. Why do they hate me so much? He whispered to himself. He couldn't help but wonder when it had all gone so wrong. Was it when his dad left? He was only 4 years old then, too young to understand why his father had walked out on him and his mom. Or maybe it was later, when the doctor looked at him with pity in his eyes and said he'd never have a quirk. The memory of Katsuki's reaction to the diagnosis played in his mind like a broken record. They'd been best friends back then, inseparable even. Weekly sleepovers, games, adventures. Katsuki had been his whole world. But as soon as Katsuki's quirk had manifested, everything changed. Katsuki's confidence grew into arrogance, and that arrogance turned into disdain for anyone he deemed weaker than himself. Izuku had been the perfect target, quirkless, defenseless, and too hopeful for his own good. Now, that same boy who used to hold his hand during thunderstorms was leading the charge to tear him apart. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as he continued his walk home, the ache in his chest growing heavier with every step. Tomorrow would be another battle, he knew that much. But for now at least he was safe. "I'm home?" Izuku called as he stepped into the small, cozy apartment he shared with his mom. He kicked off his shoes, leaving them in a haphazard pile by the door, and tried to steady his breathing before walking in any further. Inko appeared from the kitchen, a warm smile on her face as she wiped her hands on a towel. "You're home late," she said, her voice tinged with concern. "Doesn't school end at 3:30? Izuku froze for a second, his mind racing to come up with an excuse. He knew if he told her the truth, that he'd been running for his life from his bullies, she'd be heartbroken. "Oh, he stammered, scratching the back of his head. "I had to return some books to the library." Inko tilted her head but didn't press further. "I see. Well, dinner's almost ready. Katsudon tonight?" Izuku's eyes lit up despite the exhaustion weighing on him. Katsudon, simple yet his favorite dish. The thought of it was enough to lift his spirits even if only a little. "Thanks, Mom," he said, offering her a small smile. Dinner was quiet, the kind of calm Izuku rarely experienced during the day. As they ate, Inko asked him about school and he answered with vague, safe responses. He didn't want her to worry, didn't want to burden her more than she already was. The next morning, Izuku went through his usual routine. He brushed his teeth, fixed his unruly green hair as best as he could, and forced down breakfast even though his stomach churned with dread. His legs felt heavy as he walked to school, but he kept putting one foot in front of the other. By the time he arrived, most of the classroom was already filled. Izuku's eyes scanned the room, and relief washed over him when he noticed that Katsuki, Ren, and Makoto weren't there yet. He made his way to his desk, which was as much a target for bullying as he was. Insults like Deku, quirkless freak, and loser were carved into the wood, their jagged letters a daily reminder of how much everyone despised him. Still, he hadn't given up yet. His dream was to become a hero, no matter how many people laughed at him or how impossible it seemed. Heroes never give up. Izuku smiled faintly, his mind briefly drifting to All Might's iconic grin and the unwavering determination he exuded. If All Might could face villains and disasters without faltering, then surely Izuku could face another day at school, right? But his smile didn't go unnoticed. "Look at that, he's smiling. What a freak," Aoi whispered, her sharp voice cutting through the low hum of classroom chatter. She had vibrant orange hair tied into twin braids and always sat just close enough to Izuku to make sure he could hear her comments. The circle of girls around her burst into quiet laughter, their giggles laced with cruelty. "So creepy," one of them added, her tone dripping with mockery. Izuku's smile faltered, his momentary hope evaporating like smoke. His chest tightened and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to hear them. But their words echoed in his head, louder than anything else in the room. Izuku hunched over his desk, throwing his arms over it and burying his face in the crook of his elbow. Maybe if he made himself small enough, they'd stop noticing him. Maybe, just maybe, they'd forget he was there at all. The classroom door opened and Katsuki walked in, flanked by Ren and Makoto. They were the last ones to arrive except for the teacher. And as usual they made an entrance. Their laughter was loud and abrasive, their steps confident and careless. Izuku's breath hitched as their eyes locked onto him. Katsuki's face twisted into a smirk, the kind that promised trouble. He approached Izuku's desk, his movements deliberate and slow. With a loud bang, Katsuki slammed his hand down on the desk, the explosion of his quirk making the wood creak. Izuku flinched, the force of the blow knocking him backward. His chair tipped over, and his head struck the edge of the desk behind him with a sickening thud. The room went silent for a moment, save for the ringing in Izuku's ears. Pain radiated from the back of his skull as he struggled to sit up. Katsuki loomed over him, his red eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. "You think you can just run away, Deku? You think that's gonna save you?" His voice was low, almost a growl. "If you try that again, the beating will be 10 times worse. Got it?" Izuku's throat was dry. He wanted to say something to defend himself, but his voice wouldn't come. All he could do was nod weakly, his body trembling. Satisfied, Katsuki smirked and returned to his seat, which was close enough to Izuku's to keep the pressure on. The teacher arrived a few seconds later, oblivious to what had just happened. As he began taking attendance, Izuku reached back to rub the spot where his head had hit the desk. His fingers came away wet. Blood. Izuku's stomach twisted as he stared at the crimson smear on his hand. He hesitated before raising his hand. "What is it, Midoriya?" the teacher asked, sounding more annoyed than concerned. "My head," Izuku mumbled, holding up his bloodied finger. "It's bleeding? How many times do I have to tell you students to sit still on a chair with all four legs on the ground?" The teacher sighed, barely glancing up from the papers on his desk. He tossed the words out like an automatic response, knowing damn well that wasn't the cause of Izuku's bleeding head. Izuku's fingers twitched around the tissue he pressed to the back of his scalp. His head throbbed, the thin material already soaking through. He opened his mouth, almost ready to protest, but no words came out. What would be the point? The classroom filled with faint snickers, a few of his classmates exchanging amused glances. Aoi whispered something to her friends, who burst into quiet laughter, while Katsuki leaned back in his chair, a smug grin curling on his lips. "Clumsy idiot," Katsuki muttered, loud enough for Izuku to hear. The teacher, still scribbling something in his notebook, raised his hand and sent a couple of tissues floating across the room with his quirk. They landed haphazardly on Izuku's desk, fluttering slightly before settling. "Use those and stop making a scene," the teacher said flatly, returning to his paperwork without a second thought. Izuku stared at the tissues, his chest tightening. His ears burned with embarrassment, and the judgmental eyes of his classmates pressed down on him like a weight he couldn't escape. He silently pressed one of the tissues to his head, the thin material barely making a difference. The other tissue he used to wipe the blood smeared across his fingers, but it only spread the mess. The metallic scent of blood filled his nose, mingling with the bile rising in his throat. The teacher knew. He had to know what had really happened. He had to have seen Katsuki slam his hand down on the desk, the force of the impact sending Izuku tumbling backward. Yet he said nothing. Did nothing. Izuku slumped in his seat, his gaze fixed on the red stains on his desk. He tried to focus on his breathing, on anything but the whispers and stifled laughter around him. No one was coming to help. Not the teacher, not his classmates, no one. Knowing damn well what had caused the injury, the teacher's apathy stung worse than the wound itself. He tossed over two tissues to Izuku using his quirk. The soft flutter of the tissues landing on his desk felt almost insulting in its casualness. Only two tissues? Thought Izuku, the frustration boiling up in him, but he kept his face hidden. He knew better than to show any emotion now. One tissue was to clean his bloody finger, the other to hold to the back of his head. A normal teacher would have reacted differently. They would have seen the blood, the pain, the reality of the situation, and they would have rushed him to the nurse's office with urgency, panic even. But not this teacher. This teacher didn't care. He didn't see Izuku as a student or even as a person. To him, Izuku was just an inconvenience, someone whose very presence seemed to annoy him. He had to know about the bullying, about Katsuki, Makoto, Ren, and the others, but he had never stepped in to stop it. He had never once even looked concerned. Izuku's heart sank lower as he pressed the tissue to the back of his head, the dampness spreading quickly against his skin. It wasn't bleeding that badly luckily, but the feeling of the blood trickling down the back of his neck was enough to make his stomach churn. As he sat there trying to ignore the dull throb in his skull, he realized something else. The person behind Izuku. It must be so gross for them having to look at his bloody head, his mess. He could almost feel their eyes on him, judging, disgusted by what they saw. They might even be laughing to themselves about how pathetic he was. With every passing second, Izuku felt smaller, more insignificant. His hands gripped the desk tightly, as if he could hold on to anything in this sea of discomfort. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that if he could just make himself invisible, if he could just slip away into nothingness, maybe the day would end without more pain. As the clock ticked toward the end of the school day, Izuku's mind wandered in a haze, his thoughts heavy and slow. His head had finally stopped bleeding, though the sensation of the dried blood at the back of his skull still lingered. He was thankful for that, at least, no more blood. When the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the day, Izuku stood up from his desk, his legs shaky as he made his way to the trash can. He threw the blood-soaked tissues away, the crinkled paper hitting the bottom with an almost finality. His fingers grazed the back of his head, and the texture of his hair felt stiff, like he had been wearing a helmet made of hardened clay. It must be the blood, he thought. The dried blood clung to his hair in a way that made him feel even more disgusting, a constant reminder of everything that had happened that day. Izuku quickly left the classroom, hoping to make it to the restroom before anyone could find him. He had to clean his head or else it might get infected. His body moved on autopilot, his steps hurried and unsteady. He reached the restroom, his hands trembling as he pushed the door open. The cold, sterile smell of the restroom hit him as he walked in, the bright fluorescent lights above flickering faintly. Izuku rushed to the sink, turning on the tap. The cold water splashed out in thin streams, refreshing and almost shocking to his skin. As he was about to wash his hands, he heard the unmistakable sound of a door slamming open behind him, followed by the loud, familiar voices that made his stomach twist. No, Izuku thought in horror, his heart sinking. Not now, not here. It was them. Katsuki, Rin, and Makoto. They had found him again. Look who we have here, Rin sneered from the doorway, his voice dripping with malice. There's no way to run away from us now. Izuku's blood ran cold. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest like a trapped animal. There was no escape this time. They had him cornered, and even if he somehow managed to slip past them, the beatings would just come later. There was no way they were going to let this go. Makoto was the first to move, stepping forward with his usual cocky grin. His quirk activated immediately, his hand growing larger and more elongated as his fingers stretched out impossibly long. They looked like thick, grotesque vines, curling and twisting as if to grasp anything within reach. Without warning, Makoto reached out and grabbed Izuku's face with one of his giant fingers. His grip was ironclad, painfully tight as he lifted Izuku's head off the sink. Izuku gasped, his heart racing in his chest, but it was too late. With a sickening force, Makoto hurled him across the restroom. The world spun as Izuku crashed into the tile wall, his back slamming hard into the cold, unforgiving surface. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and for a brief moment, everything went black. Dang, that's just cruel, Rin remarked, stepping closer to where Izuku lay crumpled on the ground, struggling to regain his senses. Izuku could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth as he coughed weakly, trying to push himself up. His body was sore, aching from the crash, and his back felt like it had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. I am sorry for yesterday. Please believe me. Izuku gasped between sobs, his voice barely more than a whisper. It felt pathetic, begging them for mercy, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't let them hurt him more, not again. The tears spilled from his eyes as his body trembled. Katsuki's face twisted into a cruel smirk, his eyes glowing with malice. You never should have run away from us, Deku, he spat, his voice dripping with venom. But it seems you still need to learn your lesson. Makoto, grab him. Izuku's heart sank even further as Makoto's large hand descended on him again, gripping him by the arm and pulling him roughly to his feet. Before Izuku could even make a sound, Katsuki fired off an explosion from his right arm. The blast was deafening, the air sizzling with heat as Izuku's arm was seared with pain. Izuku screamed, the pain unbearable, but before he could even finish, Makoto covered his mouth with two of his gigantic fingers. They pressed so hard against his lips that Izuku could hardly breathe, let alone cry out. The only sound he could make was a muffled whimper as the pain in his arm felt like it was consuming him from the inside out. Just as he thought he couldn't take any more, a loud bang suddenly heard from the direction of the restroom door. The three boys flinched, and for the first time since they'd cornered him, they looked startled. The moment of distraction was all it took. They hesitated for a split second, exchanging uneasy glances before bolting toward the door, their footsteps echoing down the hallway. Izuku lay there on the cold floor, his head pounding, his arm aching. He could hear the muffled sound of their laughter fading as they disappeared into the halls. The door swung closed behind them, and Izuku was left alone in the bathroom, his body battered and broken. Those jerks, he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely above a rasp. He could taste the blood in his mouth, his head spinning with the intensity of the pain. He tried to push himself up, but his body refused to cooperate. With effort, Izuku stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him. He limped toward the sink, wincing with every step. His burned arm throbbed, but he knew he had to clean it. He turned on the cold water again, the stream of ice-cold liquid splashing over his arm, numbing the pain slightly. It wasn't much, but it helped, the sharp sting of the cold water at least dulling the heat of the burn. Izuku stood there for a moment, feeling the icy water run over his skin, trying to clear his mind. After a moment, he took a deep breath, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. He couldn't stay there forever. with a final glance at his reflection, his bloodied lips and less burned arm than before, he made his way toward the door. He stepped out of the restroom, his heart pounding in his chest as he scanned the halls, hoping to avoid the bullies. The last thing he wanted was another confrontation. The cool air of the hallway brushed against his skin, but it did nothing to numb the ache deep inside him. Izuku walked quickly, his steps quickening as he neared the school's exit. He glanced over his shoulder one last time, but there was no sign of Katsuki or the others. Thank God, he thought, exhaling a shaky breath as he pushed open the door to the outside world. The school was behind him now, and Izuku kept his eyes on the ground, walking with his head down, hoping to make it home without further incident. He knew the pain would still be there when he got home. He would still have to face his mother's worried eyes. But for now he was just thankful to be away from the school. Izuku walked home with heavy steps, his head still spinning from the events of the day. His thoughts swirled in chaos, about the bullying, the injuries. He felt pathetic. A real hero wouldn't have let those things get to him. Heroes stood tall, even in the face of despair. Izuku stopped walking and clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand up straight. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his uniform and tried to muster a laugh, albeit a hollow one. No, he muttered to himself, his voice trembling but determined. That's no way for a hero to feel. I have to keep going. I have to be strong just like All Might would. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began to walk proudly, his shoulders squared, his stride more confident. He imagined All Might's iconic grin and tried to mimic it, even if it felt awkward on his face. I'll smile through it, he whispered. Just like he does. The air around him grew eerily quiet as he walked under a small tunnel on his route home. A strange, sloshing sound came from behind him, faint but unmistakable. Izuku froze in his tracks, his heart skipping a beat. Slowly he turned around, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. From a sewer grate, a sickly green sludge began to bubble and rise, pooling into a muddy form. Izuku's eyes widened as the mass grew, twisting and expanding until it loomed over him, at least 4 times his size. The creature's shape solidified into a monstrous figure, its gaping mouth curling into a sinister grin. A villain? Izuku whispered in horror. The sludge creature let out a low chuckle that echoed through the alley. Without warning, it lunged forward, engulfing Izuku in a suffocating wave of mud. He tried to scream, but the sludge forced its way into his mouth and throat, silencing him. You'll make a great bodysuit, kid, the villain hissed, its voice oily and cruel. You're a real hero to me. Izuku's feet lifted off the ground as the creature hoisted him up, his body suspended in midair. He thrashed and kicked, but it was no use. The more he struggled, the tighter the sludge seemed to wrap around him, squeezing the life out of him. His lungs burned as he fought for air, but there was none to be had. His vision blurred as the lack of oxygen began to take its toll. Desperately, he clawed at the sludge, trying to tear it away with his nails, but his fingers found no purchase. The substance slipped through his grasp like oil, mocking his futile efforts. Tears streamed down his face as his strength faded. Through his dimming vision, Izuku caught sight of his notebook, which had fallen to the ground during the attack. It lay open to a page he had looked at 1,000 times, the design of his future hero costume. He had sketched it with such care, imagining the day he'd wear it proudly as a pro hero. Is this how it ends? Izuku thought, his consciousness slipping away. Without ever achieving anything? Without anyone ever believing in me? Without ever becoming the hero I dreamed of being? His eyes fluttered shut and his body went limp. Then there was a loud whoosh. A powerful gust of wind swept through the alley, tearing the sludge villain away from him. Izuku gasped as the pressure around him released, sweet air flooding his lungs. He coughed violently, his body trembling as he fell to the ground in a heap. Through his blurry vision, he saw a towering figure standing before him. Golden strands of hair seemed to shimmer in the fading sunlight, and a wide, confident smile radiated like a beacon of hope. Don't worry, young man, you're saved now, the figure said, his deep voice filled with unmistakable energy. Why? Because I am here. Izuku's breath hitched. Could it really be? The next thing he knew, he was waking up to see All Might himself crouched in front of him, a look of concern mixed with his ever-present smile. Ah. Thought we lost you there, All Might said, his tone light-hearted. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately scrambled to his knees. All Might? He stammered, his voice cracking. It's really you? All Might chuckled, his signature laugh booming. Indeed it is, young man. You were in quite the pinch back there, but don't worry. I've got it all under control now. All Might showed Izuku the plastic bottle in which the villain was captured. Izuku's heart raced as he tried to process what was happening. His idol, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, was standing right in front of him. He wanted to speak, to thank him, to ask him a million questions, but his words tangled in his throat. Instead, he fumbled for his notebook and held it out. "See, could you sign this, please?" he asked, his voice shaking. All Might took the notebook with a grin. "Already done," he said, handing it back. Izuku looked down and saw the signature scrawled across the page, the ink still fresh. His hands trembled as he clutched the notebook to his chest. He really is the fastest, Izuku thought in awe. "Well, I have to be off now," All Might said, standing up straight. "Stay safe, young man." Wait. Izuku cried, his heart sinking at the thought of him leaving so soon. "You're leaving already?" "A hero's work is never done," All Might replied with a wave. But Izuku wasn't ready to let him go, not yet. He ran forward and, in a moment of desperation, grabbed onto All Might's leg just as the hero leapt into the air. "What the?" All Might yelled, looking down in surprise. "What do you think you're doing?" "Let go." "I can't," Izuku shouted, holding on for dear life. "If I let go, I'll die." "Oh. Right." All Might sighed, landing on a nearby rooftop to safely put the boy down. As soon as they touched the ground, he began scolding Izuku. "You're crazy. What if you had fallen? You can't just hang on to a pro like that." Izuku bowed his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "But I needed to know." He poured out everything in a rush. The bullying, the ridicule, his lifelong dream of becoming a hero, and finally, the question that had haunted him for as long as he could remember. "Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk?" Izuku asked, his voice trembling. All Might's expression darkened. He wanted to reply, but all of a sudden, he looked away with stress in his eyes. In an instant, his body seemed to deflate, and Izuku watched in shock as his towering frame shrank down, revealing a frail, skeletal man. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Izuku with tired eyes. You're not All Might," Izuku yelled, taking a step back. "Where is he?" "I can assure you that I am All Might," the man said while blood dripped out. His voice was raspier now. He explained everything, his injuries, his weakened form, and the limitations of his quirk. When he was done, he looked at Izuku with a serious expression. "You have no quirk," he said bluntly. "No powers to protect yourself, let alone others. So no. I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk." Izuku's world shattered. He stood frozen, his mind racing to process the words. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he blinked them away. "I see. It's not bad to dream, young man," All Might added gently. "But you have to consider what's realistic." With those words, All Might turned and walked away, the bottled-up sludge villain tucked into his pocket. Izuku stood there alone on the rooftop, the weight of reality crushing down on him. His chest felt hollow and his tears finally spilled over as he whispered, "So that's it? I'll never be a hero." Izuku walked home, his notebook clutched tightly in his hands. The cool evening breeze bit through his uniform, hitting the small burn caused by Katsuki, but Izuku barely noticed. His mind was too preoccupied with the weight in his chest. The world around him moved on, indifferent to his existence, as if he were invisible, just a speck in the grand design. To Izuku, it felt as though the entire world had shut him out, leaving him to stumble in the dark with no guidance, no purpose, no hope. The words All Might had said earlier echoed relentlessly in his mind, like a broken record. You can't be a hero without a quirk. How could he say that? How could he, of all people, be so dismissive? All Might didn't even know him, not really. For all he knew, Izuku could have had untapped potential, an unrelenting drive, something that could have been nurtured into greatness. All Might hadn't even given him a chance to prove himself. And yet, Izuku knew he wasn't what he wanted to be. He wasn't strong. He wasn't fast. He didn't even have a single ounce of muscle on his scrawny body. No matter how hard he tried to push those thoughts away, they always found their way back, embedding themselves deep into his heart like splinters. As he reached his apartment building, the familiar sight of the dull brick facade loomed above him. He climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavier than the last, until he reached the door to his home. When he stepped inside, his mother, Izuku Midoriya, greeted him with her usual warmth. "Welcome home, Izuku," she said brightly, her voice carrying from the small kitchen. But her cheerful tone faltered when she turned to see him standing there, his school uniform singed and tattered, with a small but noticeable burn on his arm. Her brows furrowed with concern as she rushed over. "Izuku." What happened? Are you hurt? That burn? Izuku forced a smile, holding up his hands in reassurance. It's nothing, Mom. I just burned myself during a science project. It doesn't hurt anymore, I promise. He tried to sound convincing, but he could see the doubt in her eyes. Her hands hovered near his arm as if she wanted to reach out but didn't know whether to trust his words. Are you sure? I can. Really, Mom? I'm fine, Izuku said quickly, cutting her off. He gave her another smile, one he hoped would ease her worries, but deep down he knew it wasn't enough. The truth was the burn barely registered. The real pain was something far deeper. It was the ache in his chest, the constant, crushing weight of inadequacy. His heart felt heavy with every beat, like it was working overtime just to keep him standing. Izuku shuffled past her before she could press further and headed straight for his room. He needed to be alone. Inko figured it would be best to give him some space. When he stepped inside, the first thing his eyes fell on was his collection of All Might merchandise. The familiar sight of posters plastered across his walls, the shelves lined with action figures, and the All Might bedspread that had been his pride and joy since childhood greeted him. But tonight it didn't feel like the comforting haven it usually was. Izuku's gaze drifted to the figurine on his nightstand, the one that had always been his favorite. All Might, standing in his signature pose with a bright, confident smile on his face. Izuku had received it on his 4th birthday, and ever since, it had held a place of honor in his room. He remembered how excited he'd been when he unwrapped it, how he'd carried it everywhere for weeks. Back then, All Might had been his everything. His hero. His beacon of hope. But now, Izuku stepped closer, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the figurine. His mind replayed All Might's words again, cutting deeper with every repetition. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, blurring his vision as he stared at the figurine. He clenched his teeth, trying to fight back the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. But it was no use. Before he could stop himself, a surge of anger bubbled up, raw and uncontrollable. With a sudden, violent motion, Izuku swiped the figurine off the nightstand. It flew across the room, hitting the wall with a sharp crack before falling to the floor. The sound of the impact snapped Izuku out of his rage as quickly as it had come. His breath hitched as he stared at the broken pieces scattered on the ground. All Might's head had snapped clean off, rolling a few inches away from the rest of the figurine. Izuku's knees buckled and he sank to the floor. He reached out with trembling hands, carefully picking up the broken pieces. His chest heaved as sobs racked his body, the tears he'd been holding back finally spilling over. What's happening to me? He whispered hoarsely, clutching the decapitated figurine. He had never felt anger like that before, never let it take control of him so completely. He had always been the one to swallow his frustrations, to push them down where no one else could see. But tonight it had been too much. The rejection, the pain, the hopelessness, it had all come crashing down and he'd finally cracked. For what felt like an eternity, Izuku sat there, staring at the broken figurine in his hands. Izuku. His mother's voice called from the kitchen, startling him. Dinner's ready? Izuku wiped his face with the sleeve of his uniform, though his eyes were still red and puffy from crying, leaving the broken figurine on the floor. When he joined his mother at the table, her eyes immediately zeroed in on his face. What was that noise from your room just now? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you okay? Izuku forced a smile, hoping she wouldn't see through it. Ah, my All Might figurine accidentally fell. It broke? Inko frowned, then softened, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Is that why your eyes are all puffy? Izuku, you're such a child, crying over a broken figurine. She laughed lightly, clearly trying to cheer him up. Izuku let out a chuckle of his own, though it was hollow and forced. Still, her playful tone brought a small, genuine warmth to his heart. His mother had always been like that, always trying to lift his spirits even when things were at their worst. She had never outright told him that she believed he could be a hero, but she had never crushed his dream either. She let him dream when no one else did, and for that, Izuku would always be grateful. But he couldn't shake the thought that if he had been born with a quirk, things would have been so much different. His mom wouldn't have to worry so much. All Might wouldn't have turned him away. And maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't feel so broken. The next morning, Izuku woke up, his body feeling heavy with exhaustion. His mind was still clouded from the events of the previous day, and the ache in his chest hadn't gone away. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light of his room, they immediately focused on the broken All Might figurine still lying on the floor. The sight of it was like a punch to the gut, a harsh reminder of his frustration, his helplessness, and the dream that felt farther away than ever. With a sigh, Izuku forced himself out of bed. He went through his morning routine mechanically, brushing his teeth, combing his unruly green hair, and putting on his school uniform. First thing he noticed that it was washed and the hole was stitches back together. His mother greeted him warmly as always, her usual cheer in her voice. "Good morning, Izuku. I fixed and washed your uniform when you went to sleep. I hope it's dry." Izuku nodded. "It's dry, thank you." "Do you want breakfast before you go?" she asked, a spatula in hand as she cooked something on the stove. Izuku shook his head, forcing a small smile. "No thanks, Mom. I'm not really hungry." He grabbed his bag and slipped on his shoes. "I'll see you later," he said, his voice quieter than usual. "Have a good day, sweetie." Inko called after him as he left. The walk to school was a familiar one, but today it felt different. As Izuku followed the usual path, his feet automatically led him past the manhole cover where the sludge villain had attacked him. The memory hit him like a wave. He could still feel the suffocating pressure of the sludge filling his lungs, the terrifying sensation of his body being taken over as the villain's voice echoed in his ears. He shivered, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. And yet, that attack had also led to his first meeting with All Might. At the time, he'd thought it was a miracle, a sign that his dream was within reach. But now, the memory of All Might's rejection stung just as much as the attack itself. By the time Izuku reached the school gates, his legs felt like lead. He took a deep breath, steeling himself before heading inside. When Izuku opened the classroom door, he immediately noticed he was the last one to arrive. The chatter in the room quieted for a moment, and he felt the weight of every pair of eyes turning toward him. There it was again, that awful, suffocating feeling of being watched, judged, dismissed. Izuku gulped, his heart pounding in his chest as he walked toward his desk. He could hear the whispers of his classmates, though their words were muffled and indistinct. It didn't matter what they were saying. He knew it wasn't anything good. As he reached his desk, Izuku pulled his chair out to sit. But before he could lower himself down, he froze. Sitting on the chair was a massive spider. It was so sudden, so unexpected, that a shriek escaped his lips before he could stop himself. The classroom erupted into laughter. The spider wasn't real, of course, just a cheap plastic toy, but the damage had already been done. Izuku's face burned with humiliation as the laughter of his classmates filled the room, echoing in his ears. "Did you see his face?" someone shouted. "Man, you're such a scaredy cat, Midoriya," another voice chimed in. "Honestly, how pathetic can you get?" Izuku swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he picked up the fake spider and threw it in the trash. Even though he knew it wasn't real, the way it had looked so lifelike still made his skin crawl. He sat down quickly, leaning forward to rest his face on the desk and covering his head with his arms. If he couldn't see them, maybe he could pretend they weren't there. But their laughter continued, and no matter how hard he tried to block it out, it wouldn't stop. Eventually the teacher entered the room and the noise died down. "All right, everyone settle down," the teacher said as he began the lesson. Today's topic was about choosing a high school, an important decision for all of them. The teacher explained the options, but it was obvious that for most of the students in the room, there was only one real choice: UA High School. The school for heroes. The place where the best of the best train to achieve greatness. At one point, the teacher's eyes landed on Izuku, who was still slouched at his desk. "Oh right, Midoriya," the teacher said, drawing everyone's attention to him. "You want to go to UA, don't you?" Izuku froze, his body stiffening. He could feel the eyes of his classmates on him again, waiting for his answer. He hesitated, his mind flashing back to All Might's words. "You can't be a hero without a quirk." But then he forced himself to sit up. His voice was shaky, but he managed to speak. "I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I?" The classroom erupted into laughter once more. "Are you serious?" someone sneered. "Trying hard won't save you, quirkless. Do you really think you can keep up with people like us?" And then Katsuki Bakugou's voice cut through the noise. "You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best," Katsuki said, standing up from his desk and walking over to Izuku. "You'd die in the exam." Defenseless Izuku. "This school is already crappy, you really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard?" He leaned down, his face inches from Izuku's, and grinned cruelly. "Just give it up already. You're nothing. You'll always be nothing." The laughter in the room grew louder as Katsuki returned to his seat, leaving Izuku sitting there, his fists clenched tightly in his lap. His nails dug into his palms, but he barely felt it over the sting of Katsuki's words. The school day had dragged on like every other, mockery, scorn, and the weight of being constantly ridiculed pressing on Izuku's shoulders. Yet, as he packed up his things and prepared to leave, he noticed something strange. Katsuki had barely targeted him during class. Sure, there was the usual snickering and a few cutting remarks at the beginning, but it wasn't the all-out harassment he was used to. Maybe he was too tired to bother, Izuku thought bitterly. As the final bell rang, Izuku slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked through his locker to dump some books. The hallways were filled with students preparing to go home. After Izuku dumped his books, he walked out of school. He took a deep breath, letting the cold air sting his lungs. He needed to get home. He decided to take a shortcut through the alley behind the school, hoping to avoid running into anyone. But as soon as he turned the corner, his stomach dropped. There they were. Katsuki stood leaning against the brick wall, arms crossed, his usual smug grin plastered on his face. Beside him were Makoto and Rin, his lackeys, chatting and laughing. Well, look who wandered into our territory, Makoto said, his eyes narrowing as he spotted Izuku. Panic surged through Izuku as he instinctively turned to leave. But before he could take more than a step, Makoto lunged forward and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Not so fast, Deku, Makoto sneered. I was wondering what that rotten smell in the classroom was today. Turns out it was you. Izuku froze, his heart pounding in his chest. His wide eyes darted between the three boys, searching for an escape route, but there was none. Before he could respond, Katsuki's voice cut through the air. What's this? He said, reaching into Izuku's half-open backpack. His hand emerged holding a familiar notebook, the one Izuku had spent years pouring his thoughts and analyses into. No, please give that back. Izuku begged, his voice cracking as he struggled against Makoto's grip. Katsuki flipped through the pages, his red eyes scanning the detailed notes and sketches. Hero analyses? He said with mock interest. Don't tell me, Rin chimed in, stifling a laugh. Is he seriously taking notes on how to be a hero? That's so pathetic. Makoto snickered. As if a quirkless loser like you could ever be a hero. Izuku thrashed against Makoto's hold, desperation fueling his movements. I said give it back. Katsuki's face twisted into a scowl. In an instant he grabbed Izuku by the collar and yanked him off the ground, his feet dangling. What's your problem, huh? Katsuki snarled, his voice low and dangerous. Before Izuku could answer, Katsuki's fist slammed into his face. The impact sent shockwaves through his skull, and he tasted blood as his lips split open. Another punch came, this time hitting his eye. And then another. And another. Each hit landed with brutal precision, and Izuku could do nothing but endure. His vision blurred with tears, the pain radiating through his entire body. Makoto and Rin exchanged uneasy glances as the beating continued. Kaken, don't you think that's enough? Rin asked hesitantly. But Katsuki didn't stop. His hand moved to Izuku's neck, squeezing hard enough to cut off his air. Izuku's hands clawed weakly at Katsuki's arm, his chest heaving as he struggled to breathe. It wasn't until Katsuki noticed the panicked wheezing that he finally released his grip, letting Izuku crumple to the ground like a discarded doll. You've been pissing me off lately, Deku, Katsuki spat, towering over Izuku's broken form. Stay out of my sight. But Izuku couldn't respond. His body was too battered, his mind too foggy. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, and one of his eyes was already swelling shut. Makoto shifted uncomfortably. Dude, that was kinda rough, he said. Katsuki turned to glare at him, his fiery red eyes burning with anger. Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for him now, he snapped. He crouched down beside Izuku, grabbing his shoulder. Let me make something clear, Katsuki said, his voice low and venomous. His palm began to glow, small explosions sparking to life as heat seared through Izuku's shirt and into his skin. Izuku's entire body tensed as the pain shot through him, slow and excruciating. It wasn't like the punches, it was deliberate, precise, meant to hurt in a way that left scars. The smell of burning fabric and flesh filled the alley. Katsuki leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. If you really want to be a hero that badly, Deku, then here's my advice, just pray that you're born with a quirk in your next life. He paused, letting the words sink in. And take a swan dive off the roof while you're at it. Izuku's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face as the full weight of Katsuki's words crushed him. Katsuki stood, brushing his hands off as if he were done with some menial chore. Let's go, he said, motioning for Makoto and Rin to follow. The three boys walked away, their laughter fading into the distance. Izuku lay there in the alley, his body trembling, his skin burning, his heart shattered. The pain was unbearable, not just the physical pain, but the deep, gnawing ache of Katsuki's words echoing in his mind. Take a swan dive. His eyelids grew heavy. He was so tired, so drained that he couldn't fight it anymore. Slowly, his eyes closed and the world around him faded to black. A cold breeze swept through the alley, jolting Izuku awake. His body protested with every movement as he forced himself to sit up. The dim, fading light of the sky told him it was late, too late. What time is it? Izuku reached into his torn backpack, pulling out his phone. The screen lit up with the time, 8 p.m. His heart sank as he noticed the flood of notifications. 15 missed calls from his mom and an endless stream of text messages. Izuku, where are you? It's already 6 p.m. Please pick up your calls. I'm going to look for you. Please call me back if you see this. His hands shook as he scrolled through the messages. The panic in her words was palpable and guilt gnawed at him. She must be worried sick. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Izuku staggered to his feet. His legs wobbled, but he forced them to move, breaking into a sprint toward home. Every step sent jolts of agony through his bruised and burned body, but none of it mattered. I have to get home. I have to let her know I'm okay. He tried calling her back, his fingers fumbling with the phone. It rang and rang. But there was no answer. Now the worry wasn't just his mom's, it was his own. Halfway home, the distant sound of sirens made him falter. Police cars and ambulances were rushing toward the direction of his neighborhood, their lights cutting through the growing darkness. Could it be a villain attack? His heart raced as he neared the scene. Dozens of people were gathered. Police officers cordoned off the area, heroes stood among damaged buses and medics rushed to and fro. Izuku's curiosity got the better of him, and despite his body's protests, he moved closer. His eyes scanned the wreckage, a cluster of buses, some overturned, their sides dented and shattered. He overheard snippets of conversations among the heroes. Smuggling operation, one hero muttered. Villains were transporting illegal goods, another added. Izuku edged closer, weaving through the crowd. Hurry. Get her into the scoop stretcher. She's losing a lot of blood. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He froze. A victim? Izuku craned his neck, catching sight of the medics rushing toward an ambulance. Two of them held a scoop stretcher, carefully placing someone on it. His eyes followed the stretcher, taking in the details of the person. Green hair, a round face, blood soaking through their clothes. Mom. Izuku's breath caught. His vision blurred. Emma? He screamed, breaking into a sprint toward the ambulance. A hero blocked his path, grabbing him by the arm. You're not allowed here, kid. This is a crime scene. But that's my mom. Izuku cried, his voice breaking. His eyes locked onto the stretcher. He saw it, the massive metal pipe impaling his mother's chest. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. No, 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 no. Izuku's voice cracked into a sob as he struggled against the hero's grip, trying to break free. The commotion drew All Might's attention. He turned, his eyes narrowing in recognition as he saw the boy's tear-streaked face. Izuku fought harder, desperation giving him strength. Please let me go. That's my mom. Let me see her. All Might quickly approached, his massive frame looming over both Izuku and the hero holding him back. He crouched down, his voice firm but gentle. Young man, listen to me. You need to trust the doctors. They'll do everything they can to save her. Izuku stopped struggling, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down his battered face, streaking through the dried blood. The ambulance doors slammed shut, and he watched helplessly as it sped away, sirens wailing. A hero knelt beside him. Kid, you're in bad shape yourself. What happened to you? He said as he stared at his burned shoulder and beat-up face. Izuku didn't answer. His swollen, tear-filled eyes remained fixed on the ground. His voice came out as a whisper, broken and full of pain. What happened to my mom? The hero glanced at him, concern etched on their face, but before they could respond, two police officers approached. We'll take it from here, one of them said, motioning for Izuku. All Might nodded, his expression grim. Take care of him. He's had a rough night. The officers gently but firmly pulled Izuku to his feet, guiding him toward their car. Izuku resisted at first, still trying to process what was happening, but he quickly realized there was no point. Calm down, one officer said, his tone stern but not unkind. We'll take you to your mother at the hospital, but you've got to stop resisting. The words hit him like a lifeline. He stopped struggling, his body going limp. Please, Izuku mumbled, his voice barely audible. Take me to her? The officers helped him into the car, and within moments they were speeding toward the hospital. Izuku sat in silence, clutching his phone tightly in his lap. His mind raced with questions and fears, But one thought overpowered the rest. Is she going to be okay? After several minutes of silence, he finally worked up the courage to speak. What happened? The officers exchanged a glance, hesitation hanging thick in the air. We'll tell you all the details later, one of them said after a long pause. For now, just try to stay positive. But how could he stay positive? Izuku stared out the window, his reflection a hollow, broken version of himself. The bruises and cuts on his face were nothing compared to the ache in his heart. Mom, please hang on. A biting, cold breeze cut through Izuku as he walked into the hospital alongside the police officers. The fluorescent lights above flickered slightly, and the smell of antiseptic filled the air. The bustling sound of a hospital at peak hours surrounded him. Phones ringing, doctors talking. But none of it registered for Izuku. His mind was blank, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion. Wait here, kid, one of the officers said, gesturing to the crowded first aid waiting room. You'll eventually hear the results. Izuku stood frozen, watching the two officers walk away without giving him any further information. Seriously? He thought bitterly. They just left him there, completely in the dark. His fists clenched as frustration bubbled beneath the surface. The waiting room was full, but it only made Izuku feel more alone. A crying baby in a stroller wailed across from him. An elderly couple sat side by side, their hands intertwined, offering each other silent comfort. Other patients were surrounded by friends or family, someone to lean on. But Izuku? He had no one. He sank into a hard plastic chair, his aching body protesting against the movement. He stared blankly at the cracked tiles on the floor, his thoughts spiraling. His mother was all he had. If something happened to her. No, he couldn't think about that. He wouldn't. Time crawled. Every second felt like an eternity. After what felt like an hour but was barely 10 minutes, a door opened. A man in a white coat stepped into the room, scanning the faces of the waiting patients. His gaze settled on Izuku, and the boy immediately noticed the somber expression on the doctor's face. Izuku Midoriya, the doctor called. Izuku's stomach dropped. His legs felt heavy as he forced himself to stand. He didn't like the way the doctor looked at him, like he was already delivering bad news. Without a word, Izuku followed him down a long, sterile hallway. The doctor pushed open the door to a small, quiet room. The first thing Izuku saw was his mother. She lay on the bed, hooked up to machines, an oxygen mask over her face. The iron pipe was still lodged in her chest, the blood around it dark and dried. The sight made Izuku's stomach churn. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor filled the room. It was steady but slow, painfully slow. Izuku approached the bed cautiously, his legs trembling. "Mom," he whispered. His voice cracked as tears welled up in his eyes. The doctor stood behind him, his face grave. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya," he began softly. "We did everything we could, but—" Before the doctor could finish, the heart monitor let out a long, piercing beep. Izuku's head whipped toward the machine. The line on the screen had gone flat. The room was silent, except for that deafening, unending tone. "No, no, no, no!" Izuku screamed, rushing to the bed. He grabbed his mother's hand, which was cold and lifeless. Please," he sobbed, shaking her gently as if he could wake her. "Don't leave me. Please don't leave me alone." The doctor placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his expression full of pity. She was already in critical condition when she arrived. Her injuries were too severe. She was gone before we could. The rest of his words blurred into static. Izuku barely heard him. Izuku's sobs quieted after several minutes, replaced by a suffocating emptiness. He sat slumped beside the bed, his mother's hand still in his. "What happened to her?" he asked finally, his voice hoarse. The doctor hesitated, then sighed. "From what I understand, the injuries were caused during All Might's fight with the villains earlier. The shockwave from his attack caused debris to fly, including the pipe that struck your mother." Izuku froze. His grip on his mother's hand tightened. "All Might," he mumbled. The doctor nodded. "It was an accident. Your mother was too close to the fight. If she had kept her distance, this might not have happened." Izuku's head snapped up, his empty eyes now burning with a mix of anger and despair. "Are you blaming her?" he said quietly, his voice trembling. The doctor looked taken aback. "No, I didn't mean. Of course it's her fault, right?" Izuku's voice rose, venom lacing his words. "Because heroes like All Might can't do anything wrong. Because it's always the civilian's fault for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kid, calm down. No. A hero's job is to protect people. And Izuku's voice broke. He couldn't finish the sentence. Instead, he buried his face in his hands, his tears soaking into his palms. The door opened again and two officers walked in accompanied by Tsukachi. The detective's usual calm expression was strained as he took in the scene. "Our condolences, Izuku Midoriya," he said. A moment of silence followed. "Where's your father, boy?" Tsukachi asked gently. Izuku didn't look up. "Gone," he muttered. "Left when I was little. I don't even remember him." "What about other family? Grandparents? Aunts? Uncles?" Izuku shook his head. "There's no one," he whispered. "It's just me. It's always been just me and Mom." Tsukachi exchanged a look with the officers. Their pity was palpable. "Listen, kid," Tsukachi said softly. "You need to go home and get some rest. It's been a rough day. We'll handle the paperwork and in 2 days we'll talk about what happens next." "What happens next?" Izuku repeated bitterly. "You mean who's going to take care of me? I don't need anyone to take care of me. I can take care of myself." "You're too young to live alone," Tsukachi replied firmly. "We'll find someone to take you in." Izuku felt frustrated. How was he supposed to get used to a stranger caring for him? He isn't a baby anymore. But I can find a job. I'll quit school and make sure to make money to pay the bills and food." Izuku started yelling. "With that you're throwing your life away? Get into college and get a fine job when you're an adult? Make your mother proud," Tsukachi replied. Izuku's hands balled into fists. He wanted to argue, to scream, but he knew it wouldn't matter. They weren't going to listen to him. "Take a final goodbye," Tsukachi said gently. Izuku flinched. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He turned back to his mother, his heart shattering all over again. Her skin was turning pale, almost gray, and her lips had lost all color. She didn't look like herself anymore. Slowly, hesitantly, Izuku reached out and stroked her hair. "I'm so sorry, Mom," he whispered. "I should have been there. I should have protected you." His hand drifted to the iron pipe still lodged in her chest. It was an ugly, cruel thing, a stark reminder of how unfair the world was. Without thinking, Izuku gripped the pipe. "Kid, don't," one of the officers started, but it was too late. Izuku yanked the pipe out with a sickening sound, the vibrations rattling his arms. He threw it to the floor where it clanged loudly. Tsukachi flinched at the sharp clang of the iron pipe hitting the cold floor. The sound echoed in the small, sterile room, jarring against the quiet hum of hospital machinery. His eyes darted to the blood-staining Izuku's trembling hands, the crimson stark against his pale, dirt-smeared skin. The other officers exchanged uneasy glances, their postures tense. For a fleeting moment, it was as if they had just witnessed a crime, a cold, calculated act. Izuku stood motionless, his breathing slow and shallow. His gaze was locked on his mother's chest, now marred by a dark, gaping wound where the pipe had been. His face was devoid of emotion, yet his hands twitched slightly, betraying the storm raging beneath his hollow exterior. "What the hell?" one of the officers muttered under his breath, his voice laced with unease. Tsukachi took a step closer, his movements careful, measured. "Midoriya," he began gently, his voice almost a whisper. "Why did you do that?" Izuku didn't respond. His empty, glassy eyes remained fixed on his mother's lifeless body. "Kid," the officer closest to him said, trying to break through the suffocating silence. "You can't just—" "I had to," Izuku interrupted, his voice cold and detached. He didn't look at any of them. She wouldn't want it in her. Not now." The officer opened his mouth to argue but quickly closed it, unnerved by the sheer emptiness in Izuku's tone. Tsukachi crouched slightly to meet Izuku's eye level, keeping his voice calm. "Midoriya, I understand you're grieving, but—" "No you don't," Izuku snapped, his voice sharp but eerily quiet. He finally turned to Tsukachi, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and despair. "You don't understand. No one does." For a moment, Tsukachi was at a loss for words. The boy before him wasn't just grieving, he was unraveling. And in that moment, Tsukachi realized that Izuku wasn't just angry at the world, he was angry at himself. "You need to take a moment to breathe," Tsukachi tried again. "This isn't something you have to go through alone." Izuku's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Alone? I've always been alone," he said, his voice breaking. He looked back at his mother, his expression softening for a brief moment. "She was all I had. And now she's gone." The officers shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to handle the raw emotions pouring out of the boy. Tsukachi straightened and motioned for them to step back. "Let's give him a moment," he murmured. As they retreated, Izuku approached the bed once more. He hesitated, then reached out to gently touch his mother's hand. It was cold, lifeless. He didn't flinch this time. "I'm sorry, Mom," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I should have done more. I should have been better." The words hung in the air as Izuku's shoulders sagged, the weight of his guilt and grief threatening to crush him. Behind him, the officers and Tsukachi watched in silence, their unease replaced by a deep, aching pity. When Izuku finally stepped away from the bed, his movements were mechanical, his face unreadable. Tsukachi spoke up, though his concern deepened. "Let's go, we'll take you home." Izuku didn't argue. He washed his hands in the sink, the red swirling down the drain, and followed the officers out of the room. The car ride home was silent. Izuku stared out the window, his face expressionless, his eyes hollow. The city lights blurred together as they passed, but Izuku barely noticed. Inside he was numb. Life, it seemed, had taken everything from him. Izuku stepped into the house, the creak of the door echoing through the empty space. For a brief moment he felt the automatic urge to call out, "I'm home," but the words caught in his throat. There was no one to hear them. The house felt different now. Cold. Silent. He wandered into the kitchen, the faint scent of curry lingering in the air. His eyes landed on the bowl sitting on the counter, a piece of plastic foil draped over it to keep it warm. His mother must have prepared it before heading out. Izuku pulled off the plastic wrap and stared at the cold curry. He took a small bite, the flavor muted by the chill. It didn't matter. He continued eating, the meal tasting bitter in his mouth, every bite heavier than the last. When he scraped the bottom of the bowl, tears welled up in his eyes. This was the last thing his mother would ever make for him. The realization twisted his stomach. A sharp wave of nausea hit him, but he swallowed it back down. There was no way he could vomit this out. Leaving the empty bowl on the table, Izuku trudged to the bathroom. The fluorescent light buzzed softly, illuminating the pale, hollow reflection staring back at him. His eyes were bloodshot, his face swollen and bruised, a vivid black eye standing out against his pallid complexion. No one at the hospital had asked about his injuries, even though the evidence of violence was glaringly obvious. His tattered uniform, the large burn mark on his shoulder, the bruises on his face, no one had bothered. He guessed he wasn't worth their concern. He pulled his shirt over his head, wincing as the fabric brushed against the burn. Turning to the mirror, he studied the shape of the wound. It was unmistakably the imprint of a hand, Katsuki's hand. Izuku didn't bother patching himself up. He grabbed the nearest set of clothes and put them on, too drained to care about picking anything specific. When he entered his room, he froze. The walls, once covered in All Might posters, the shelves lined with figurines, and the bed draped in themed blankets, all of it suddenly felt suffocating. The admiration he had once felt for All Might twisted into something ugly. "This is your fault," he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing at the largest poster on the wall. The words repeated in his head louder and louder, "It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault." Something inside him snapped. He lunged at the poster, ripping it down with one vicious motion. The sound of tearing paper filled the room as he went after the others, shredding them one by one. Figurines were next. He grabbed the nearest one, a cherished piece from his collection, and hurled it to the floor. The plastic shattered. One after another, he threw the figurines. Some smashed into pieces, others rolled across the floor. He yanked his curtains down, his breath ragged as he tore at his All Might-themed shirt, ripping it at the seams. When it was over, his room was unrecognizable. The shelves were bare, the walls stripped, the floor littered with broken plastic and scraps of paper. "It's his fault," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. "He's the one to blame." But the destruction wasn't enough. His chest heaved with fury. Why didn't he apologize? Why didn't he go to the hospital? The image of All Might's triumphant smile burned in his mind. Does he even care? Izuku thought bitterly. A real hero would have stayed. A real hero would have made sure she was okay. Izuku clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He didn't notice the sting of fresh cuts from the shredded posters, or the blood trickling down his fingers. As quickly as the anger had come, it dissolved into despair. His knees buckled and he collapsed onto the floor amidst the wreckage. His body shook with sobs, his tears soaking through the fabric of his pants. "I can't do this anymore," he choked out, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want someone else to take care of me. I don't want strangers in my life. I just want my mom back." After what felt like an eternity, Izuku managed to stand. His legs felt like lead as he made his way to his mother's room. Her scent still lingered faintly in the air, a mix of her perfume and the fabric softener she always used. He crawled into her bed, pulling the blanket over himself. It felt warm, like she had just been there. For a brief moment, he could almost pretend she was still alive, just in the other room, ready to come in and say goodnight. But the emptiness in the house was deafening. Izuku closed his swollen eyes and let himself sink into the bed. He didn't want to think. He didn't want to wake up. All he wanted was to stay there, in that bed, in the fading memory of his mother's embrace. Izuku startled awake, drenched in sweat. A nightmare? Maybe, but he couldn't remember. All he knew was the lingering heaviness in his chest. His eyes flicked to the clock. 3 a.m. 5 more hours until school began. The thought of school sent a chill through him. A living hell. That's what it had become. But then Tsukachi's words echoed in his mind. Finish school. Get into college. Get a fine job. His mother would have wanted that. For her sake, he had to try. Izuku set an alarm for 7 a.m. and lay back down, closing his eyes. Sleep, however, refused to come. Every time he tried to relax, his thoughts raced. His mother's face, the sound of the monitor flatlining, the empty house. Hours passed like this. At some point, Izuku found himself sitting on the couch, already with his spare school uniform on, one that didn't have any holes or bloodstains. It was 5 a.m. He didn't even remember moving there. For 2 hours he sat motionless, staring at the wall. He didn't eat, drink, or move. His mind felt like a void, swirling with thoughts too overwhelming to focus on, yet somehow, paradoxically, entirely blank. Suddenly the clock caught his eye. 7:05 a.m. His heart jumped. He was going to be late. Scrambling to get ready, Izuku grabbed a banana from the fruit basket. He peeled it with shaky hands, eating it as he slipped into his shoes. The sun hit him like a physical blow when he opened the door. Squinting against the brightness, Izuku took off at a jog, determined to make it on time despite the ache in his body and the weight in his heart. As he reached the classroom, he noticed the door was nearly closed, leaving only a narrow sliver open. He hurried forward, grabbing the handle and pushing it open. The moment he stepped inside, a torrent of ice-cold water crashed over him. First came the water, then the bucket, clattering noisily to the floor. For a moment there was silence. Then laughter erupted. Izuku stood frozen, water dripping from his hair and clothes onto the floor. His uniform clung uncomfortably to his skin, the chill seeping into his bones. Even the teacher chuckled, a smirk on his face. "Don't come late next time," he said with mock seriousness. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as his classmates roared with laughter. Katsuki, Makoto, and Ren, he didn't need to guess, he knew they were behind it. They sat together, exchanging smug looks, basking in the attention. But what hurt most wasn't them. It was everyone else. Not one person stood up for him. Not one person said anything. The entire class was complicit in his humiliation, their laughter like daggers stabbing at his already fragile heart. Why did I even bother coming to school? Tears welled up, but Izuku refused to let them fall in front of them. Instead, he turned and bolted out of the room. The laughter followed him as he slammed the door shut behind him, echoing through the empty hallway. He didn't stop running until he reached the alley beside the school. There, finally, he let himself collapse. He sat against the cold brick wall, knees pulled to his chest, head buried in his arms. His body trembled as sobs racked through him, each one harder than the last. "I'm so done with this miserable life," he whispered to himself. He pulled out his phone, hoping for some comfort, a distraction, anything. But when he pressed the button, the screen remained black. The water had killed it. "Of course," he muttered bitterly, tossing it aside. The chill in the air bit at his wet skin, and his clothes clung to him like a second layer of ice. He wrapped his arms tighter around himself, but it did little to help. He couldn't go home, not like this. Not soaked to the bone, not with everyone staring at him on the way. He hated the way people stared. Shivering, he closed his eyes, trying to block out the world. Maybe if he sat here long enough, it would all disappear. Maybe the cold would just take him away. "You addicted morons." Katsuki's voice rang out sharply, breaking the relative quiet of the alley. He leaned casually against the rough brick wall, his arms crossed over his chest, his crimson eyes glaring at the two boys in front of him. Makoto laughed, the cigarette dangling between his fingers as he took another drag. Smoke curled lazily from his lips as he turned to face Katsuki. "Come on, just smoke one with us, Katsuki. Don't be such a goody two-shoes." Katsuki scowled, his glare sharpening. "Ah. In your dreams?" he shot back, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Unlike you idiots, I actually want to be a hero. If I get caught smoking with losers like you, I'm the one who's gonna get in serious trouble, not you." Rin snorted, flicking ash to the ground carelessly. His grin was sharp, his voice mocking. Says the one who beat the crap out of Midoriya yesterday. Yeah, real hero-like behavior. Katsuki's lip curled into a sneer. Shut up. That's different. The little nerd had it coming. Makoto smirked, leaning back against the wall next to Rin. Whatever you say, Bakugou. But hey, speaking of nerds, look who decided to join us. Ren's gaze snapped to the corner of the alley, where a familiar figure lay slumped against the wall. Izuku Midoriya, his head resting on his knees, looked so small and frail that for a moment, Ren thought he was asleep. Ren took a step forward, his grin widening. Well, speak of the devil, he muttered, raising his foot and kicking Izuku in the side. Izuku jerked awake with a sharp gasp, his green eyes wide and startled. His body curled instinctively as he tried to shield himself from whatever attack was coming next. Don't tell me you've been sleeping here? Katsuki barked, pushing himself off the wall and stalking toward the trembling boy. What are you, a homeless little brat now? Izuku didn't respond. His heart pounded in his chest as he kept his head down, avoiding their gazes. Oi, I'm talking to you, nerd. Katsuki snapped, his voice growing louder. Still, Izuku said nothing. Maybe he's too scared to answer, Makoto said with a laugh, flicking his cigarette to the ground and stepping on it. Or maybe he's still sulking about yesterday, Ren added, nudging Izuku's leg with his shoe. Katsuki crouched down in front of Izuku, his sharp eyes boring into the boy's downcast face. You think you can just run off after what happened? Because of you, we got stuck cleaning up that puddle the first break, Deku. That should have been your punishment for showing up late to class, but no. You just had to run away like the coward you are and leave us with the mess. Izuku's shoulders tensed and he lifted his head slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. Oh, I'm sorry? Katsuki's lips curled into a smirk, but there was no humor in it. Really? That's all you've got? You're sorry? Then how about you show us how sorry you are? Makoto and Ren exchanged a look, their grins widening in unison. Ren reached into his pocket and pulled out another cigarette, lighting it with a flick of his lighter. This is gonna be an entertaining break, he said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Izuku's stomach twisted with dread. He glanced around the alley, his mind racing. He was surrounded and there was no way out. His back was against the wall, literally and figuratively, and the three boys in front of him weren't going to let him leave without a fight. I'm really sorry. Please just let me go, Izuku stammered, his voice trembling. Katsuki's smirk widened. Maybe if you get on your knees and beg, I'll think about it, he said, his tone mocking. Izuku froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. You heard me, Katsuki said, standing to his full height and crossing his arms over his chest. Get on your knees and beg like the worthless little nerd you are. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the sound of Makoto and Ren chuckling quietly to themselves. Izuku's face burned with humiliation. There was no way he could do that. It was too embarrassing, too degrading. When Izuku didn't move, Katsuki's smirk turned into a scowl. No? Then maybe a beating will change your mind. And no, please, Izuku started, but before he could finish, Katsuki's foot connected with his stomach. The force of the kick sent him sprawling to the ground, gasping for air. The next kick landed on his ribs, then his leg, then his face. Each blow left him more breathless, more broken. Pain radiated through his body, but he forced himself to move, to push himself up onto his knees. I'm sorry. Please stop. Izuku begged, his voice cracking as he clasped his hands together in a desperate plea. Katsuki stepped back, his expression smug. That's more like it, he said, his tone dripping with satisfaction. Makoto exhaled a stream of smoke and stepped closer, a cruel grin spreading across his face. How about you bark while you're at it? Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, his voice barely audible. You heard me, Makoto said, crouching down to look him in the eye. If you're gonna act like a dog, you might as well sound like one too. Bark for us. Izuku's chest tightened. His face burned with shame and his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He wasn't a dog. He wasn't. But he could feel their eyes on him, waiting, expecting, and the fear of another beating was enough to make him hesitate. Slowly, reluctantly, he let out a soft, quiet bark. Makoto and Rin burst into laughter, their voices echoing off the alley walls. He actually did it? That's disgusting, Rin said, doubling over in laughter. Izuku's head hung low, his entire body trembling with humiliation. How about you call Bakugou master next? Makoto suggested, wiping a tear from his eye. Maybe then we'll consider accepting your apology. What, that's disgusting, Katsuki growled but chuckled at the same time. He was definitely entertained. Izuku's breath hitched. Call him master? That was too far. He was already humiliated enough. There was no way they were going to stop now. They were enjoying this too much, and no matter what he did, it wouldn't be enough. Katsuki's smirk widened as he leaned in closer. What's the matter, Deku? Too proud for that? Izuku's mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest. There was no escape, no way out. The weight of his helplessness pressed down on him like a crushing tide. He lowered his arms slowly, his hands trembling as they dropped to his sides. His body ached, bruised and battered, but the worst pain wasn't physical. It was the shame. The humiliation. The sheer helplessness of it all. His watery green eyes fixed on the ground, refusing to meet Katsuki's glare. He stopped begging. Stopped pleading. Stopped moving entirely. His shoulders sagged as if the weight of everything had finally crushed him. The alley fell silent except for the faint crackling of a cigarette as Rin took another drag. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, his scowl deepening. What's this? He asked, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. You giving up now? Think you're too good to beg us anymore? Deku? Izuku didn't answer. Katsuki stepped closer, his boots crunching against the gravel and broken glass littering the alley floor. Oi, I asked you a question, he barked, his voice growing louder, more venomous. What's with the silent treatment? You getting full of yourself now? Still, Izuku didn't respond. He didn't flinch, didn't even look up. His eyes remained locked on the ground, distant and dull. For a brief moment, Katsuki faltered, his expression shifting to one of confusion. This wasn't like Deku. Deku was supposed to cower, to grovel, to cry. This was different. And it pissed him off. You think you can ignore me, you damn nerd? Katsuki roared, grabbing Izuku by the collar of his tattered uniform and yanking him to his feet. Izuku's head lolled slightly from the sudden movement, but his eyes stayed unfocused, as if he wasn't even there anymore. Katsuki's scowl twisted into a sneer, and without warning, he slapped Izuku across the face. The sound echoed off the alley walls, sharp and unforgiving. Izuku's head snapped to the side, and a faint red mark bloomed on his cheek, but he didn't make a sound. The lack of reaction only fueled Katsuki's anger. He slapped Izuku again, harder this time, the force of the blow sending the smaller boy stumbling backward. Say something, damn it! Katsuki shouted, his voice cracking with rage. Stop acting like you're better than me. Izuku swayed on his feet, his knees buckling slightly, but he didn't fall. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing a thin line of blood across his cheek. Rin let out a low whistle from where he stood, leaning casually against the wall. Damn, Bakugou, he's tougher than I thought, he said with a smirk. You might actually have to put some effort into this one. Makoto chuckled, taking another drag from his cigarette. Yeah, or maybe he's just too stupid to know when to quit. Katsuki shot them both a glare, his hands balling into fists. Shut up, he snapped before turning his attention back to Izuku. The next punch landed squarely on Izuku's jaw, snapping his head to the side. Blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto the alley floor. Katsuki didn't stop. He drove his fist into Izuku's face again and again, each blow more brutal than the last. Izuku stumbled but didn't fall. His knees shook, barely holding him upright, but he refused to collapse. Why aren't you fighting back? Katsuki yelled, his voice raw with frustration. You think you're too weak? Too pathetic? Or are you just too much of a coward to even try? Izuku's vision blurred, but he still didn't answer. With a growl of frustration, Katsuki grabbed the front of Izuku's shirt and yanked him forward, driving his knee into the boy's stomach. Izuku's eyes widened as the air was forced out of his lungs. His body convulsed and a wave of nausea rolled over him. He barely had time to gasp before the contents of his stomach spilled onto the alley floor. Makoto and Rin burst into laughter, their voices ringing out like cruel echoes in the otherwise quiet alley. Holy crap, he actually puked, Rin said, clutching his stomach as he doubled over with laughter. That's disgusting. Damn, Bakugou, Makoto added, wiping a tear from his eye. You're really going all out, huh? Katsuki ignored them, his gaze fixed on Izuku. The boy was on his hands and knees now, coughing and gasping for breath, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, staining the ground beneath him. His face was swollen, his green eyes barely visible through the bruises forming around them. You're pathetic, Katsuki muttered, his voice low and venomous. You can't even stand up for yourself. You just sit there and take it like the weak little nerd you are. Izuku lifted his head slightly, his bloodied lips trembling as he tried to form words. But no sound came out. Katsuki crouched down in front of him, grabbing a fistful of his hair and forcing him to look up. "You know what's funny?" he said, his voice laced with mockery. "You actually thought you could be a hero. You Deku. The useless loser who can't even fight back. What kind of hero lets themselves get beaten to a pulp like this?" Izuku's gaze met Katsuki's for a brief moment, and something flickered in his eyes. It wasn't fear or pain. It was something darker, something raw and unyielding. Katsuki faltered, his grip on Izuku's hair loosening slightly. For the first time he felt a strange sense of unease, like he was staring into the eyes of someone he didn't recognize. But then it was gone, and Izuku's head dropped again, his body sagging like a marionette with its strings cut. Izuku still didn't say anything. He remained eerily silent, his bloodied face staring blankly at the ground. His swollen lips trembled, but no words came out. Rin clicked his tongue in annoyance, the sound sharp in the heavy silence of the alley. "What's with this boring reaction?" he muttered, exhaling a plume of smoke as he took another drag from his cigarette. "It's no fun if he doesn't fight back." Katsuki shrugged dismissively, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his fiery eyes still locked on Izuku. "He's just a damn coward," he said. "Too pathetic to even cry properly." Rin sneered, flicking the ash from his cigarette onto the ground. "Maybe he just needs a little persuasion," he said, his tone dark and suggestive. Izuku's stomach twisted at the words. His instincts screamed at him to run, to do something, but his battered body refused to move. He could only watch as Rin started walking toward him, his grin widening with every step. The cigarette hung loosely from Ren's lips, the glowing ember at its tip casting faint, ominous light in the dim alley. "Let's see how you react to this," he said with a smirk, taking the cigarette from his mouth and holding it between his fingers. He turned to Makoto. "Hey, help me out here." Makoto grinned and stepped forward without hesitation. "Sure thing," he said, grabbing Izuku's arms in a vice-like grip. Izuku struggled weakly against him, but Makoto's hold was unyielding. The larger boy twisted Izuku's arms behind his back, forcing him to kneel as pain shot through his shoulders. "Let go." Izuku gasped, his voice hoarse and broken. "Please don't." "Don't what?" Ren taunted, crouching down in front of him. The burning cigarette hovered dangerously close to Izuku's face now, its heat prickling his skin. Ren's grin widened as he watched the panic flash in Izuku's eyes. "Don't hurt you? Don't make you cry? Too late for that, Deku." Izuku's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling in frantic bursts. He pulled against Makoto's grip with all the strength he had left, but it wasn't enough. His body was too weak, too battered. "Hold him still," Ren said, his voice dripping with cruelty. "He's squirming too much." Makoto tightened his hold, yanking Izuku's arms higher and eliciting a pained gasp from the boy. "Stop moving, loser," he said with a laugh. The glowing tip of the cigarette moved closer to Izuku's eye. The heat was unbearable now, searing the air and filling Izuku's nose with the acrid stench of burning tobacco. His instincts screamed at him to protect himself, and before he could even think, his eyelids slammed shut. But Rin wasn't having it. "Oh no you don't," he said, grabbing Izuku's face with his free hand. His fingers dug into Izuku's cheeks, forcing his mouth open in a silent cry. "You don't get to look away from this." Izuku shook his head wildly, his muffled pleas spilling from his open mouth. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood and dirt that coated his skin. Rin grinned. "Quit moving, damn it. Makoto, help me out here." "Got it," Makoto said, leaning forward and using one hand to hold Izuku's head steady. Ren's fingers brushed against Izuku's eyelid, pulling it open with a chilling precision. The boy's wide, green eye reflected the glowing ember of the cigarette as it inched closer and closer. "No. Please don't." Izuku screamed, his voice raw with desperation. The words only seemed to amuse Ren. "What's the matter, Deku? Afraid of a little heat?" he taunted, his grin growing wider. Izuku thrashed his head from side to side, but Makoto's grip was ironclad. He could feel the heat of the cigarette now, so close it was almost unbearable. His mind raced, panic consuming every thought. I can't, please make it stop, someone, anyone please?" The glowing tip hovered mere millimeters from his eye, and Izuku's world seemed to freeze. "Come on, Deku," Rin said, his voice low and mocking. "Scream for me." Katsuki's crimson eyes flickered with something unreadable as he watched Ren and Makoto pin Izuku down, the cigarette inching closer and closer to Izuku's terrified, tear-filled eye. The glow of the burning ember reflected in Izuku's wide, pleading gaze, and Katsuki couldn't look away. He wasn't going to stop them. He didn't feel like it, and Izuku deserved this, didn't he? The nerd needed to learn his place. But this was going too far, wasn't it? Katsuki gritted his teeth, an uncomfortable knot forming in his stomach as the scene unfolded before him. Izuku couldn't move. His entire body was paralyzed by fear. It was as if 1,000 chains were wrapped around him, tightening with every passing second. His breath hitched and his vision blurred as the cigarette inched closer, so close now that the heat was unbearable. "And no, please?" Izuku stammered, his voice weak and broken. He couldn't stop the sobs from escaping, couldn't stop the tears that streamed down his battered face. Ren's grin widened as he held Izuku's eyelid open with cruel precision. "Stay still, Deku," he sneered, his tone mocking. "We're almost there." The glowing tip was less than a millimeter away from Izuku's eye now, the heat so intense it felt like his skin would blister. The world seemed to move in slow motion, and all Izuku could hear was the sound of his own ragged breathing and the laughter of the boys surrounding him. Then the piercing sound of the school bell rang out, slicing through the suffocating tension of the alley. Ren flinched, startled by the abrupt noise. His hand jerked slightly, and he pulled the cigarette away just before it made contact with Izuku's eye. He muttered, standing up and tossing the cigarette onto the ground. He stomped on it with a dissatisfied scowl. Makoto released Izuku's arms with an annoyed huff, shoving him roughly as he stepped back. "Guess you're lucky today, nerd," he said, glaring down at the trembling boy. Freed from Makoto's grip, Izuku collapsed onto the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He curled into himself, his arms wrapped tightly around his chest as sobs racked his fragile frame. Rin crouched down beside him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "Don't think this is over, Deku," he said in a low, menacing tone. "Your luck's not going to hold out forever." With that, he stood and dusted off his hands as if wiping away the remnants of their cruel game. The two of them turned and started walking away, their footsteps echoing in the alley. Katsuki stayed behind for a moment, his gaze lingering on Izuku's trembling form. His mouth twitched into a faint smirk as he spoke, loud enough for Ren and Makoto to hear. "You say I was cruel yesterday, but this was next level," he said, his tone laced with feigned amusement. Ren laughed over his shoulder. "Guess we're just better at it than you, huh?" Their voices faded as they disappeared around the corner, their laughter and idle chatter growing distant. Izuku's sobs echoed faintly in the alley, a broken sound that seemed to blend with the cold silence around him. The puddle beneath him had turned red, the water from his soaked clothes mixing with the blood dripping from his split lip, his swollen nose and the fresh cuts on his face. His entire body ached. His ribs felt bruised, his arms trembled uncontrollably and his legs refused to cooperate. He was kneeling in the middle of the filthy alley, shaking and crying, unable to block out the bitter metallic taste of blood that filled his mouth. His vision was blurry not just from the tears, but from the swelling around his eyes. He blinked a few times but it didn't help. His head pounded, and his breaths came out as ragged gasps that barely reached his lungs. Then, as his mind began to clear ever so slightly, Katsuki's words from yesterday replayed in his head, cutting through the haze like a jagged knife. "If you really want to be a hero that badly, just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building." Izuku's entire body stiffened as the memory washed over him. His tears, which had started to slow, came rushing back in full force. His chest heaved as he let out a choked sob, his fingers curling into fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. "What?" he thought, his mind spiraling. "Why do I even bother? What was the point?" He had tried to keep going, tried to prove to everyone, and to himself, that he could be someone despite being quirkless. But no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, it always ended like this. His mother was gone. His dreams of being a hero were nothing but a cruel joke. And now, if he faced Katsuki, Makoto, and Ren again, he knew they wouldn't stop. They'd blind him or worse. "There's no future for me," he thought bitterly, the despair settling in his chest like a stone. Izuku forced himself to his feet, his legs trembling beneath him. He could barely stand and his soaked clothes felt like they weighed a ton, dragging him down. His knees wobbled as he stumbled forward, leaning against the cold, damp wall of the alley for support. His breath came in short, uneven gasps, and every step felt like a monumental effort. He staggered out of the alley, glancing around cautiously. The school grounds were silent. Everyone was already back in class. Relief washed over him as he realized no one was around to see him in this state. He dragged himself toward the building, each step an agonizing reminder of his injuries. The stairs loomed ahead of him, but he didn't stop. One step at a time he climbed, his body screaming in protest. By the time he reached the 5th floor, his legs were shaking so violently that he thought they might give out. But he didn't stop. He pushed open the door to the rooftop, the cold wind hitting his face like a slap. The rooftop was quiet, save for the distant hum of the city. A medium-high fence surrounded the edges, meant to keep people from falling accidentally. But Izuku wasn't here by accident. He approached the fence slowly, his breathing shallow and uneven. His fingers wrapped around the cold metal and he stared out over the edge. The world below seemed so far away the drop dizzying. Izuku climbed over the fence, his movements shaky and uncertain. His feet found the narrow concrete border on the other side, and he clung to the fence for balance. The wind was stronger here, tugging at his battered body, and for a moment, Izuku closed his eyes. The city below looked so distant, so insignificant. From here it was easy to imagine letting go. To imagine leaving behind all the pain, all the humiliation, all the memories of failure. Izuku's throat tightened and he swallowed hard. His heart pounded painfully in his chest, the rhythm echoing in his ears. Should I say goodbye? He wondered, his tears falling freely now. But to who? He had no one left. His mother was gone and no one else cared whether he lived or died. If he let go, he could see her again. He could finally feel her warmth, hear her soothing voice, and escape the cold, cruel world that had rejected him. Izuku stared down at the drop below, his body trembling with fear and despair. I really want to die, he whispered, his voice breaking. But I'm so scared. The words felt heavy, like they were being dragged out of him. He let out a shaky sob, his grip on the fence tightening for a moment. The wind whipped around him, cold and relentless, as he took a deep, shaky breath. Slowly, carefully, he closed his eyes. His fingers loosened, one by one, slipping away from the fence. For a brief moment, time seemed to stop. Then his balance shifted and he felt his feet leave the edge. The sensation was surreal. The wind rushed past him, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku felt free. The weight of his pain and despair seemed to vanish, replaced by a strange, fleeting sense of peace. The ground rushed up to meet him far faster than he had expected. His feet hit first, the impact shattering bone and sending shockwaves of pain through his body. He barely had time to register the agony before the rest of his body hit, his ribs collapsing under the force and his head striking the pavement with a sickening crack. The world around him blurred, the sounds of birds, the wind and cars passing by fading into a distant hum. Izuku lay there, broken and motionless, his vision swimming with darkness. Am I finally free? He wondered faintly, his mind slipping away. And then there was nothing. The lesson had started, but Katsuki wasn't paying attention. He sat at his desk, slouched and restless, his elbow propped against the edge as he stared out the window. He was lucky to have a seat next to it. His mind often wandered, and the view outside was his escape. The teacher droned on about something Katsuki couldn't care less about, his words fading into the background like white noise. Katsuki's gaze settled on a tree outside. Its branches swayed lightly in the breeze, and he noticed a small nest nestled in the highest part. A tiny bird hopped around the edge, fluttering its wings hesitantly. Suddenly the bird toppled out of the nest. Katsuki's eyes followed its descent, his breath catching for just a moment. But just as it seemed the bird would hit the ground, it spread its wings, catching the air and soaring up. It had learned to fly at the last possible second. Katsuki let out a small huff of amusement, a fleeting distraction from his gnawing thoughts. Then it hit him. His hands balled into fists as he remembered the events from earlier. The alley. The blood. Izuku's trembling body. Damn it, Katsuki thought bitterly, his jaw clenching. His stomach churned with unease, a feeling he wasn't used to and didn't know how to handle. Keep this up and I'll never become a hero. The thought stung and he grit his teeth. But that damn nerd. He just pisses me off so much. Katsuki forced himself to look away from the tree, trying to shake the memory from his mind. But just as he was about to refocus, a sudden movement outside caught his eye. A dark blur streaked past the window, moving rapidly from above to below. It was quick, almost too fast to register. At first he thought it might be a raven flying dangerously close to the building, but something about it didn't sit right. Then he saw it. Katsuki's heart stopped. His crimson eyes widened in horror as he realized what he was looking at. Izuku, lying motionless on the schoolyard below. Blood pulled rapidly around his limp body, staining the pavement red. The room erupted into chaos. Students sitting near the window gasped and screamed, their chairs screeching against the floor as they stood to get a better look. Others froze, unable to process what they were seeing. But Katsuki didn't think. He bolted out of his seat, his chair crashing to the ground behind him. Without waiting for permission or explanation, he sprinted out of the classroom, his heart pounding in his chest. His footsteps thundered down the stairs, taking 3 at a time. This can't be happening, he thought. Not like this. Not because of me. By the time Katsuki reached the schoolyard, a small crowd had already started to gather. Students peeked out of windows or wandered out of classrooms to see what had caused the commotion. But none of them moved as fast as Katsuki. The sight of Izuku up close was worse than Katsuki could have imagined. His small, broken body lay in a twisted heap, his limbs at unnatural angles. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and blood spilled from multiple wounds, his head, his arms, his legs. It was all in the wrong place. Katsuki's breath hitched as he dropped to his knees beside Izuku. His hands trembled as he reached out, almost afraid to touch him. He could feel the cold, sticky blood soaking into his pants, but he didn't care. "Deku?" Katsuki shouted, his voice cracking. "Izuku, can you hear me?" There was no response. Katsuki leaned closer, his ear hovering over Izuku's chest. For a moment he thought he heard nothing. But then, faintly, he caught it. A heartbeat. Weak but still there. Relief and panic surged through him in equal measure. "Did Izuku wake up?" Katsuki yelled, his voice desperate. He gently shook Izuku's shoulder, careful not to jostle him too much. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku's eyelids fluttered. His green eyes opened just a sliver, glassy and unfocused. Katsuki's heart twisted at the sight. "Hang in there," Katsuki shouted, shaking him again. Izuku's lips moved, his voice barely audible. "This is what you wanted, right?" The words hit Katsuki like a punch to the gut. "No," Katsuki whispered, his voice trembling. "No, that's not." Before he could finish, Izuku's eyes slid shut again. A single tear rolled down his battered face, leaving a faint streak through the blood and grime. "No?" Katsuki shouted, shaking his head. "Stay awake. You hear me, Izuku? Stay awake." By now the crowd around them had grown. Teachers and students alike formed a loose circle, their faces pale with shock and worry. One teacher knelt beside Katsuki, pressing their hands against a large wound on Izuku's side in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. From somewhere in the distance, the wail of ambulance sirens grew louder. Katsuki's hands were slick with Izuku's blood as he tried to apply pressure to the gash on his head. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. He'd never felt this helpless before. "This is my fault," he thought, his vision blurring with tears. "I did this to him." The ambulance screeched to a halt at the edge of the schoolyard, and paramedics spilled out, moving with practiced urgency. They assessed Izuku's condition quickly, their faces grim. One of them spoke to the teacher while the others carefully placed Izuku onto a stretcher, securing him with straps to prevent further injury. Katsuki stood frozen, his knees still on the ground. He couldn't tear his eyes away as they lifted Izuku into the ambulance. The doors slammed shut, and the sirens wailed again as the vehicle sped off, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Katsuki looked down at his hands, covered in Izuku's blood. The sight made his stomach churn. His entire body felt cold, his chest hollow. He sank further to the ground, his knees pressing into the blood-streaked pavement. The metallic scent filled his nostrils, and for the first time in a long while, Katsuki felt something he couldn't ignore. Guilt. What have I done? His mind raced, replaying the last few days in vivid, agonizing detail. The cruel words, the beatings, the humiliation. All of it led to this. The crowd whispered around him, but Katsuki couldn't hear a word. His vision swam as his hands shook violently in front of him. His head hung low, and for the first time in years, tears streamed freely down his face, mixing with the blood in his hands. The doctors worked tirelessly over Izuku's fragile body. They moved with precision and urgency, knowing that every second mattered. One of them wrapped thick, sterile bandages around his deepest wounds, blood soaking through almost as quickly as they applied them. Another adjusted the oxygen mask strapped to Izuku's face, monitoring the slow rise and fall of his chest. His breaths were shallow, rasping, and uneven. "He's losing a lot of blood," one of them said, their voice tight with worry. They reached for another syringe, injecting a clear fluid into his fore to stabilize his vitals. The beeping of the heart monitor was erratic but still present, a faint hope amidst the chaos. They didn't have much time. As the paramedics exchanged tense glances, their focus entirely on keeping Izuku alive. The air inside the ambulance grew strangely heavy. A low, unnatural hum began to reverberate through the enclosed space. "What's that?" one of the doctors asked, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, a swirling mass of purple and black mist materialized beneath Izuku's stretcher. The mist expanded rapidly, dark tendrils reaching out and curling like smoke. "Warp gate," one of the doctors shouted, realization dawning too late. The stretcher tipped as the mist thickened, and with a horrifying lurch, Izuku's body fell through the portal. His oxygen mask slipped off and clattered to the floor as the warp swallowed him whole. "What in the—" "Get him back," one of the paramedics screamed, panic overriding their composure. They reached for the edge of the portal, but their hands grasped only empty air as the mist dissolved before their eyes. For a moment there was stunned silence. "What just happened?" another shouted, their voice cracking. "Where is he?" Before anyone could react further, something metallic clattered onto the ambulance floor. A grenade. Time seemed to freeze as the doctor stared at the small, sinister object, its pin long gone. No. The explosion ripped through the ambulance in an instant. The blast was deafening, a wave of searing heat that devoured everything in its path. The walls of the ambulance buckled outward from the sheer force, the roof tearing away like paper. The medical equipment inside was obliterated, shards of metal and glass raining down in every direction. The heat was unbearable, an unnatural, all-consuming inferno that swallowed the ambulance whole. The flames were unlike anything the doctors had ever experienced. They licked hungrily at the wreckage, turning it into a molten, twisted mass. The vehicle swerved violently from the force of the explosion, veering off the calm, empty road. Its tires screeched before bursting into flames, sending the ambulance skidding to a halt. The few cars behind it came to abrupt stops, their drivers watching in horror as the ambulance erupted into a second, even larger explosion. The fireball lit up the sky, orange and red flames dancing against the black smoke. The intense heat radiated outward, warping the air and forcing onlookers to shield their faces. Inside the ambulance, there was no chance of survival. The three doctors were consumed almost instantly, their bodies engulfed by the flames. Flesh, bone, and clothing disintegrated within seconds, leaving nothing but charred ash and smoldering remains. As the ambulance's wailing siren faded into the distance, the crowd of students and teachers remained rooted in place, an unspoken weight settling over them. The air was thick with tension, and no one dared to speak louder than a whisper. Blood still stained the pavement, a dark, unforgiving reminder of what had just happened. Katsuki Bakugou stood frozen in the middle of it all, his breathing unsteady, fists clenched tightly at his sides. He muttered under his breath, barely audible, "It's all my fault. All of it." His voice cracked, but the words kept tumbling out like a broken record, each one cutting deeper into his chest. The other two boys, Ren and Makoto, stood off to the side, unusually quiet. Their smug grins were long gone, replaced with pale, hollow faces. Ren fidgeted uncomfortably with the hem of his shirt, while Makoto stared blankly at the bloodied ground, unable to process the gravity of what they had done. The teacher clapped his hands sharply, his voice firm but trembling slightly. "Enough, everyone. Back to your classes now. We need to let the doctors do their job." His tone carried authority, but there was a strain behind it, a desperate attempt to hold it together for the sake of the students. Slowly the crowd began to shuffle away, their feet dragging against the pavement. Some students muttered among themselves, their voices hushed but frantic. "Did you see him? He looked completely broken," one whispered. "His legs weren't just broken, they were twisted." "It was horrifying," another added, her face pale. "Do you think it was because of Bakugou? Or those other two?" "Of course it was. They're always picking on him. That poor guy. All that blood." Katsuki's ears picked up every single word, each accusation driving a knife deeper into his chest. He wanted to scream, to tell them they didn't understand, but what was there to defend? Everything they were saying was true. Ren hesitantly reached out a hand toward him. "Katsuki, let's go. We should." But before he could finish, Katsuki swatted his hand away with a sharp slap. "Don't touch me," he snapped, his voice cracking as he turned to glare at them. His crimson eyes were filled with something unfamiliar: guilt, fear, panic. Ren and Makoto exchanged a brief glance, their usual confidence crumbling under Katsuki's raw, vulnerable anger. "We did this," Katsuki said through gritted teeth, his voice shaking. He turned to glare at them both, though the fury wasn't directed solely at them, it was at himself as well. "It's our fault. All of it? You think you can just walk away like this didn't happen? Makoto swallowed hard, unable to meet Katsuki's gaze. Rin tried to respond but no words came out. Katsuki's fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms as he took a shaky breath. I just wanted him to stop being so damn weak. I thought if I pushed him hard enough he'd fight back or something. I didn't think. His voice broke entirely. I didn't think he'd actually jump. The teacher approached them again, his face grave. Go inside and clean yourselves up, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He avoided looking at the blood-stained ground as if the sight of it was too much to bear. Katsuki stood there for another moment, staring blankly at the teacher. Then without warning he bolted. I have to go, he shouted over his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Katsuki, wait, the teacher called after him but he was already gone. Katsuki bolted down the street, his heart pounding as fast as his footsteps. Every breath he took was shallow, and every stride felt heavier than the last. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions, guilt, panic, regret, spinning so violently that he couldn't think straight. But he needed to go to Izuku's, he needed to go to Inko. He didn't know what he was going to say when he got there. How could he possibly explain this? How could he tell Midoriya's mom that her son, her precious son, was in the hospital because of him? Because of what he'd said? Because of the years he'd spent breaking him down? Katsuki clenched his fists as the image of Izuku falling from the rooftop flashed in his mind again, like a cruel film replaying on a loop. He saw the blood, the broken body sprawled on the ground, the crowd screaming. His stomach twisted violently. He wanted it to stop. When he finally reached the Midoriya house, Katsuki skidded to a halt, panting. He stared at the front door, trying to steady his breathing, trying to muster the courage to knock. He hadn't been here in years. Get it together, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He couldn't turn back now. With a trembling hand, Katsuki knocked once. Then again. His knuckles hit the wood harder this time, the sound echoing in the stillness of the street. Nothing. Katsuki frowned. The house was dark, with no lights on inside. He knocked again, louder this time. Inko? Are you in there? He called out, his voice cracking slightly. Still nothing. An uneasy feeling crept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Something about this silence was wrong. He hesitated for a moment before reaching for the doorknob. It turned easily. The door was unlocked. Katsuki pushed it open slowly, the creak of the hinges echoing in the eerie quiet. The air inside felt heavy, stagnant, like no one had been there for days. Inko? He called again, stepping inside cautiously. The house, which was usually warm and inviting, felt cold and lifeless. The faint smell of curry lingered in the air, but it was distant, almost stale. Katsuki walked further in, his eyes scanning the living room. It looked normal, tidy, quiet. Too quiet. He moved toward the kitchen. On the table was an empty bowl of curry, the spoon still resting inside. It looked like someone had eaten and left in a hurry. Something's wrong. Katsuki's unease grew as he made his way down the hallway. Every step felt heavier than the last. He didn't know what he was hoping to find, or fearing to find, but he kept moving. Finally he reached Izuku's room. The door was slightly ajar. Katsuki pushed it open and froze in the doorway. The sight that greeted him felt like a punch to the gut. Izuku's room, once so carefully organized and filled with All Might memorabilia, was in complete disarray. The walls, which had been plastered with colorful All Might posters, were bare, the paper ripped to shreds. The torn remnants littered the floor, jagged edges sticking out like accusations. Figurines of All Might, once proudly displayed on shelves, were smashed, their pieces scattered across the room. Katsuki stepped inside, the crunch of shattered plastic beneath his boots sending chills down his spine. What the hell? He whispered, his voice barely audible. He turned slowly, taking in the chaos. Papers were strewn everywhere, some crumpled, others torn. The bed was unmade, the blanket half on the floor. Even the small desk in the corner had been overturned, its contents dumped haphazardly across the carpet. It wasn't just messy, it was destroyed. Katsuki stared, his mind struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. This wasn't like Izuku. Izuku was neat, meticulous, almost obsessive about keeping his All Might collection perfect. He treated those posters and figurines like sacred relics. And now, this. He knelt down and picked up a piece of a shattered figurine, a chunk of All Might's torso, the paint scratched and chipped. Katsuki held it in his hand, turning it over slowly. His stomach churned. Why would Deku do this? The thought struck him like lightning. He stood up abruptly, the realization dawning on him. This wasn't just anger. This was heartbreak. Katsuki felt the weight of it settle in his chest. Izuku had worshipped All Might his whole life. He had poured all of his hope, his dreams into the idea of being like him. And now it was all gone. Katsuki's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He felt like he couldn't breathe. He had done this. Maybe not directly, but he had helped. He had spent years tearing Izuku down, calling him useless, telling him he'd never be a hero. And now, Katsuki stood frozen in the middle of Izuku's wrecked room, the chaos around him overwhelming. He had no idea what to think, what to feel. His mind was spinning, his thoughts chaotic, his chest tight with the weight of everything. But his concentration was broken when he heard the creak of the front door. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly through the house, and then a quiet murmur of voices reached Katsuki's ears. His heart skipped a beat, his pulse quickening as panic surged through him. Without thinking, he quickly stepped out of the room and into the hallway, barely managing to keep his composure as he moved toward the sound. The voices grew clearer as the front door closed behind the people who had entered. A low murmur, followed by the shuffle of shoes, could be heard as they moved into the living room. Katsuki's gaze shifted to the entryway, his instincts on high alert. His throat felt tight with unease. He saw them, 2 police officers, their uniforms crisp and professional, followed by a man dressed in a dark trench coat. The man's posture was calm, his demeanor firm but composed, his eyes scanning the room with a trained, practiced efficiency before they rested on Katsuki. "Excuse me, son. Do you live here?" The man's voice was steady, polite, though there was an edge to it, something that made Katsuki's stomach twist uneasily. Katsuki blinked, taken aback by the question. He wasn't sure how to respond. He wasn't sure what to say at all. The words seemed to stick in his throat. He had come here to find Izuku's mother, to explain things to her. But now everything was spiraling out of control and he couldn't make sense of it. He cleared his throat, trying to steady himself. "No." He faltered, his gaze drifting toward Izuku's shattered room. "I'm a friend of Izuku's, but I'm looking for his mom. I need to talk to her." The man in the trench coat exchanged a brief glance with the officers, and Katsuki felt his anxiety growing, his heart pounding louder in his ears. The silence between them stretched for a moment, too long, as if the detective was measuring his words carefully. The man stepped closer, his face softening but his eyes remained serious. "I'm Detective Tsukachi," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "I'm afraid I have some difficult news about Mrs. Midoriya." Katsuki's stomach sank, his muscles stiffening as a sense of dread crept over him. "Difficult news? What do you mean?" His voice cracked, rising in pitch as his frustration built. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones, the air thick with a tension he didn't understand. Tsukachi exhaled slowly, taking a moment before speaking again. "Inko Midoriya passed away yesterday," he said, his tone calm but heavy with grief. "It was an accident, she was caught in a Villan attack. She didn't make it." The words hit Katsuki like a freight train, and he staggered backward, his legs buckling beneath him. He tried to steady himself, gripping the wall for support, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Inko's dead?" He heard the words, but they felt like a distant echo, as if they weren't meant for him. He had seen her only the other day when she was visiting Katsuki's mom. She was fine. She had smiled at him. "No." Katsuki's voice was barely a whisper, his head shaking involuntarily as if he could somehow deny the truth. "No, that can't be right. She's supposed to be here. For Izuku." Detective Tsukachi's face softened with sympathy, but his words didn't change. "I'm truly sorry, but it's the truth. We came here to speak with Izuku, to inform him about his mother's funeral arrangements. We also need to discuss his future. Who will take care of him?" Katsuki's heart dropped like a stone. He felt sick to his stomach. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. Inko was dead, and now Izuku had to face the world alone. Katsuki thought back to the empty curry bowl in the kitchen, the broken All Might figures scattered across the floor. He thought about the anger, the hopelessness in Izuku's eyes, the fact that Izuku had been suffering in silence all this time. But this was worse than anything Katsuki could have imagined. This was devastation. Izuku had lost everything. Izuku hadn't just been angry or upset. He had lost his mother. The woman who had been his greatest support. The one person who had always believed in him despite everything. Izuku had nothing left. Nothing to hold on to. That's why. Katsuki's chest tightened painfully, the realization seeping into his veins like ice water. He closed his eyes as the weight of it all pressed down on him. Izuku hadn't just fallen because of bullying. He hadn't just fallen because of the insults Katsuki had thrown at him, the cruelty, the years of taunting. He had fallen because his entire world had shattered. His mother was gone, and he was left alone to pick up the pieces. A lump formed in Katsuki's throat, and his vision blurred as the pain became too much to bear. His voice cracked when he spoke again. Izuku. Izuku's not here, he whispered hoarsely, his breath shaky. He's in the hospital. He tried to. He stopped, unable to force the words out. Tried to kill himself. The truth felt like a slap in the face, too raw to confront. Detective Tsukachi's eyes darkened, his face tightening with a grim understanding. The hospital? He asked, his voice measured but with a hint of concern. He stepped closer, his gaze intense. What happened to him? Katsuki swallowed hard, guilt and regret choking him as he struggled to find his voice. He tried to kill himself? His words were barely above a whisper, heavy with the weight of his own responsibility. He jumped off the school roof. The detective's eyes widened slightly at the gravity of the situation, but he didn't speak right away. The room seemed to freeze in that moment, the air thick with the implications of what Katsuki had just said. Detective Tsukachi's face grew even more serious as he absorbed the information. I see, Tsukachi said quietly, his voice tight with the understanding of how dire the situation was. He glanced back at the officers, his expression hardening. This is worse than we thought. The officers nodded, exchanging a brief, tense look. One of them moved toward the door as Tsukachi's gaze shifted back to Katsuki. We need to go to the hospital now, Tsukachi said, his voice firm. Please son, go home and get some rest. This isn't something you should handle on your own. Katsuki nodded automatically, but his mind was spinning. He wanted to go to the hospital to be there for Izuku. But he knew that it was better to leave him to the doctors and not get in the way. He'd done enough after all. He couldn't feel his legs as he walked toward the door, his mind replaying the images that had haunted him ever since he found Izuku's room. The detective's footsteps followed him, but Tsukachi paused. Just as Katsuki was about to step outside. He placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his voice low but steady. I know this is a lot to take in, he said softly, his gaze locking with Katsuki's. But it's not too late to help. Izuku's going to need support, someone who cares. Don't give up on him. Katsuki barely heard the words. His mind was already elsewhere, too tangled in his own guilt and the overwhelming weight of everything he had done. But as the detective's hand lingered on his shoulder, Katsuki's head swam with one thought. I can't fix this. I can't bring Inko back. I can't undo the damage I've done. But maybe, just maybe, he could still be there for Izuku. If it wasn't too late. Katsuki walked out of the house, the weight of the world pressing down on him, and for the first time in his life, he didn't know where to go next. Katsuki arrived home late that evening, feeling utterly drained. The weight of everything that had happened today felt like it was pressing down on him, suffocating him, dragging him under with every breath he took. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, everything blending together in a confusing blur of emotions. Guilt, regret, confusion, and anger churned inside him in a storm that refused to calm. Katsuki's mind kept circling back to the same thought, it's my fault. The words echoed in his head, like a mantra that he couldn't escape. He had pushed Izuku, driven him to the brink, and now Izuku was paying the price. How had things gotten this far? He didn't even know how to process it all. His body felt like lead, weighed down with exhaustion, and yet his mind refused to stop racing. He stumbled through the door of his house, the silence greeting him like a cold, empty void. His parents weren't home, leaving him with nothing but his own thoughts. Katsuki barely registered the quiet of the house as he shuffled through the hall, his steps mechanical. He didn't care about the silence. All he could focus on was the crushing weight in his chest. Without thinking, he collapsed onto the couch in the living room. He grabbed the remote, his fingers trembling as he flicked on the TV. He needed something, anything, to distract him from what had just happened. Something to take his mind off the overwhelming storm of emotions swirling inside him. The television screen flickered to life, showing the usual news channel. Katsuki didn't even bother to look at it. His gaze was unfocused, his mind elsewhere, his thoughts still tangled up in the aftermath of everything he had learned at Izuku's house. But as he sat there, his eyes glazed over, something the anchor said caught his attention. Breaking news today of a tragic explosion involving an ambulance near Mizudafu General Hospital. The anchor's voice cut through the fog in his mind. Katsuki's attention snapped to the screen. The explosion took the lives of 3 doctors, Ayumi Tanaka, Haruto Sato, and Kenta Nakamura, and also a young boy they were transporting. Officials have identified the boy as Izuku Midoriya, a local middle school student who was gravely injured after falling from a 5-story high building. Authorities are still investigating the cause of the explosion, but early reports suggest it may have been the work of a villain. The reasons behind the attack are currently unknown. The words hit Katsuki like a freight train, slamming into him with an intensity that took his breath away. He sat up straighter, his heart pounding in his chest, his entire body stiffening with shock. Izuku. Dead. His mind couldn't fully process it. He felt a cold wave of disbelief wash over him. He had just been at Izuku's house, had just learned about Inko's death, and now this? This explosion? The words seemed impossible, like some twisted joke. How could Izuku be dead? How could he be gone just like that? No, Katsuki whispered, his voice barely audible. He shook his head in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the screen, desperate for the news report to change, to correct itself. It can't be true. The anchor continued, her tone somber and serious. The heat from the explosion was reportedly so intense that the victims were instantly reduced to ashes. Such an explosion couldn't possibly come from the ambulance alone. Police are working to determine the motive behind the attack, though it is unclear why the ambulance was targeted. Investigators are also questioning whether one of the doctors or the boy, Izuku Midoriya, was specifically targeted, or if the incident was random. Katsuki's breath hitched in his throat. His chest tightened and he felt like he was suffocating. His vision blurred, and for a moment he thought he might pass out. No. He couldn't take it. His mind screamed at him to reject what he was hearing, to deny it, to tell himself it wasn't true. But the cold, hard facts were there, laid out on the screen for everyone to see. Izuku was dead. Izuku is gone. The screen flashed images of the ambulance wreckage, its charred remains still smoldering in the aftermath of the explosion. The heat of the blast had been so intense that there was nothing left. No trace of the doctors, no trace of Izuku, nothing but ashes. Katsuki's stomach churned as the camera zoomed in on the wreckage, showing the destroyed vehicle and the devastation left behind. They cut to pictures of the victims, doctors, a young boy, images that meant nothing now. The words of the reporter echoed in the background, but Katsuki could barely hear them. His ears were ringing, his mind a blur. Katsuki's breath became shallow, and his chest constricted with a sharp pain. He hadn't even apologized. He hadn't said a single word to make up for everything he had done. All these years, all the insults, all the bullying, all the cruelty, none of it had ever been enough. And now Izuku was gone, and he hadn't even had the chance to fix it. To make it right. No. Katsuki's voice trembled as he spoke, the words breaking apart in his throat. He gripped the couch with his hands so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he could somehow hold on to something in the face of the overwhelming reality that was crashing down on him. Katsuki couldn't hear it anymore. His entire world had tilted and he was drowning in it. Izuku was gone, and it was his fault. It was his fault that Izuku had fallen. It was his fault that Izuku had reached his breaking point, that Izuku had nothing left to hold on to. It's all my fault. The tears welled up in Katsuki's eyes, burning with the weight of everything he had done. He fought them back, refusing to let them fall. He didn't deserve to cry. He didn't deserve anything. He had pushed Izuku too far, had torn him apart piece by piece, and now he would never get the chance to apologize, to make amends, not to Izuku or his mother. Katsuki couldn't stay on the couch any longer. He leaped up, knocking over the coffee table in his frantic movements, his heart pounding in his chest. He had to get out of here. He couldn't be in this room, in this house, with this crushing weight suffocating him. He bolted to his room, slamming the door behind him, leaning against it as if the force of his own body could keep the world from closing in on him. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he slid down the door to the floor. The walls of his room felt like they were closing in on him, suffocating him, the weight of the tragedy, the guilt, and the hopelessness pressing down on him from all sides. He buried his face in his hands, trying to block out everything, trying to stop the flood of thoughts from drowning him. Izuku was gone, and Katsuki had helped push him there. The realization crashed down on him with full force. He had been cruel, had tormented Izuku for years, never once stopping to think about the damage he was doing. He had been so sure of himself, so confident in his strength, in his superiority, that he had never stopped to question whether Izuku could take it. And now Izuku was gone. And all Katsuki had left were the echoes of his words, his actions, his mistakes. The tears burned in his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. He didn't deserve to cry. He didn't deserve to feel anything at all. The guilt suffocated him, leaving him gasping for air, his chest tight with a pain so intense that it felt like his heart might burst. He had failed Izuku. He had failed as a friend, as a person, and now it was too late. Izuku was gone and it was his fault. I killed him. The thought was like a knife twisting in his chest, but it felt true. Katsuki clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms, the sharp sting a brief distraction from the unbearable pain that threatened to consume him. He gritted his teeth trying to hold it all together, but it was too much. It was too much for him to carry alone. And then, through the haze of his torment, a single thought broke through, louder and clearer than anything else. I'm sorry, Izuku. The words were barely a whisper, a broken plea, but they were the only thing that made sense in the chaos of his emotions. He could never take back what he had done. He could never undo the damage. But maybe, just maybe, if Izuku could hear him, if somehow the words could reach him, then maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for redemption. Katsuki sat there, trembling in the darkness of his room, his heart shattered, his world falling apart around him. And he whispered the words again, softer this time, as if they could somehow reach Izuku wherever he was. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, but his vision remained unfocused, blurry. His head throbbed, and his body felt as though it had been shattered and pieced back together. Slowly, he became aware of his surroundings. The bed beneath his body, the sterile smell of disinfectant mixed with something far more mechanical, and the steady hum of machines. Where am I? The room was dim, bathed in a faint green glow from various screens and tubes that snaked around the walls. He could feel something attached to his arms, for drips, maybe? Izuku was wearing white pants with a white t-shirt. His muscles protested as he tried to sit up, his body weak, but he managed to prop himself on his elbows. His memories flooded back in a rush. The rooftop. The fall. The void. Izuku's voice was raspy, but, I'm not dead? A cold, deep voice echoed from the shadows. No. You're not dead, young Izuku. Izuku's heart leaped into his throat. He turned his head, trying to locate the source of the voice. Out of the darkness emerged a figure, a man. His face was hidden, concealed beneath a mask, and his body was burdened with a massive machine that pulsed and whirred with life support systems. Tubes and cables coiled around him like the tendrils of some monstrous creature. Izuku's breath caught. He had no idea who this man was. He didn't look like a normal doctor. Could it be a villain? Fear surged through him, but the man's voice remained calm, almost soothing. You should thank me. You were on the brink of death when I found you. It took considerable effort to put you back together. You were in a coma for 5 months. Izuku's voice trembled as he managed to speak. 5 months? Why? Why would you save me? All for One chuckled softly, the sound distorted by the machinery that kept him alive. Because, Izuku Midoriya, I see something in you that others don't. Potential. You've been discarded by the heroes you admired, thrown aside like a broken tool. But I have a use for someone like you. Izuku's mind raced, the weight of All for One's words pressing down on him. The betrayal by the heroes, the constant torment he'd endured. It all came rushing back. But could he really trust the words of a villain? I don't want to be like you, Izuku whispered, his voice strained with fear and uncertainty. All for One moved closer, the rhythmic pulse of his life support system the only sound in the room. Is that so? And where has your desire to be a hero led you? Nearly to your death. And at the hands of this hero society, no less. Izuku winced, the memory of his fall still fresh in his mind. You wanted to save others, but no one was there to save you. All for One's voice turned softer, almost sympathetic. The world is not as simple as you once believed, boy. Heroes and villains, those are just labels. In the end, all that matters is power. And I can give you power, Izuku. Power to never be hurt again. Power to take back what was taken from you. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, his mind torn between the deep-rooted ideals he once held and the bitterness that now consumed him. His dreams of heroism had always been built on hope, on the belief that good would prevail. But now those dreams felt distant, almost childish. All for One took off his mask and extended a hand, his presence looming over Izuku like a shadow. Join me, and I will make sure no one ever dares to hurt you again. Izuku stared at the faceless man before him, his heart pounding in his chest. This was the moment. The moment where he would choose whether to hold on to the ideals that had betrayed him or embrace the darkness that had saved him. Tears came running down Izuku's cheeks. All for One moved closer, sitting on the edge of the bed. His hand hovered above Izuku for a moment before resting gently on his shoulder, almost fatherly. It's okay to cry, Izuku, he whispered, his voice filled with a twisted sense of care. You've carried more than any child your age should. They expect so much of you, but what have they given in return? Izuku couldn't speak. His throat felt tight, his emotions tangled and confused. It wasn't just the fear of being in the presence of a villain, it was the truth in the villain's words. All the years of rejection, the bullying, the constant reminders that without a quirk he was nothing. All for One's touch felt wrong, but there was something in his words that stung because they felt right. You don't have to fight anymore, All for One continued, his voice lowering to a soft murmur. You don't have to be a hero for anyone else. You've been left behind, discarded by the society that worships power. But I see you. I know what you're capable of. Izuku felt a sob escape his lips, his body shaking as he struggled with everything he had ever wanted, to be seen, to be recognized. All Might's words echoed in his head, he was right. There's no way for Izuku to become a hero. All for One pulled him into a hug, a gesture so unexpected that Izuku didn't resist. He was too tired to. You don't have to be alone anymore, All for One whispered. Join me, Izuku. Together we can change everything. Izuku clutched the villain's coat weakly, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. For so long he had fought to prove he was worthy of being a hero. But in this moment, as the tears continued to fall, he wasn't sure what he wanted anymore. And slowly, ever so slowly, his hand moved to take All for One's. Izuku's trembling fingers brushed against All for One's hand, his mind swirling with doubts, fear, and a strange sense of relief. For so long he had fought to hold on to his ideals, the dream of becoming a hero like All Might. But here, in this moment of vulnerability, the weight of that dream felt too heavy. He had always been alone in his struggle, hadn't he? Always pushing forward even when no one believed in him. Now All for One was offering him something different: acceptance, power, and perhaps a chance to be seen. You're stronger than you think, Izuku, All for One said, his voice calm, almost soothing. But strength isn't always about fighting against the current. Sometimes it's about choosing a new path, one where you don't have to be hurt anymore. You've suffered enough for their sake. Izuku's hand hovered just above All for One's, torn between two worlds, the one he had always dreamed of and the one now within his reach. His heart raced, memories of his friends, his mother, and All Might flashing through his mind. But each of those memories felt distant, as if they belonged to someone else. No one had been able to save him when he needed it most. I don't want to be hurt anymore, Izuku whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. The tears kept coming, flowing freely now as months of pent-up pain and frustration poured out. He hated this feeling of weakness, hated how much it hurt to admit that he was tired. So tired. All for One's hand closed gently around Izuku's, a small but deliberate gesture. You don't have to be, Izuku, he said softly. Not anymore. I will teach you, guide you. And together we will make a world where you never have to feel powerless again. A world where people like you, the ones who were abandoned, will rise. Izuku's grip tightened, a spark of something new flickering inside him. It wasn't hope, not exactly, but something darker. A part of him had always felt this way, hadn't it? A part that wanted to fight back against the unfairness of the world, against the people who had looked down on him, called him useless. He glanced up at All for One, his vision blurry from the tears, but his mind suddenly sharp. What do you want from me? All for One smiled, the expression kind but full of hidden intent. I want you to be free, Izuku. Free to become the person you were always meant to be. And in time you will learn that the path to true freedom is power. Together we will reshape this world. Izuku hesitated for a moment longer, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. But the truth was he had already fallen, off the roof, out of the hero's dream. And maybe now it was time to fall into something else. Slowly but with growing resolve, Izuku nodded. Okay, I'll join you. All for One's smile widened, his grip firm as he pulled Izuku to sit upright. Good. You've made the right choice, my boy. And soon the world will know your name, not as a hero but as something far more powerful. Izuku's tears had stopped, but the ache in his chest remained. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in a long time, he wasn't afraid. He was ready to embrace it, whatever it meant. Izuku sat upright now, his body still trembling from the emotional whirlwind. His heart raced, but doubt crept into his thoughts as the weight of All for One's words sank in. He looked down at his hands, the same hands that had never held power. But, I'm quirkless, Izuku muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. How could I ever be of any use to you? I've always been powerless. Just useless? All for One leaned back slightly, his expression calm, almost amused by the boy's uncertainty. Izuku, that's where you're wrong. You've been told your whole life that being quirkless makes you weak, insignificant. But you've survived so much despite that. That, in itself, is proof of your strength. Izuku looked up, confusion evident on his tear-streaked face. But All for One raised a hand to silence him gently. Allow me to explain. My quirk, the power that sets me apart, is called All for One. It allows me to take the quirks of others and bestow them upon whoever I see fit. In essence, I am the master of many powers, and I can gift them to those I deem worthy. Izuku's eyes widened as the reality of what All for One was saying began to dawn on him. Why you can give people quirks? Indeed, All for One replied smoothly. And I've collected many over the years, each one more powerful than the last. You, Izuku, have something that most people with quirks lack: resilience, determination, and a mind sharpened by hardship. With the right quirk, you could become more than just a hero. You could become unstoppable. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, the idea both thrilling and terrifying. All his life he had dreamed of having a quirk, of being able to stand alongside those who were born with power. But this was different. All for One wasn't offering him the chance to be a hero. He was offering something far darker, far more dangerous. But why me? Izuku asked, still grappling with the weight of the offer. Why would you give me a quirk? Why not someone stronger? All for One chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. Because you have the potential to be something greater than you realize. You've spent your life studying heroes, understanding their strengths, their weaknesses. That knowledge is invaluable. And as for your quirklessness, that only makes you more of a blank slate, ready to be molded into something extraordinary. Izuku stared at him. It was scary how much this man knew about Izuku. He knew his name, his past, his hobbies. Still, Izuku felt a glimpse of pride in that someone was watching him, someone actually had an interest in the boy. Izuku was actually important in this world. A moment of silence followed. I accept, he replied soon after. Izuku sat still, his breath uneven as the weight of his decision settled in. The room seemed to close in around him, the dim light casting long shadows. He had done it, he had accepted All for One's offer. A part of him still screamed that this was wrong, that he shouldn't be here, but the allure of power was undeniable. It was everything he had ever wanted. All for One stepped forward, his expression unreadable, with a mix of calculation and satisfaction. You've made the right choice, Izuku, he said, his voice almost soothing. Now let's make you whole. Before Izuku could respond, All for One's hand shot forward, gripping the sides of his head firmly. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, his heart skipping a beat. He could feel the cold touch of All for One's fingers digging into his temples, and then red swirls, like tendrils of energy, began to form around his head. The room spun. Izuku felt his body lurch, the world around him blurring as if he were falling all over again. A sharp pain pulsed through his skull, a deep, burning sensation unlike anything he had ever felt. It wasn't just pain, it was something primal, something electric coursing through every nerve in his body. He gasped, his fingers digging into the bed beneath him as his muscles tensed uncontrollably. His mind was a haze, the pain unbearable, but through the agony he felt it, power. Raw, untamed energy surged through his veins, filling every inch of his body. It was overwhelming, terrifying, but exhilarating all at once. He had never felt anything like this before. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing across his eyes as the dizziness grew. He tried to breathe, but each breath felt like fire in his lungs. Yet amidst the chaos, there was a rush of adrenaline, a wild energy that made him feel alive. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt strong. The pain began to dull, replaced by the surge of power that crackled through him like lightning. His body tingled, his muscles vibrating with new strength. He still didn't know what quirk All for One had given him, didn't know what this power would mean, but it didn't matter. He was ready to accept whatever came next. It was as if this quirk had always belonged in Izuku's body, as if it returned to its rightful owner. Finally, All for One released his grip, and Izuku slumped forward, panting heavily. His whole body was shaking, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened. The red swirls faded into the air, leaving behind a deep sense of power that lingered within him, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Izuku stared at his hands, his fingers twitching as he flexed them experimentally. His heart raced, the adrenaline still pumping through him. He felt different, stronger, as if something had been awakened inside him. All for One's voice cut through the haze. How do you feel, Izuku? He asked, his tone calm and controlled. Izuku looked up slowly. He didn't know how to describe it. The pain still echoed in his bones, but it was overshadowed by the rush of strength, the overwhelming sense that he had finally been given what he had always wanted. Izuku swallowed, his voice shaky but filled with a strange sense of awe. I feel incredible. All for one smiled, the dark satisfaction evident on his face. Good, he said, stepping back to give Izuku space to stand. This is just the beginning. In time you will master this power, and when you do, the world will know your name. Izuku stood on shaky legs, still adjusting to the rush of power coursing through him. His breath was uneven, but the strength he felt within his body was undeniable. He could feel the raw energy, something completely foreign to him, waiting to be unleashed. His fingers twitched in anticipation, a wild excitement building inside him. All for one stepped closer, his presence as overwhelming as ever. Would you like to try it out, Izuku? He asked, his voice calm but with a hint of something darker underneath. Feel what true power is like. Izuku was tempted. Every fiber of his being was itching to release the power he now held. But first he needed to know. He needed to understand what this ability was, what kind of quirk had been bestowed upon him. His mind was still racing, and he felt a strange need to get control of it before he did anything. What is this quirk? Izuku asked, his voice still trembling but steadier than before. His wide eyes searched All for One's face for answers, still processing the enormity of what had just happened. What did you give me? All for One smiled, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. I thought you'd ask. This quirk is a powerful one, Izuku, telekinesis. His voice was soft but brimming with intensity. With it, you can control objects, manipulate them with just a thought. Anything within your mind's reach you can move, bend, or throw. In time you'll learn to make them fly, tear through the air with the force of your will alone. Izuku's eyes widened even more. Telekinesis. The very concept of it filled him with awe and disbelief. He had read about quirks like this. In fact, his mother even possessed a quirk like this, though it wasn't as powerful. Izuku could feel it, his quirk like a new muscle ready to be used, waiting for him to tap into it. Anything? Izuku whispered, barely able to comprehend the possibilities. All for One nodded slowly. Yes, anything. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling a new surge of adrenaline rush through him. His heart raced with excitement and fear, the unknown stretching out before him like an endless horizon. He had no idea how to control such a quirk, but he wanted to try. He wanted to feel it. Without another word, Izuku raised his hand instinctively. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady himself. His mind whirled with possibilities and he focused on something small, something he could visualize easily, a metal tray on the bedside table. He reached out with his hand, willing the tray to move. At first, there was nothing but the silence of the room and the pounding of his own heart. But then, a flicker of energy. A strange sensation like a muscle he had never used before, tensed in his mind. He opened his eyes and to his shock, the tray lifted off the table, floating in the air. Izuku gasped, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. The tray hovered in front of him, unsteady but very much suspended in midair. He was controlling it. He felt the weight of it in his hands and mind, the pressure of maintaining its position. I did it, Izuku whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. All for One watched with a satisfied smirk. You see? You are already starting to grasp it. This is only the beginning, Izuku. In time you'll be able to move much more than a simple tray. With practice you'll manipulate entire objects, even people if you so desire. The thought sent a chill through Izuku, but the exhilaration of this newfound power overwhelmed any hesitation. He focused harder, willing the tray to move, and it responded. Slowly, shakily, but it drifted toward him, floating through the air as if tethered to his mind. The power was intoxicating. He had never felt like this before. Izuku lowered the tray gently back onto the table, his body trembling with the adrenaline of it all. His mind buzzed with the potential, the things he could now do. For the first time in his life, he wasn't just a powerless boy, a dreamer with no chance of achieving greatness. He was something more now. And as he looked back at All for One, he realized that the world had just changed for him. Forever. As the tray settled back onto the table, Izuku felt a sharp throb ripple through his entire body. His breath hitched and his vision blurred for a moment. The exhilaration from using his newfound quirk was quickly overshadowed by the sudden, overwhelming pain. It was like a spike had been driven through his skull, and every nerve in his body screamed in protest. He staggered, his knees buckling, and instinctively reached out to steady himself on the bed. His head pounded, each pulse of his heart sending waves of agony through his mind. It wasn't just a headache, it was like his body was rebelling against the power he had just unleashed. All for One, watching carefully, took a step forward, his calm demeanor unchanged. Careful, Izuku, he said in a low, measured voice. Your body isn't ready for such strain. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the quirk was given to you. Izuku's legs trembled beneath him, struggling to keep him upright. He gritted his teeth trying to fight through the pain, but the throb in his head was relentless, his muscles burning with fatigue. He had never felt anything like this before, the weight of power, and it was crushing him. I didn't realize it would hurt this much, Izuku gasped, his voice weak. His vision swam as his grip on the bed faltered. The room seemed to spin, the shadows twisting and warping as dizziness washed over him. All for One's voice remained calm, but there was a warning in his tone. That's to be expected. Your body is still weak. You've been in a coma for months and your muscles, your mind, they're not ready yet. You must be patient. Izuku wanted to respond, to tell All for One that he could handle it, but the throbbing pain was unbearable. His chest tightened and his legs gave out beneath him. His body collapsed onto the cold floor, unable to hold him any longer. He gasped, clutching his head as the pain intensified, red spots dancing in his vision. It felt like his brain was on fire, as if the power he had just accessed was tearing through him. His muscles, so unused to this kind of strain, twitched uncontrollably. His mind screamed at him to stop, to rest, but it was too late. He had pushed too far. All for One crouched beside him, his expression still calm but his eyes sharp with observation. This is the price of power, Izuku. It's not simply something you wield, it's something your body must adapt to. And that takes time. Izuku could barely hear him through the ringing in his ears. His body was shaking, his breath shallow and ragged. The excitement he had felt just moments ago had been replaced by the crushing realization that his body was far from ready. The quirk, this incredible power, was too much for him, at least for now. His vision dimmed, the room growing darker as he struggled to stay conscious. He could feel the cold floor beneath him, but the sensation was distant, as if he were fading away. His last thought before everything went black was the searing, painful truth. He wasn't ready. Then the darkness took him, and Izuku Midoriya collapsed, the weight of his newfound power dragging him into unconsciousness. Izuku lay unconscious on the bed, his body motionless except for the shallow rise and fall of his chest. Sweat glistened on his forehead, his face pale from the strain of the quirk that had overwhelmed him. All for One stood nearby, watching him with a mix of frustration and curiosity. His gaze was sharp, unblinking, as if he were trying to solve a puzzle that was just beyond his reach. Shigaraki, All for One called out, his voice low but commanding. From the shadows, a small man stepped forward, his goggles gleaming under the dim light. He had a mustache and an air of scientific detachment, his posture relaxed despite the tension in the room. This was Dr. Shigaraki, the man who had ensured Izuku's survival after his fall. The doctor had been observing everything from the sidelines, studying both All for One and the boy with quiet intensity. It seems like it was too much for him, Shigaraki said, his voice calm but thoughtful as he adjusted his goggles, glancing down at Izuku. All for One's expression darkened, frustration evident in the furrow of his brow. I don't understand, he muttered, almost to himself. It's supposed to be a 100% match with him. It's his original quirk after all. It belonged to him from the start. How is it that it's taking such a toll on his body? Shigaraki tilted his head slightly, considering the question. He stepped closer to Izuku, his sharp eyes scanning the boy's form as if searching for clues. It's likely because the quirk needs time to fully integrate with him, Shigaraki said thoughtfully. His body has been quirkless for so many years. Even if it's his original power, the lack of use has left his body unprepared to wield it. All for One turned his gaze away from Izuku, his lips pressed into a thin line. I made him to wield a powerful quirk, one that I could take for myself when the time was right. But for some reason, when I wielded it, it was nothing like what I expected. It wasn't as great as when he had it. Izuku never had the chance to use it as a child. I stole it before he could even realize what he had. But, even though I could sense the power it held, it was far stronger in his hands than mine. Garaki's eyes gleamed with understanding as he looked back at Izuku. It could be that the quirk has a deeper connection to Izuku than we initially thought. Some quirks resonate best with their original owners, perhaps even evolving with them in ways we don't fully comprehend. In Izuku's case, it may be that only he can unlock its full potential. All for One narrowed his eyes, thinking deeply. So, despite all my power, despite everything I've taken, this quirk is bound to him in a way I can't replicate? It would seem so, Shigaraki agreed. His body needs time to adjust to its return, to catch up with the years it lay dormant. But once it does, Izuku may become more powerful than you anticipated. All for One's gaze hardened as he watched Izuku, his frustration giving way to a cold determination. Then we'll let his body recover, let the quirk mend with him fully. And when the time is right, we'll see just how far this power can go. Shigaraki nodded, satisfied with the conclusion. In the meantime, we'll continue monitoring his condition. He survived the initial transfer. Now it's only a matter of time. Shigaraki adjusted his goggles, glancing down at Izuku's unconscious form with a knowing expression. It's a good thing you took Izuku's quirk when you did, he said, his voice soft but filled with the weight of his observation. If he had kept it, he likely would have led a far better life. He'd probably have followed the path to becoming a hero, admired everywhere, and one day he might have used that power against you. All for One's lips curled into a small, humorless smile. I thought about that very carefully, he replied, his tone colder than before. I couldn't let him have that kind of life. He needed to suffer, to know what it was like to be powerless. Only then would he become truly desperate, and when he needed someone the most, I would be there to save him. He glanced down at Izuku, his eyes narrowing slightly. But I didn't expect it to happen this soon. I didn't think he'd be pushed to the edge so quickly and so far. And even Inko. Her death is an outcome I never could have hoped to imagine. It pushed Izuku to where he is right now. It wasn't necessary my plan to let him join me. But I'm glad everything happened as it did. All for One's voice became more distant, as if reflecting on a plan long in the making. I never cared for Izuku or Inko. They were nothing more than tools, pawns in a larger game. Inko's quirk and mine. I used them both to create a child with a powerful telekinetic ability that I could one day steal. That was all I ever wanted from them. He paused, his gaze cold and calculating. Once Izuku's quirk manifested, I took it before he could even realize he has it. After that, I altered their memories, manipulated them, and left them to live out their lives insignificant and forgotten. Shigaraki listened in silence, understanding the depth of All for One's manipulation. He had known the man was ruthless, but the lengths to which he had gone to create a child with a powerful quirk, only to rob that child of everything, was a testament to his cruelty and ambition. It's almost ironic, All for One mused, his tone dark. That same quirk, meant for me to wield, is stronger in Izuku's hands than in mine. But it doesn't matter. In the end, he'll serve my purpose. Shigaraki gave a small nod, his gaze shifting back to Izuku. As long as he survives the process and the quirk fully melds with him, he will. All for One's eyes gleamed with cold intent. He will survive. He has to. As Izuku lay unconscious on the bed, his mind drifted into a deep, restless sleep. Slowly, a familiar image began to form in the haze of his dreams, one he hadn't thought about in years. His father. He'd almost forgotten the man entirely. His father had been absent for most of his life, leaving him and his mother behind without a word. The memories of him were so faint, so distant, that Izuku had buried them deep within himself. But now in this dream they resurfaced, vivid and clear. It wasn't just a dream, it was a memory. A scene from his childhood back when his father still came home. In the memory, Izuku was sitting at the dinner table, his legs swinging beneath the chair. He couldn't have been more than 4 years old. His mother, Inko, was bustling around the small kitchen, setting plates on the table. The air smelled of miso soup and rice, warm and comforting. The apartment was modest, but it felt full of life in that moment. Then the door creaked open and his father stepped inside. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. His father, dressed in a plain suit and tie, looked tired but smiled when he saw them. He wasn't home often. His job kept him away for long stretches of time, but whenever he did come home it felt special. "Dad." Izuku called out, jumping up from his chair and running to his father's side. His small arms wrapped around the man's leg, and his father chuckled softly, patting Izuku on the head. "Hein," his father said in a deep, slightly cold voice. "Sorry I'm late. Work kept me longer than expected." Inko smiled, her eyes soft with affection as she served the food. "You're just in time for dinner. Come, sit." The three of them sat down to eat together. It was such a simple moment, but it felt so full of warmth. Izuku watched his father, admiring how calm and composed he always seemed. He barely spoke about his work, always keeping things vague, but young Izuku didn't care. He was just happy to have him there at least for a little while. As they ate, his father occasionally glanced at Inko and Izuku, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. It was a small detail, one Izuku had never noticed before, but now, revisiting this memory, he could sense the distance in his father even in this warm family moment. Back then, Izuku was too young to understand. Too young to notice how his father's gaze would drift away, how he would leave again for weeks or months at a time, making vague promises to return soon. He didn't realize even in this memory how fragile these moments were. But now, in this dream, it all made sense. His father had been a shadow, a presence that was never truly there. A man who was always just out of reach. And this was the only memory he could remember involving his father. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, his body feeling sore and disoriented. The cold, hard ground beneath him was a stark contrast to the bed he'd been lying on before. As his vision cleared, he realized he wasn't in the dark room anymore. The air smelled of alcohol and smoke, and dim lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows across the room. He was in a bar, a dark, run-down one. As Izuku slowly sat up, his heart raced with confusion. Surrounding him were two figures, each as unsettling as the other. One of them was a young man with shaggy blue hair, his face partially obscured by a hand that clung to him like a grotesque mask. His expression was cold, calculating, and his red eyes seemed to pierce right through Izuku. Next to him stood another figure, his entire form wreathed in dark purple smoke, making his features almost impossible to see. The smoke twisted and curled around him like a living thing, giving him an otherworldly presence. Izuku's eyes widened in fear and confusion. "Where am I? And who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling as he backed away instinctively. The blue-haired man, Shigaraki, noticed him stirring but said nothing. His gaze was indifferent, almost annoyed, as if Izuku's presence was nothing more than an inconvenience. He crossed his arms, making no effort to answer. Instead, the smoky figure stepped forward. His voice was calm but unnerving, echoing through the room as if it were coming from the smoke itself. "The master ordered me to bring you here," he said, his tone unwavering. "This will be your new place to stay. With us. My name is Kurojiri. And this is Tamura Shigaraki." Izuku blinked, his mind racing. The master? His heart sank as he tried to make sense of it all. Where was All for One, the man who had saved him? He had been with him just before he collapsed. He had accepted the power, the new life that All for One had offered him. But now, this wasn't what he expected. His eyes darted around the room again, panic rising in his chest. Where's All for One?" he stammered, feeling a surge of desperation. "Where's the man who saved me?" Kurojiri remained silent for a moment, his smoky form swirling as if in thought. "The master has other matters to attend to," he finally said, his voice calm. "But rest assured you are still under his care." Izuku's chest tightened. He had been so thankful, so ready to follow All for One after everything the man had done for him. He had given Izuku power when no one else had believed in him. And now he was left with these strangers. He felt lost, disconnected. His mind kept circling back to one thought: he wanted to see All for One again. Shigaraki, still silent, glanced at Kurojiri with a slight scowl. "This is another one of the master's projects, huh?" His voice was cold, dismissive. He turned away from Izuku, clearly uninterested in whatever was happening. Izuku looked up at them, his confusion mixing with a growing sense of unease. These people, they were nothing like All for One. There was no warmth, no comfort in their presence. Just cold indifference and an air of danger. He swallowed hard, feeling more alone than ever. As the room hung in tense silence, a crackling sound came from a nearby television. The screen flickered to life, and there in the shadows, the unmistakable voice of All for One filled the room. "Tamura Shigaraki," the voice echoed calmly, yet with a commanding presence. "This boy will be a great asset in your desire to destroy All Might. Accept him, use him." Izuku's heart leapt at the sound of All for One's voice, a wave of relief washing over him. But his relief was short-lived as the weight of those words sank in. Destroy All Might? His eyes widened in shock, his chest tightening. Shigaraki's lips curled into a twisted grin. "That's right," he muttered, his voice laced with disdain. "I want to destroy everything that pisses me off. And All Might, he's at the top of that list. He's a false hero." Izuku felt a surge of conflicted emotions. He had always admired All Might as a child, had looked up to him as a symbol of hope and justice. But the hero had never acknowledged him, never noticed him. Worse, All Might had been the one to crush Izuku's dreams, telling him he could never become a hero without a quirk. That moment had been one of the darkest in Izuku's life, a turning point that led to so much pain. And then there was his mother. The thought of her made his stomach churn. All Might was the reason she died. If he had just been careful, if he had been paying more attention, maybe she would still be alive. Izuku's mind spun as the memories of his shattered hopes and his mother's death collided with Shigaraki's words. A part of him, deep down, could relate to the hatred. All Might was supposed to be a hero to everyone, but he had failed Izuku and his mother. His eyes wandered around the room and there in the dim light he saw it, a poster of All Might pinned to the wall, weathered and torn. His breath caught in his throat. It was the same poster he used to own, the one he'd kept in his room as a child. The same poster he had ripped apart in a fit of frustration after his mother died. But here, on this version, something was different. A knife had been thrown into the poster, embedding itself directly into All Might's face. The message was clear. They wanted to kill All Might. Izuku's mind raced as he stared at the image, feeling a strange mix of anger, confusion, and something else he couldn't quite place. He had never thought of killing All Might before, but now, standing in this room with these people who understood his pain, his resentment, he felt a flicker of something dark growing inside him. Could he really go that far? Could he truly turn his back on everything he once believed? Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as his thoughts spiraled. All Might had let him down. The world had let him down. But All for One had given him a chance. Power, purpose. And here, with Shigaraki and Kurogiri, he wasn't being dismissed. He was needed. But the question still lingered in his mind. Was he ready to become what they wanted him to be? To destroy the very hero he had once admired? All for One's voice resonated through the television once more, calm and commanding. Trust them, Izuku. Follow Shigaraki's lead. Izuku's gaze shifted toward Shigaraki, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Shigaraki stood there, his cold, distant eyes filled with nothing but pure hatred. There was no warmth, no compassion, just a seething desire to destroy. How could Izuku ever follow someone like him? But All for One had given him everything, a new life, a new power. If he trusted Shigaraki, then Izuku had no choice but to accept. He clenched his fists, nodding slightly to himself, trying to suppress the unease bubbling up inside him. Before Izuku could speak, All for One's voice cut through the air again. Kurogiri, bring him to me. It's time for his training. Both Izuku and Shigaraki froze at the words, confusion etched on their faces. Training? Shigaraki repeated, his voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. He was no stranger to All for One's guidance, having been shaped and molded by him for years. But now the focus was on Izuku. A boy who had just been brought into their world, yet was already receiving special treatment. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, his resentment simmering beneath the surface. Kurogiri, ever composed, stepped forward. Without a word, he raised his hand, dark purple smoke swirling around him as a portal began to open in front of Izuku. The inky blackness of the portal beckoned him forward, like a doorway into the unknown. Go through it, Kurogiri instructed, his voice low and firm. Izuku didn't hesitate. Despite the cold atmosphere around Shigaraki and the confusion in the air, one thought drowned out everything else: he was going to see All for One again. The man who had saved him, who had given him a purpose, who had filled the void that had consumed him for so long. Without a second thought, Izuku stepped through the portal, feeling the world around him shift as he was pulled into the swirling darkness. The sensation was disorienting, but his heart raced with anticipation. He was ready. Ready to face whatever training All for One had in store for him. And most of all, ready to see the man who had become the closest thing he had to a savior. Izuku emerged into the familiar room where All for One awaited him, this time without any machines attached to him. The atmosphere felt charged with anticipation, and he could sense the gravity of what was about to happen. All for One stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Let's see if you can take your power better now, he said, his voice steady and encouraging. Izuku nodded, determination flooding his veins. He recalled yesterday's training, the struggle to lift the metallic tray. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the same tray that had challenged him before. This time he felt a connection to it, a bond forged through his newfound power. He extended his hands and concentrated. To his delight, the tray lifted into the air effortlessly, gliding around him as if it were weightless. He didn't even have to strain, it responded to his will without hesitation. All for One smiled slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Impressive, he remarked, his tone reflecting genuine pride. You've improved significantly in such a short time. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the praise. The feeling of control surged within him, filling the void that had haunted him for so long. Now, All for One continued, his voice shifting to a more serious tone, let's try something bigger. Before Izuku could react, Kurogiri stepped forward, raising his hand to create a swirling portal. With a fluid motion, he opened a gateway, and within moments the three of them were transported onto a rooftop. Izuku's heart raced as he looked around. The city sprawled beneath him, the view breathtaking yet overwhelming. The wind whipped around them, and he felt a familiar sensation of vertigo creeping in, reminding him of that fateful jump he had taken off the building. The memory sent a chill down his spine, a reminder of his vulnerability and the weight of his choices. He gulped, his breath catching in his throat as he stared down at the streets far below. What if I fall again? The thought flashed through his mind, accompanied by a wave of fear. Noticing the shift in Izuku's demeanor, All for One placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, grounding him. You are not the same boy who jumped off that roof. You have power now, Izuku. Embrace it. The warmth of All for One's touch steadied him, and he looked up to meet the older man's gaze. There was reassurance, a promise that he wouldn't be alone in this. Izuku stood on the rooftop, his heart racing with both excitement and trepidation as All for One observed him closely. The world below was bustling with activity, people going about their day. All right, Izuku, All for One said, his voice steady and commanding. I want you to rip anything from that building. He gestured toward a nearby structure that towered over the street. Izuku focused intently on the building, gauging the distance. It was a bit far, but he felt a thrill course through him. Using his hands as guides, he extended his mental reach toward the rooftop, envisioning a large piece of metal. With determination he concentrated on tearing it free. The metal resisted at first, and he could feel the weight of it pulling at him. Come on, he urged himself, gritting his teeth. After a moment of struggle, the piece broke free, floating into the air. It was roughly 5 meters wide and 4 meters long, heavy and imposing. Yes, I did it, Izuku thought, pride swelling in his chest. He carefully lifted the metal plate higher, raising it above the street where hundreds of people walked, oblivious to the danger looming overhead. The thrill of power surged through him, intoxicating in its intensity. But then, without warning, a sharp throb pierced through his body. The sudden pain caused him to lose focus, and the mental connection snapped. No. No, no, no. Izuku cried out internally as the metal plate plummeted from the sky. It fell with a horrifying swiftness, crashing onto the street below with a deafening thud. The sound of screams erupted, piercing the air like shards of glass. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he saw the chaos unfold beneath him. People scattered, their panic palpable as they realized what had happened. He could hear the cries of fear, the shouts for help, and the dreadful realization of what he had just done. Blood seeped from beneath the metal plate, pooling on the concrete. No, he gasped, his hands instinctively covering his mouth in shock. He had just killed 5 innocent people. The gravity of his actions crashed down on him like a tidal wave, suffocating and unbearable. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his heart racing with guilt and horror. The laughter that bubbled up from within him was both dark and unsettling. It was a sickening mix of emotions that he couldn't understand. How could he feel even a hint of satisfaction after such a tragedy? Ha, ha, ha. Izuku's laughter echoed across the rooftop, trembling and broken. He was still reeling, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. It felt wrong, yet he couldn't stop. The sounds of chaos below faded, replaced by the overwhelming realization of his power, and the terrible consequences it could wield. Why are you laughing? All for One's voice cut through the turmoil, sharp and inquisitive. There was no judgment, only a strange curiosity. He stepped closer, his expression unreadable. Izuku's laughter turned into sobs as he crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of his actions. I don't know, he cried, tears flowing freely. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt anyone. All power comes with consequences, All for One replied calmly, observing Izuku's unraveling. You must learn to control it, to harness it without hesitation. Power can corrupt, but it can also free you. Izuku's mind spun as he processed the words. Freedom? Was this what freedom felt like? The overwhelming sense of loss and confusion twisted within him, battling against the thrill of wielding such strength. But the blood, those lives he had taken, would haunt him forever. I can't do this, he whispered, burying his face in his hands. I can't live with this. You can and you will, All for One asserted, his tone firm. This is your path now, Izuku. You must confront your fears and your mistakes. Only then will you truly understand the power you hold. Izuku looked up, his eyes filled with anguish and uncertainty. He was caught between two worlds, the weight of guilt and the intoxicating allure of power. As he faced All for One, he realized that this was only the beginning of his journey, one that would lead him down a dark and twisted path. And somehow, despite everything, he felt the faintest glimmer of something deeper within him. a dark ambition that would not be easily extinguished. All for one watched as Izuku's tear-filled eyes fixated on the chaos unfolding below. He could see the conflicting emotions churning within the boy, horror and disbelief battling against a flicker of dark satisfaction. It was a turning point. Izuku had tasted the power he possessed, and deep down, all for one sensed a shift in him. This was the moment of awakening, the first step toward a path paved with vengeance. Izuku was beginning to realize he was capable of inflicting pain, capable of striking back against a world that had deemed him powerless. A small part of all for one reveled in the realization. This was the beginning of Izuku's transformation. Izuku was standing on the rooftop, staring at his hands. The very hands that just crushed 5 innocent lives. Beside him stood all for one. "Kurogiri," he called, his voice steady and commanding. In response, a swirling portal materialized behind him, the air shimmering with energy. The sense of urgency was palpable, and all for one knew they had to move quickly. The cries from the street echoed in the air, but he remained unfazed, focused solely on the future ahead. "Let's go, Izuku. You've done well," all for one said, his tone dripping with praise. "We must leave now before anyone notices us." Izuku hesitated, still processing the weight of his actions. The screams and chaos from the street were seared into his mind, but the thrill of power still pulsed within him. He felt a strange exhilaration as he stepped toward the portal, a mix of dread and anticipation. With a final glance at the destruction below, he took a deep breath and stepped through the swirling vortex, all for one close behind him. They emerged in a dimly lit room, the familiar surroundings of their hideout enveloping them. The atmosphere felt charged, alive with potential. Izuku stood there, panting, his heart racing as he grappled with the whirlwind of emotions. "All for one," Izuku began, his voice shaky. "Why do I feel so satisfied? I just killed innocent people. I should be in jail. But I can't help but feel this way," he said while staring down, with big eyes and a small grin. All for one stepped closer, his expression inscrutable. "You have done what needed to be done, Izuku. This world is cruel, and only by understanding the depths of your own power can you reshape it. You are beginning to see the reality of your existence." "But, people are dead because of me," Izuku protested, anguish etched on his face. "Yes, and that is the cost of power. It is a lesson that must be learned," all for one replied, his tone unyielding. "You have taken the first step on a path that will lead you to greatness. Embrace it." Izuku felt the weight of those words. In the depths of his turmoil, he began to understand that this was more than just a quirk. It was a weapon, a means to achieve something greater than he had ever dreamed. The fear he had felt moments before began to morph into determination, fueled by the anger that had simmered within him for so long. "From this point on, you will train harder," all for one continued, his voice filled with conviction. "You will learn to control your power, to wield it as an extension of yourself. But power isn't just about your quirk, Izuku. If you rely solely on your telekinesis, you'll never be truly unstoppable." Izuku looked up at him, confusion mingling with that strange satisfaction. "What do you mean?" All for one smiled, almost fatherly in his expression. "Your quirk is strong, but it has limits. If you only focus on developing it, you'll become vulnerable. What happens if your enemies find a way to neutralize it? What happens if you become too dependent on it and it fails you in a critical moment?" He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip firm. "You must train your body too. Physical strength, endurance, speed, these are just as important as your quirk." Izuku blinked, the logic of all for one's words cutting through the fog of emotions swirling inside him. He had never thought about it like that. For so long he had been obsessing over getting a quirks. But training his body? His physical strength? He had never cared about that. All for one led him down the hallway to a small room filled with exercise equipment. It was nothing special, just a set of weights, a treadmill and a punching bag. But to Izuku, it felt like another door opening. "Start here," all for one said, stepping back as he gestured to the equipment. "Your mind is already powerful. Now make your body as formidable as your will." Izuku swallowed hard, nodding. He approached the weights, his body still heavy with the aftermath of his actions, but his mind now clear, focused. All for one watched him for a moment longer before turning to leave. As all for one exited the room, Dr. Garaki approached, his eyes gleaming with curiosity behind his glasses. "How is the boy?" Garaki asked, his voice soft but intrigued. "He seems to have taken to his quirk quite well. But the satisfaction he felt when he killed them, I certainly did not expect that." All for one paused, glancing back at the door where Izuku was now lifting weights. A smirk crossed his face. Yes, he said, his voice filled with pride. It surprised me as well. But he's my son after all. It's in his blood. Oh, enjoy this. The thrill of taking control, the pleasure of ending those who would oppose him. He was always meant to walk this path. Shigaraki chuckled softly. He certainly seems to be embracing it now. He will, all for one said, his voice growing more confident with each word. Izuku has been crushed by this world for too long. But now he knows what it feels like to be powerful, to strike back at those who made him suffer. All Might, his classmates, they all drove him to this. But in the end, they've only made him stronger. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. And what of his mental state? He was broken before you found him. All for one smiled darkly. Oh, he was broken. But sometimes, it's only through breaking that we discover our true selves. Izuku is finding his now. He's realizing that in this world, power is the only thing that matters. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling the strain in his arms as he pushed the barbell upward. His muscles screamed in protest, but he ignored it. Pain was no longer something he feared, it was something to be embraced, a sign that he was growing stronger. He repeated the motion, faster this time, his breath coming in sharp bursts. With each lift, the image of Katsuki, Makoto, and Ren floated in his mind. Their sneers, their laughter, their taunts. He felt the anger simmer in his chest, the same anger that had once consumed him and driven him to that rooftop. But now it was different. The anger no longer weighed him down, it fueled him. Each rep, each movement, was a step toward ensuring no one would ever make him feel weak again. After several minutes of relentless lifting, he let the barbell drop with a loud clang, his chest heaving. He lay back on the bench, staring up at the ceiling, his mind racing. He hadn't expected to feel this way. For so long he had associated his body with frailty, with failure. But now, as the sweat dripped down his face and his muscles ached, he realized the truth. Power wasn't just in his quirk, it was in his body too. You're pushing yourself well, came a voice from the doorway. Izuku sat up quickly, his heart pounding. All for one stood there, watching him with a calm, approving expression. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a strange mix of pride and fear under the man's gaze. I can feel it, Izuku said, his voice quiet but steady. I'm getting stronger. All for one stepped into the room, nodding slightly. Yes, but you still have much to learn. Physical strength is essential, but discipline is just as important. You need to master your body just as you must master your quirk. Izuku stood, rolling his shoulders to relieve the tension in his muscles. How do I do that? He asked, eager for more. All for one motioned toward the punching bag hanging in the corner. It's not just about raw power. It's about control. Go to the bag. Show me your strength, but focus on precision. Don't let your emotions drive you. Let them guide you. Make each strike count. Izuku hesitated for a moment. His emotions had always been a storm inside him, driving him to act impulsively. But now he understood what all for one meant. He had to channel that storm, harness it, and make it work for him. He approached the punching bag, his hands tightening into fists. Taking a deep breath, he struck it, the sound of his fist connecting with the bag echoing through the room. It was a hard hit, fueled by the pent-up frustration and anger that had been buried inside him for years. But it wasn't enough. Again, all for one commanded from behind him. Focus. Feel the power but control it. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his fists clenching tighter. He struck again, this time more measured. His mind focused on each muscle, each movement. The impact was sharper, more deliberate. Good, all for one said, his voice smooth. You have potential, Izuku. But potential means nothing if you don't nurture it. Keep going. Izuku kept hitting the bag, each punch more controlled than the last. His knuckles stung, but the pain was distant, irrelevant. His mind was singularly focused on the task at hand, becoming stronger, becoming unstoppable. After what felt like hours, Izuku finally stepped back, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked his shirt and his arms felt like lead, but he didn't care. He looked at his hands, his fists were red and bruised, but they felt stronger. More capable. All for one walked up beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You see now, don't you? Strength isn't just about overwhelming your enemies. It's about knowing how to use your power efficiently, how to control it. You're learning, Izuku. But there's still more to master. Izuku nodded, a strange clarity settling in his mind. What's next? After an intense day of grueling training, Izuku could barely stand. His body ached in ways he hadn't imagined, but there was something else, a sense of accomplishment. He had pushed himself far beyond what he thought was possible. His muscles were sore, his mind exhausted, but he felt stronger. more in control. All for One approached him, a rare smile on his face. You did well today, Izuku. You're beginning to understand the importance of both physical and mental strength. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding silently. He felt too tired to respond, but the sense of approval from All for One lit a fire inside him, one that cut through the fatigue. He wasn't used to receiving praise, not from someone as powerful as All for One. It felt good. All for One extended his hand, and a neatly folded hoodie and pants appeared in his grasp. The fabric was dark, sleek and practical, simple but sturdy. Take a shower and put this on, you've earned it. Izuku accepted the clothes, but before he could say anything, Kurogiri appeared from the shadows, his swirling form coalescing into a figure behind All for One. As Izuku entered a quiet bathroom through Kurogiri's gate, he took a moment to absorb his surroundings. The place felt strangely isolated, almost as if it existed in some forgotten part of the world. The tiles were old yet spotless, and the air carried a faint scent of cleaning products, as if someone meticulously kept it clean despite it rarely being used. He undressed slowly, his body aching from the relentless training All for One had put him through. This was the first time he had truly looked at himself since the fall. Since the day his life had spiraled into darkness. His eyes trailed over the stitches that dotted his legs and arms, remnants of the repairs Shigaraki and All for One had performed on him. The fall had shattered him both physically and mentally, but they had pieced him back together. 5 months had passed since then, and though he was walking again, the evidence of his brush with death was still etched into his skin. As he gazed into the mirror, his breath caught when his eyes landed on the burned scar on his shoulder. The edges were jagged and the skin was a deep, angry red, an unmistakable reminder of Katsuki's quirk. The shape was that of a handprint, burned into him during one of the countless beatings he'd endured. Kekken. Makoto. Their faces flashed through his mind, their cruel laughter echoing in his ears. He remembered every moment, every insult, every strike. He remembered the helplessness that had consumed him, the overwhelming sense of worthlessness as they tormented him day after day. Izuku's grip on the edge of the sink tightened, his knuckles turning white. Those days were over. He wasn't that weak, powerless kid anymore. He had power now, real power. All for One had given him a new purpose, a new identity. He was no longer at the mercy of others. But even now, as he stared at the scar, the memories clung to him like shadows, refusing to let go. Shaking his head, Izuku stepped into the shower, letting the warm water cascade over his body. The sensation was soothing, washing away the grime and sweat from the day's training. The tension in his muscles began to ease, and for a moment he allowed himself to relax. The water flowed down his back, and with it, the weight of his past seemed to wash away, if only for a brief moment. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, letting the steam fill the small space around him. For the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku felt clean. But as the water continued to run, the reflection of that scar, that handprint, lingered in his mind. It was a constant reminder of who he used to be, of the people who had pushed him to the edge. Izuku finished showering and shut off the water, stepping out and drying himself with a rough towel. As he wrapped it around his waist, he glanced back at the mirror, catching a glimpse of his reflection one more time. He looked different now, stronger, more defined, but the scars were still there, both on his body and in his mind. And yet, as he stared at himself, he realized something. Those scars didn't make him weak. They were marks of survival, proof that he had endured, that he had been broken and rebuilt. His thoughts lingered on Katsuki for a moment longer. That burn was a permanent reminder of the hatred Katsuki had for him, but it was also a sign of what Izuku had survived. The beatings, the torment, the betrayal, all of it had led him here to this moment. I'm not the same anymore, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible in the silence of the bathroom. I'm stronger now. He pulled on the fresh clothes All for One had given him, the fabric hugging his body, reminding him of his new identity. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless kid, the punching bag. He was something else now, something more. As he prepared to step back through Kurogiri's new open portal, his resolve solidified. Without hesitation, Izuku stepped through it, his body briefly consumed by the swirling darkness. When he emerged, he found himself in the familiar dimly lit bar. The faint smell of alcohol and smoke filled the air. Sitting on a bar stool, Shigaraki was slouched, his fingers tapping lightly against the counter, the ever-present hand resting on his face. His posture was casual, but his eyes followed Izuku closely, scrutinizing him from beneath the disfigured fingers. The tension in the air was palpable. Well, look who's back, Shigaraki said, his voice low and gravelly, but with an unmistakable hint of bitterness. His eyes flicked over the new clothes Izuku was wearing, his lips curling into a half-smirk. How's the training going? You must be feeling pretty special, huh? Izuku blinked, still adjusting to the shift in atmosphere from the bathroom to the bar. Shigaraki's words didn't escape him, though. There was something sharp in his tone, jealousy maybe? It was subtle, but the resentment was there. It's going well, Izuku replied, his voice steady despite the lingering exhaustion in his muscles. I'm getting stronger. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed slightly. Stronger, huh? Guess that's why All for One's been spending so much time with you. His fingers twitched under the hand that covered his face. You think you're special just because he gave you some attention? Some new clothes? Izuku tensed, feeling the weight of Shigaraki's gaze. There was no mistaking it now, Shigaraki didn't like that All for One was investing in him. It was clear that Shigaraki had always been the favored one, the chosen heir. And now, with Izuku around, that balance had shifted. I'm not trying to take anything away from you, Izuku said, carefully choosing his words. He's just helping me get stronger. Shigaraki let out a low laugh. Izuku barely had time to react as Shigaraki's mocking chuckle died in the air. The tension between them had thickened, becoming almost suffocating. Shigaraki's eyes gleamed dangerously from beneath the hand on his face, his fingers twitching slightly. You think you can just waltz in here and train? Get stronger? Shigaraki's voice was venomous, each word laced with contempt. You think you're anywhere close to what I am? Izuku's body tensed, every muscle primed as Shigaraki's stance shifted. There was no mistaking it, he was ready to attack. I've been at his side from the beginning. I've proven myself over and over again, Shigaraki growled, his voice growing darker with every word. And you? You're just a pathetic wannabe hero who thinks he can start fresh. Before Izuku could even comprehend what was happening, Shigaraki's feet were already moving, closing the distance between them in an instant. His hand, the one that could disintegrate everything in its path, was outstretched, leading the way, reaching for Izuku's face. Instinctively, Izuku's body froze in place, his breath catching in his throat. His mind screamed at him to move, to use his quirk, but the shock of Shigaraki's sudden aggression paralyzed him. Just when it seemed that Shigaraki's decaying fingers would make contact with Izuku's skin, a swirling portal of black and purple mist materialized between them. Kurogiri had reacted in a flash, his portal splitting the space directly in front of Shigaraki's arm. Shigaraki's hand disappeared into the dark void, leaving only the rest of his arm in view, his deadly touch inches from Izuku's face, but blocked by the warp gate. Izuku fell backward onto the ground from the shock, his heart pounding in his chest as he stared up at the still outstretched arm that had almost ended him. His body trembled, his mind racing to process what had just happened. Kurogiri's calm, deep voice filled the room, cutting through the tense silence. Calm yourself, Tamura Shigaraki. This isn't what the master wants. Shigaraki's lips twisted into a snarl, his frustration palpable. For a moment, it seemed as though he might push through the portal, try to get to Izuku despite Kurogiri's intervention. His eyes flickered with pure hatred as he glared at Izuku, still sprawled on the floor. You don't get to come in here and take what's mine, Shigaraki hissed, his voice dripping with malice. You'll never be better than me. Never. Kurogiri moved his portal, allowing Shigaraki's arm to reappear fully, but he placed himself firmly between the two boys. This is not the time, Tamura, Kurogiri said sternly. The master has plans for both of you. Attacking each other now would only hinder those plans. Shigaraki let out a growl of frustration, glaring at Kurogiri before turning his rage-filled eyes back to Izuku. Fine, he spat, his voice barely contained fury. But this isn't over, Midoriya. You don't belong here. Izuku, still trying to catch his breath, said nothing. He couldn't deny the terror that had gripped him in that moment when Shigaraki had lunged at him. But underneath that fear, something else stirred, anger. Not just at Shigaraki but at himself for being so weak. For being caught off guard. He clenched his fists as he sat up, his gaze hardening. Shigaraki turned sharply and stormed back to his barstool, his movements sharp and agitated. His fingers twitched under the hand on his face, and his breath was ragged, barely controlled. Kurogiri glanced down at Izuku, his form as composed as ever. You must learn to steel yourself, Izuku. In this world there will be no mercy for weakness. Izuku swallowed hard, nodding, but the humiliation of having fallen to the floor, defenseless, stung deeply. He knew he had a long way to go. Shigaraki's disdain was a reminder of how far behind he was, how vulnerable he still felt in this world of villains. Izuku slowly rose to his feet, still feeling the weight of his argument with Shigaraki pressing on his chest. His muscles were sore, his mind even more so. He didn't want to admit it, but the confrontation had rattled him. Shigaraki's resentment was sharp, and it made Izuku acutely aware of how unstable his position here really was. Kurogiri appeared at his side, his calm presence a stark contrast to the volatile energy that had just filled the room. "Come, Izuku. You've had enough for today. I will take you to your quarters." Izuku nodded silently, still shaking off the lingering adrenaline from earlier. Kurogiri opened a portal, and Izuku hesitated only for a moment before stepping through. They reappeared at the base of a narrow staircase, dimly lit by a single flickering light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The bar was below them now. The space felt even more claustrophobic than the bar, with peeling wallpaper and creaky wooden steps. Kurogiri led the way up the stairs, his footsteps echoing softly in the confined space. Izuku followed, his mind drifting as he looked at the worn-down walls. As they reached the top of the stairs, a small hallway stretched before them with 3 doors on either side. It was eerily quiet, the air heavy with stillness. Kurogiri motioned toward the farthest door. "That will be your room," he said, his voice steady as always. "It is not much, but it will serve your needs." Izuku walked toward the third door, his steps slow and deliberate. His hand hovered over the doorknob for a second before he finally turned it and pushed the door open. The room inside was as simple as it could get. A single bed, nothing more. The walls were bare, and the only source of light was a small bulb hanging from the ceiling. There were no windows, no decorations, no sign that anyone had ever lived in this space before. The bed looked barely used, the sheets crisp and untouched. Izuku stepped inside and closed the door behind him, the sound of the latch clicking shut echoing in the small hollow space. He stood there for a moment, taking in his surroundings. The silence was oppressive. He thought back to his old room, small and worn down but still his. Even with the torn posters and broken All Might figures scattered on the floor, it had been a place where he could dream once. It had been a space where he could imagine himself as a hero. But that was before everything fell apart. Before the world turned against him. Now this room felt like a reflection of the emptiness inside him. Bare. Cold. Functional. No space for dreams or ambitions, only survival. Izuku sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress stiff and unyielding beneath him. He ran a hand through his damp hair, his mind still racing from the day's events. The confrontation with Shigaraki, the memories of Katsuki's torment, the endless training and especially the 5 innocent people that Izuku had accidentally crushed, causing them to die in an instant. All those memories, it all swirled together in his head, leaving him exhausted yet restless. For a moment he closed his eyes, letting the quiet envelop him. He didn't miss the room he had left behind, not really. That room had been filled with false hope, with a dream he could never achieve. But as he sat there in the darkness of this small windowless room, a part of him couldn't help but long for something more than this. Something better. But that was a weakness he couldn't afford. This was his life now. He had chosen this path and there was no turning back. Izuku lay down on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, the dim light casting long shadows across the room. He let out a long, slow breath, trying to quiet the chaos in his mind. Tomorrow would be another day of training, another step toward becoming stronger. Toward proving himself. He didn't belong in this world yet, not fully. But he would. He had to. Katsuki lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his eyes half-lidded. His mother's voice echoed from downstairs, sharp and grating but familiar. "What? Katsuki, get your lazy butt out of bed. It's your big day?" He groaned, slowly forcing himself to sit up. Today was the day. The UA entrance exam. The moment he'd been waiting for ever since he was a kid, ever since he decided that becoming the #1 hero was his destiny. His goal had never wavered, and today he'd take the first real step toward making that goal a reality. But as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the reality of it all sank in, and something else tugged at his mind. A familiar shadow. It had been exactly 7 months since Izuku died. He paused, his hands frozen mid-motion. That thought was always there now, lurking just beneath the surface. No matter how hard he tried to push it away, it always came back. 7 months. He hadn't forgotten. He couldn't forget. Katsuki clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking filling the room. He tried not to think about it too much, but sometimes, in moments like these, the memories crept in. Izuku falling, his body broken. Katsuki had been angry, frustrated. He had been bullying him that day just like every other day. He thought it was harmless. Thought Deku would bounce back like he always did. Pathetic, weak Deku. But he hadn't bounced back. Instead he had jumped. Katsuki squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the image. The gnawing feeling in his gut hadn't gone away. He never told anyone, but the guilt clung to him, a constant weight he carried even now. Stupid Deku, he muttered to himself, but the insult felt hollow. It didn't carry the same heat it used to. He knew he should be focused on the exam. This was his chance to prove himself, to show the world how strong he was. He should be thinking about how he was going to crush everyone in his way and take the top spot. But instead, his mind drifted back to the past, to that day, to that stupid green-haired kid who always looked up to him with those wide, hopeful eyes. Why did Deku have to be so weak? No, why did the ambulance had to? Katsuki. His mother's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, sharper this time. You're gonna be late? Yeah, I'm coming. Katsuki barked back, throwing off the covers and stomping to his dresser. He quickly pulled on his clothes, trying to shake off the lingering thoughts about Izuku. He didn't need this right now. He didn't need distractions. He was going to ace this exam. He was going to get into UA and become the best hero the world had ever seen. That was the only thing that mattered now. Nothing else. But as he grabbed his bag and headed for the door, his eyes caught the corner of his room, where something had fallen behind his desk. He hesitated for a moment, then knelt down and pulled it out. It was an old All Might figurine, the only one from Izuku's room that survived. The paint was a bit chipped, but it was still recognizable. After the Izuku's death, Katsuki had found the figurine when they went to clear out his room. He didn't know why, but he had taken it, slipping it into his bag without thinking. Now it sat there, staring back at him from across the room, a constant reminder of the boy who had idolized All Might more than anyone. The boy who was gone because of him. Katsuki shook his head, threw the figurine on his bed and stormed out of the room. He couldn't afford to dwell on that now. Izuku was gone. It wasn't his problem anymore. Katsuki stood outside the gates of UA High School, the massive campus looming ahead of him. The excitement in the air was palpable. Hundreds of students were buzzing with nervous energy, each of them hoping to secure their place at the most prestigious hero academy in the country. But Katsuki wasn't nervous. He had no reason to be. This was his destiny. He walked confidently toward the entrance, his gaze focused and unwavering. He could feel the stares of other examinees on him, some whispering, others just watching. He didn't care. Let them talk. Let them wonder. By the end of the day, they'd all see why Katsuki Bakugou was going to be the best. The #1 hero. As he made his way to the exam hall, he thought back to the months leading up to this. His training, his preparations, all the work he'd put in to make sure he'd crush this test. No one was going to stand in his way, not today, not ever. But as he walked through the crowded halls, his thoughts drifted back to Izuku just for a second. Deku had dreamed of this moment too. UA had been everything to him, just like it was to Katsuki. He could picture the excited look Izuku would have worn today, all eager and desperate, like he actually had a chance. Katsuki shook his head, growling softly under his breath. Why was he thinking about Deku? This wasn't the time. Izuku was gone. And Katsuki wasn't going to let some ghost haunt him on the most important day of his life. He pushed the thought aside and entered the exam hall, finding his seat among the other applicants. The proctors stood at the front of the room, explaining the rules of the written portion of the test. Katsuki barely listened. The written exam wasn't what he was worried about. His grades were solid, and besides, it was the practical exam that mattered, the chance to prove his strength, to show what he could do. After what felt like an eternity, the written exam ended, and they were herded outside to the training grounds for the practical. The atmosphere shifted immediately. This was what everyone had been waiting for. This was where they'd either make it or break it. Katsuki grinned, stretching his arms as he waited for the instructors to assign them to their testing areas. He could feel the familiar excitement bubbling up inside him, the anticipation of a fight. He loved this feeling, the rush before a battle. It reminded him of why he wanted to be a hero in the first place, because fighting was what he was born to do. As the exam proctor, Present Mike, started explaining the rules, Katsuki only half listened. He already knew what he needed to do: destroy as many robot enemies as possible. He wasn't interested in strategy or tactics. He was going to blow through this test the way he always did, head-on, full force. Examinees, get ready. Present Mick's voice echoed across the grounds. The gates opened and the test began. Katsuki wasted no time. The moment the signal was given, he launched himself forward with an explosion from his palms, rocketing toward the first group of robots. The force of his blast sent him soaring into the air, and he grinned as the wind whipped through his hair. This was it. This was what he was made for. The first robot came into view, a massive machine with heavy armor plating. Katsuki didn't hesitate. He landed in front of it with a thunderous crash and immediately fired off an explosion, blowing the robot's head clean off. Metal and sparks flew in every direction, and Katsuki barely gave it a second glance as he moved to the next one. One after another, he tore through the enemy robots, explosions lighting up the battlefield around him. His confidence grew with every blast. He could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins, his body moving on instinct as he destroyed everything in his path. "This is too easy," he muttered, dodging a laser from a nearby bot before blasting it to pieces. But as he continued to tear through the robots, his mind kept drifting back, unbidden, to the image of Deku. Izuku had wanted to be here. He had wanted to prove himself just like everyone else. But he never would. He would never get the chance. Katsuki's teeth ground together as he shoved the thought away. This wasn't the time for weakness. Deku was gone and nothing could change that. He couldn't let the past drag him down now. Not when he was so close to proving himself. He launched another explosion, taking out a group of smaller robots in one go, their charred remains scattering across the field. The other examinees were nowhere near him. He was leagues ahead, leaving them in the dust. Just like it was meant to be. But as the test continued, something strange happened. A few robots suddenly stopped attacking, their movements sluggish, almost malfunctioning. Katsuki paused, his sharp eyes narrowing as he watched one bot freeze entirely before sparking and collapsing in on itself. "What the hell?" he muttered. A flicker of unease passed through him, but he didn't have time to figure out what was happening. More robots came at him, and he quickly went back to blasting through them, determined to take out as many as he could before time ran out. But even as he fought, the image of that figurine on his bed flashed through his mind. And behind that, Deku's wide, innocent eyes, the boy who had wanted to be here more than anything. Katsuki shook his head, cursing under his breath. This wasn't supposed to be about Deku. Katsuki felt the burn of adrenaline pushing through his veins as he continued obliterating the robots, each blast more powerful than the last. The wreckage piled around him, but something wasn't right. The battlefield was growing quieter. The other examinees were still struggling to keep up, but the robots had started behaving erratically, more sluggish, easier to take down than they should have been. He clenched his fists, scowling as another bot fell apart with almost no effort. His palm had barely grazed it, and the machine crumbled like scrap metal. His eyes narrowed. Something was off. I should be fighting harder opponents than this, Katsuki thought. What's going on? Just as he finished that thought, the ground shook beneath him. A massive shadow loomed in the distance, a towering figure much larger than the other robots. It was a zero-pointer, one of the colossal machines meant to send even the strongest examinees running. A wicked grin stretched across Katsuki's face. Finally, something worthy of his strength. The massive robot began its slow, earth-rumbling approach, its red eyes glowing menacingly as it tore through the battlefield. Katsuki planted his feet, ready to charge. He was going to blow this thing apart, show everyone, heroes, teachers, students, just how powerful he was. Nothing could stop him. But before he could launch himself forward, something flashed in his mind, Deku's face twisted in terror, the memory of his fall. Katsuki faltered for a second, his concentration slipping just enough to make him pause. His heart raced, not with excitement but with something darker. He cursed under his breath. "Get out of my head, Deku," he growled, shaking his head fiercely to clear his thoughts. But the hesitation cost him. Before Katsuki could act, the zero-pointer's massive arms swung toward him. He barely dodged in time, rolling to the side as the ground where he'd stood cracked and splintered under the force of the blow. Katsuki sprang back to his feet, readying an explosion in his palms, but the moment of distraction had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. The zero-pointer loomed over him again, readying another attack. Katsuki grit his teeth, determined to finish this once and for all. He launched himself into the air, aiming directly for the machine's head. His palms crackled with energy as he readied his most powerful blast yet. But just as he was about to unleash it, another flash of green hair and wide, hopeful eyes flickered in his mind. Izuku*, and Katsuki's hand faltered. The explosion didn't come. The robot's massive arms swung again, and this time, Katsuki wasn't fast enough to avoid it. The blow connected with his side, sending him crashing into the rubble below. Pain shot through his body as he hit the ground hard, his vision blurring for a moment. Katsuki groaned, struggling to push himself back up. Anger flooded him, not at the robot but at himself. How could I let this happen? How could I be so weak? He gritted his teeth, pushing past the pain, forcing himself to his feet. The zero-pointer advanced again, but Katsuki wasn't going to let it win. Not now. Not when he had something to prove. His hands sparked with raw power as he prepared one final blast, this time with everything he had. "Shut up, Deku," he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. With a roar, he launched himself into the air, spinning as he released a massive explosion from both palms, the force of the blast shaking the ground and tearing through the zero-pointer's head. The robot collapsed, a twisted heap of metal and wires, falling in slow motion as Katsuki landed with a crash. The battlefield fell silent. For a brief moment, Katsuki stood there, panting, his hands still smoking from the force of the explosion. He should have felt victorious. He had just taken down the biggest enemy on the field, proving once again that no one could match his power. But the lingering thought of Izuku stayed with him, like a shadow he couldn't escape. He clenched his fists, glaring at the ruined remains of the robot in front of him. He had won. But why did it feel like something was still holding him back? The sound of footsteps approaching snapped him out of his thoughts. Other examinees were gathering nearby, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. Katsuki straightened, his fierce gaze daring anyone to speak. "Stay out of my way," he snarled before turning and walking away from the wreckage. The entrance exam ended with a loud alarm blaring across the testing grounds, signaling that the examinees had to leave. As Katsuki stepped out of the arena, he could feel the weight of the stares on him, their respect and awe palpable. He had shown them his strength, obliterating robots with explosive power, and he could sense that he had left a lasting impression. Katsuki couldn't shake the thrill of the fight from his veins. He had dominated and he relished every moment of it. But underneath that excitement lay the simmering tension of the week ahead as he waited for the results. A week later the letter finally arrived. Katsuki stormed to his room and immediately opened it. Seeing the principal of UA, Nizu on a projected screen. It was a recording but it said exactly what Katsuki expected to hear. "You've been accepted into the Hero Academia, congratulations," sounded through the recording. "I did it, Izuku," he mumbled, staring at the figure which once belonged to Izuku, a mix of pride and guilt washing over him. He had fought hard. Just then the door burst open and his parents stormed in, beaming with excitement. And, did you get in?" his mother exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Katsuki felt a surge of irritation at their enthusiasm. "Yes, you old hag, of course," he shouted, his voice sharper than he intended. Without hesitation, they enveloped him in a tight embrace, their joy radiating around him. "We knew you could do it. We always believed in you," his father exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. As Katsuki stood there, surrounded by their warmth, his throat tightened at his mother's next words. "He must be really proud of you, Izuku, I mean." The moment hung in the air, and Katsuki felt a cold silence settle over him. Would he? Would Izuku really be proud of him? The question pierced through the happiness like a knife, and he felt his heart drop. Katsuki stiffened, his parents' excitement fading into a distant murmur. They had no idea of the role he had played in driving Izuku to his death, no idea of the guilt that gnawed at him day and night. He had pushed him, bullied him, until Izuku had felt there was no other option. Katsuki pulled away from their embrace, suddenly feeling claustrophobic. I'm tired because of all the nerves. Let me sleep," he mumbled, turning on his heel before they could ask any questions. His parents understandably left the room. As soon as the door closed, Katsuki fell into his bed, trying to catch his breath. Staring at All Might's figurine heroic pose, Katsuki felt the weight of his choice pressing down on him. He had done it, he had made it into UA. But at what cost? He glanced back at the door where his parents were celebrating, and a storm of emotions raged within him. "I did it, but," he whispered to the empty room, the guilt and pain clawing at his insides. "Did I really?" The shadow of Izuku lingered in his mind, and for the first time, Katsuki felt the full weight of his actions. Would he ever be able to move forward, knowing the truth? Katsuki stared at the giant door of classroom 1A, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. It was the first day of school at UA, the school that'll make him take the path of a hero. 2 days had passed since he received the acceptance letter, and the anticipation had built to a fever pitch. He couldn't wait to show everyone just how powerful he was, how deserving he was of his place here. With a confident smirk plastered on his face, Katsuki pushed the door open and stepped inside. The classroom was half empty, the chatter of students filling the air. Some were clustered in groups, excitedly discussing their quirks and plans for the year ahead. Others sat at their desks, keeping a safe distance, eyeing each other with a mix of curiosity and caution. Katsuki felt the tension in the air but brushed it off. He wasn't here to make friends, he was here to prove he was the best. Katsuki walked to the front of the classroom, his gaze scanning the room. The walls were adorned with motivational posters and sketches of heroes in action, but his focus was on finding a place to sit. He spotted a desk with a name tag, Bakugou Katsuki, and dropped his bag onto the seat with a thud. He sat down and let out a breath, leaning back in his chair. The wood was slightly uncomfortable, but it didn't matter. This was UA, he was finally where he belonged. A few of the other students stole glances at him, some whispering to one another, but he kept his expression neutral, refusing to give them any satisfaction. One of the students, a boy with dark hair and glasses, looked his way and offered a tentative smile. "Hey, you're Bakugou, right? I saw you at the entrance exam. You did really well." Katsuki shot him a glare, his irritation bubbling just below the surface. "Is it? Of course I did. I don't need your validation," he snapped, turning away. He could feel the boy's smile falter and he didn't care. Katsuki was not here to make friends, he was here to be the best. As the minutes passed, more students trickled in, filling the classroom with a mix of chatter and laughter. Katsuki felt a knot of impatience forming in his stomach. Why hadn't their teacher arrived yet? Katsuki shifted in his seat, feeling a mix of impatience and curiosity as he waited for his new homeroom teacher to arrive. He had expected someone vibrant and enthusiastic, but when the door finally opened, he was greeted by the sight of a man dressed in a yellow sleeping bag. His wild black hair hung messily over his eyes, and he looked like he had just rolled out of bed. "Good morning, Class 1A, the man said, his voice low and unenthusiastic. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa." Katsuki raised an eyebrow, surprised by the lack of energy in his introduction. Was this really their teacher? He glanced around at the other students, some of whom looked bewildered, while others seemed amused. Katsuki scowled, annoyed that they weren't taking this seriously. "Today is going to be a little different," Aizawa continued, his tone flat and matter-of-fact. "We'll start with a quick assessment of your quirks to see where everyone stands. No dilly-dallying. I expect you all to be on your A game." Katsuki felt a surge of adrenaline at the mention of the quirk assessment. This was his chance to show everyone what he was made of, to prove that he was the strongest. He straightened in his seat, ready to make an impression. "Get into your PE clothes and line up outside the classroom," Aizawa instructed, waving them out with a lazy motion of his hand. "We'll begin with a simple strength test." As the students filed out, Katsuki could barely contain his excitement. He wasn't about to let anyone else steal the spotlight. He glanced at the other students around him, assessing their expressions. A few looked nervous, while others were chatting among themselves, but all he could focus on was the upcoming test. "Let's do this," he muttered under his breath, a fierce grin spreading across his face. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here, and he was determined to show everyone that he was going to rise above and claim his rightful place as the strongest hero in UA. As they reached the field outside the school, Katsuki could see a few of his classmates glancing at him, their eyes filled with both respect and wariness. He could sense the tension in the air, but he embraced it. This was his time to shine. "First up is the ball-throwing test. Use your quirk as much as you want," Aizawa said. Katsuki stepped forward without hesitation, his determination palpable. "I'll go," he shouted, pushing past his classmates. He could feel their eyes on him, and it fueled his confidence even more. "Go ahead then," Aizawa said, with a bored expression still plastered on his face. Katsuki took the ball from Aizawa and stood in the circle. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a massive blast, sending the ball flying into the air. 705.5 meters, a robot said. Katsuki smirked as he stood tall, his whole class was shocked. "Not bad, Bakugou," Aizawa said, his tone still monotone but laced with a hint of approval. "But this is just the beginning." Katsuki's heart raced with exhilaration. He was ready for whatever challenge came next. He could hear the murmurs of his classmates, some impressed and others clearly intimidated, but he didn't let it deter him. This was just the start of his journey at UA, and he intended to make it unforgettable. It had been 2 months since Izuku woke up from a 5-month coma after jumping off that roof. 2 months since he gained a quirk, telekinesis, and 2 months since he chose the path of a villain. All for one had guided him into this new life, but the memories of his past still haunted him. Izuku had put himself through extensive physical training, pushing his muscles to their limits. He could feel the changes in his body, he was definitely buffing up, but it was still a work in progress. It wasn't just about strength though. Ever since that day he accidentally killed 5 innocent people, Izuku hadn't used his quirk in the outside world, only keeping it inside to use it. He'd barely been outside during these past weeks, retreating into the confines of the training facility. But today was different. Today was the first time in 2 weeks that he dared to walk outside again. The fresh air hit him as he stepped out of Kurogiri's gate, and a strange mix of anxiety and anticipation twisted in his stomach. It was already afternoon. Izuku pulled his hoodie over his head, a shield against the world outside. He didn't want to be recognized, not when he had become a ghost of his former self. Even though he barely knew anyone, he was aware that his picture had been plastered all over the news after his supposed death, the day the ambulance exploded. As he walked down the street, Izuku kept his head low, trying to blend into the background. The sounds of the city surrounded him. Cars honking, people chatting, and the distant sirens of emergency vehicles. A part of him longed for the normalcy of being a hero, for the days when he felt safe and secure in his identity. But that was a past he could never return to, and he had to accept that. The stares of passers-by felt like daggers, their eyes piercing through the facade he tried to maintain. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that someone might recognize him, that someone might see through his disguise. Each time a stranger glanced his way, he tensed up, half expecting someone to call out his name or report him to the authorities. Izuku walked through the gates of a graveyard, a heavy weight settling in his chest. He knew his mother was buried here. She had filled out a form requesting to be buried instead of cremated, just in case. This place was close to his old house and he had avoided it. Now he was drawn to it like a moth to a flame, searching for a connection to the life he had lost. He wandered through the rows of headstones, scanning for her name among the others. As he walked, memories flooded his mind, his mother's gentle smile and her warm hugs. Finally he spotted it. The grave was modest, with a small bouquet of flowers placed beside it. A small smile caught his face, bittersweet. The police officers must have buried her here, giving her a proper resting place. But as he stood there lost in thought, something caught his eye to the left. His heart dropped as he approached the nearby headstone, next to his mother's. There it was, stark and cold, Izuku Midoriya. The dates engraved on the stone read his birth date and a death date only a few months prior. Izuku felt his breath hitch in his throat. Shock coursed through him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Had the police officers buried him here? But how could they have done so without any remains? A small laugh escaped his lips, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness of the graveyard. It was amusing in a twisted way that everyone thought he was dead. He had become a ghost in more ways than one, existing in a world that believed he was no longer a part of it. He knelt down, placing a hand on the cool stone. "Guess I'm a real-life ghost now, huh?" he whispered, half to himself and half to the grave. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "You'd probably be laughing at this if you were here, Mom." For a moment, Izuku felt an odd sense of freedom. He was no longer tied to his past. He had the opportunity to redefine himself. He could embrace this new identity, but the weight of his mother's grave and his own loomed over him, a reminder of the life he had left behind. As he rose to his feet, he glanced back at his mother's grave. "I'll make you proud and become the strongest," he promised softly, determination flickering in his chest. He turned away from the graves, leaving behind the remnants of who he once was. It was time for Izuku Midoriya to step into the shadows and carve out a new path. The evening was approaching. Izuku walked out of the graveyard, pulling his hoodie tight around his head as he made his way down the streets. The quiet chill of the darker sky brushed against him, but the warmth of the simmering rage in his chest kept him focused. He entered a dark alley, a perfect place to contact Kurogiri. He needed the bar to remain a secret after all. Just as he reached for his phone, he froze. Ahead of him, two figures stood into the alley, their outlines clear. They looked like students, dressed in neat clothes, possibly from a nearby college. They seemed relaxed, laughing and talking, probably out for a smoke. Izuku took a silent step closer, curiosity and caution driving him. He peered at the two from a distance, squinting to make out their faces. That's when he felt his heart skip a beat. One of them, he knew that face. That unmistakable black hair. The smug, self-assured posture. Rin from his middle school class, one of the three bullies who made Izuku's life unbearable. The one who, alongside Katsuki and Makoto, pushed him closer and closer to the edge until he couldn't take it anymore. Rin, who laughed at his pain, mocked his dreams and drove him to that rooftop. Izuku's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the rage boiling up inside him. The memories of humiliation, the relentless torment, it all came flooding back, overwhelming him. His body tensed and the world around him blurred, consumed by the burning need for revenge. But he couldn't, there was someone standing right next to Ren. Unless... Izuku glanced up, eyes narrowing at the metal plate attached to the edge of the roof. His quirk hummed in his veins, the power he'd been suppressing begging to be unleashed. Without a second thought, Izuku extended his hand. With a swift, invisible force, the metal plate tore from its resting place, hovering in the air for a moment before Izuku guided it at full speed, the pointed edge aimed downward. It struck. Hard. The boy standing next to Ren didn't even have time to scream. The sharp corner of the metal plate stabbed through his skull with a sickening crack, splitting his head in two. Blood splattered against Ren and the alley walls, as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Ren turned, horrified, eyes wide as he processed what had just happened. But before he could even react, Izuku's telekinesis gripped him, lifting him into the air like a puppet. Ren kicked his legs, hands flailing, desperate to escape the invisible force holding him aloft. Fear consumed him as he looked down at his friend's mutilated corpse, the realization of death looming over him. He couldn't even scream. Izuku stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, with a cold smile curling his lips. The satisfaction surged through him as he closed the distance between them, his focus entirely on Ren. He didn't even glance at the person he had just killed, he didn't care. That wasn't important. Ren was all that mattered now. Remember me, Ren? Izuku's voice was low, almost calm, yet dripping with malice. Ren was still struggling to lose the invisible grip, but I was no good. He looked down. Izuku removed his hoodie and green hair became visible. Ren's wide eyes locked onto Izuku's, panic evident as he finally recognized him. Midoriya? He stammered, voice trembling. Izuku's smile widened. I'm not the weak Deku you used to torment anymore. He stepped closer, tightening his telekinetic grip on Ren, making him gasp for air as his body jerked in the air. You should have left me alone back in middle school. The fear in Ren's eyes was everything Izuku had wanted to see for so long. And now it was his turn to make Ren feel powerless. Izuku stared down at Ren, a sick satisfaction bubbling up as he saw the fear wash over his face. Ren had fallen from the telekinetic grip, hitting the ground hard, wincing in pain. He struggled to prop himself up, eyes wide with disbelief. Midoriya? But I thought you were dead? He stuttered, his voice trembling with fear. Izuku let out a twisted laugh, the sound echoing off the walls of the alley. That's what everyone thinks, don't they? He said in an almost playful tone, mocking Ren's disbelief. His smile turned darker. Well, surprise. I'm not dead. I've returned from the grave to get my revenge. The innocence that once defined Izuku was gone. Every fiber of his being now buzzed with hatred, vengeance, and the thrill of power. All he could think about was making Ren's life as unbearable as his own had been, if not worse. Izuku extended his hand again, his quirk wrapping around Ren like invisible chains. Ren struggled, his body jerking as he tried to break free, but it was useless. Ren's movements only added irritation to Izuku. Will you quit it? Izuku snarled, his voice snapping. With a flick of his wrist, he used his quirk to rip one of Ren's fingers clean off. The severed digit fell to the ground, blood pouring from the wound. Ren screamed in agony, his voice filling the alley with raw terror. You son of a... Ren's words were cut off as Izuku's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, annoyed expression. I'm afraid this won't do, Izuku muttered, his tone growing colder by the second. You're being too loud. Someone might hear us. With a wave of his hand, Izuku used his quirk to clamp Ren's mouth shut, his lips forcibly sealed. Ren's eyes bulged in terror as he tried to scream, but all that came out were muffled whimpers. Blood dripped from his hand, where his finger had been moments before. Izuku pulled out his phone and called Kurogiri, his voice calm and controlled. Pick me up, he instructed. Within moments, Kurogiri appeared right in front of Izuku. He took 2 seconds to look around, to look at the dead body and Ren. Without even saying anything, he immediately understood the situation. Shall I bring you to a quiet room? He asked. Izuku grinned and nodded. A dark, swirling gate opened before him, casting an eerie glow in the dim alley. Without hesitation, Izuku warped Ren's limp body into the portal, still keeping his mouth sealed tight. Ren's muffled protests echoed faintly as he was pulled through. Izuku took one last look at the bloody alleyway, then followed Ren into the gate, his heart racing with the excitement of what was to come. This was just the beginning. Izuku stepped through the portal, the cold air of the alley vanishing as he entered a dark, unfamiliar room. The space was dimly lit, with the faint glow of a flickering light overhead. The walls were bare, damp from moisture, and the only sound was the drip of water in the distance. There was no door, no windows. It was a place far removed from the world above, where no one would hear the cries of his victims. Rin lay crumpled on the floor, his body shaking as he tried to move but failed. His breathing came in sharp, shallow gasps, his fear now paralyzing him. Blood continued to drip from where his finger had been torn off, pooling on the cold ground. Ren's wide eyes darted around the room, searching for a way out, but there was none. Izuku approached slowly, his footsteps echoing off the walls, each step deliberate, drawing out Ren's terror. The air in the room felt thick, oppressive. The power Izuku had been holding back for so long surged within him. He hadn't felt this alive in months. Every moment, every second of Ren's suffering fed into the growing satisfaction inside him. "Ren," Izuku said, his voice low and dripping with malice. He crouched down to meet Ren's gaze. "Do you remember what you did to me? All those years you tormented me, laughed at me, pushed me to the edge. Do you remember?" His tone remained calm, but there was a burning intensity in his eyes. Ren's muffled voice struggled against the invisible grip on his lips, his body trembling with fear. He tried to shake his head, tears welling up in his eyes, but Izuku's grip was relentless. "You don't?" Izuku said mockingly, his head tilting as he watched Ren's feeble attempts to break free. "Let me remind you." He stood up, his hand outstretched as he activated his quirk again, lifting Ren into the air like a rag doll. Ren's body flailed as if trying to resist, but the invisible force tightened, and Izuku watched with dark amusement. Memories of his own suffering flashed through Izuku's mind. Every punch, every taunt, every humiliating moment at Ren's hands. He had been weak then, but now he held all the power. Now he was in control. Izuku clenched his fist, and Ren's body jerked violently, his arms and legs snapping into unnatural angles as his joints dislocated one by one. Muffled screams of agony escaped Ren's sealed lips, his eyes widening with shock and pain. But Izuku didn't stop. He relished every moment of it, every sound of Ren's bones breaking, every gasp of breath that showed how powerless he had become. "Now you know what it feels like," Izuku whispered, his voice cold and detached. "Now you know what you did to me." He dropped Ren to the floor again, his body collapsing in a heap. Ren lay motionless, broken, gasping for breath. His face was twisted in a grotesque expression of pain and terror, tears streaming down his face. Izuku stepped back, the thrill of revenge washing over him. He glanced down at Ren, who now resembled a shattered toy more than a person. There was no remorse in Izuku's eyes, only a chilling satisfaction. The weak Deku they had all tormented was long gone, replaced by something darker, something stronger. Just as Izuku was about to make his next move, Kurogiri's voice echoed softly through the shadows. "It's time to leave, Midoriya?" Izuku turned, nodding. There was no need to drag this out any longer. Ren had already experienced enough torment for one night. Izuku glanced back one last time, the faint flicker of his old life momentarily surfacing. But it quickly faded. "Next time," Izuku said, his voice filled with dark amusement, "we'll see if you can scream louder. After all, you didn't stop bullying me after one day, so why should I?" He walked toward the swirling portal Kurogiri had opened, leaving Rin broken and bloodied on the cold floor. Izuku emerged back into the familiar surroundings of the dimly lit bar. Izuku walked to the bar, his heart still racing from the encounter with Ren. The thrill of it, the power, was still coursing through him, making his hands tingle. Kurogiri appeared behind the bar, his purple mist swirling gently. "You seem satisfied," he observed calmly, his voice as detached as ever. Izuku didn't respond right away, his mind still lingering on the image of Ren's broken body and the fear in his eyes. He let out a small, humorless laugh, pulling back his hood as he slumped onto one of the bar stools. "I am," Izuku finally said, his voice steady but cold. "I've waited years for this moment. To make them feel what I felt, every day." Kurogiri gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable through the dark mist. "Revenge is a powerful motivator. But you must remember what the master has said. You cannot let your emotions control you. This path requires focus." Izuku looked up at Kurogiri, his green eyes still glowing faintly with the remnants of his quirk's power. "I'm more focused than ever," he said, his voice firm. "They all deserve to suffer. Every single one of them." His fists clenched as he remembered the faces of those who had tormented him, Ren, Makoto, and especially Katsuki. Kurogiri's gaze remained steady on him, watching the anger simmering beneath Izuku's calm exterior. "Perhaps," Kurogiri said, "but you must not lose sight of the bigger picture. You have a greater purpose now. Under all for one's guidance, you will become something much more than a vengeful boy. Izuku exhaled, leaning back in his bar chair. He knew Kurogiri was right. As much as the revenge fueled him, there was more at stake. All for One had shown him a path that went beyond personal vengeance. It was about tearing down the society that had cast him aside, about proving that he was stronger than any of them had ever imagined. Shigaraki entered the bar. He came from the small staircase which led to both Shigaraki and Izuku's room. His usual scowl showed in place as he approached the bar. His red eyes flickered over Izuku briefly, a glint of annoyance evident in his gaze. "Where have you been?" Shigaraki muttered, half resentful. Izuku glanced at him, unfazed by the venom in Shigaraki's tone. "I went outside and I approached an old classmate," Izuku replied smoothly. "What, did you have a nice friendly chat?" Shigaraki said in a mocking way. He didn't know Izuku's reason for being a villain, he didn't know that All for One had given him a quirk, or even saved him in the first place. Izuku glanced back. "Yes, I had a friendly chat, I certainly did," he smiled in a twisted way. Shigaraki crossed his arms, glaring at him. He somewhat understood what Izuku meant by that, just the look on his face explained a lot. "Don't get cocky, Midoriya. You've got a long way to go before you catch up to me. All for One may have taken a liking to you, but don't think for a second that makes you special." Izuku smiled slightly, a sharp edge to his expression. "I don't need to catch up to you, Shigaraki. I just need to surpass you." His voice was calm but filled with conviction. Shigaraki tensed, his fingers twitching as if he was tempted to use his quirk right then and there. But before he could say anything, Kurogiri stepped in, his voice cutting through the tension. "Enough. Both of you." The room fell silent for a moment as Kurogiri's mist swirled around them. "Midoriya," Kurogiri said, turning to face him fully. "The master has plans for you. This was a small step, but your true test will come soon. Stay focused and remember what's at stake." Izuku nodded, the intensity in his eyes returning. He knew he couldn't afford to be distracted by Shigaraki's jealousy or petty rivalries. There was a bigger game being played and he had a part to play in it. All for One had promised him power, revenge, and a place in a world where he wouldn't be the weak, quirkless nobody anymore. He stood up from the bar, pulling his hood back over his head. "I understand," Izuku said quietly. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." As he left the bar, his mind drifted back to Ren's face, twisted in pain and terror. That sense of control, of power, was something he would never give up again. And with each step he took toward his future, Izuku knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning. The world had no idea what was coming, but soon they would. And when they did, they would all remember the name Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sat in his room. He hadn't added anything since he first came into it. The room was still empty, just a bed. The air was cool against his skin, but inside he was burning. That surge of power, that control he had over Rin, it was intoxicating. He thought of his mother's grave, the quiet place where his name was etched in stone alongside hers. To the world, Izuku Midoriya was dead, a victim of an accident. But now, a new version of himself had emerged. One that didn't have to beg for approval or suffer silently under the weight of others' cruelty. Before Izuku could close his eyes, Kurogiri appeared behind him. "All for One wishes to see you," he said. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't spoken directly with All for One since their last conversation, when his training had intensified. If All for One was summoning him, it meant something important was on the horizon. Izuku quickly nodded, and within seconds, a swirling black portal appeared before him. He stepped through. All for One sat in his usual seat, a shadowy figure watching from the far side of the room, his presence commanding and heavy. "Izuku," All for One's deep voice rumbled, filling the air. "I hear you've had your first real taste of revenge." Izuku stood straighter, feeling the weight of those words. "Yes, master," he replied, his voice steady but filled with something darker, something new. "Rin, he was one of the ones who drove me to." He paused, searching for the right word, "to take the path I've chosen." All for One chuckled softly, the sound vibrating through the room. "Good. You are beginning to understand the power that comes with embracing your true self. But this is only the start, Izuku. There are far greater challenges ahead." "I'm ready for whatever comes next," Izuku said, though there was a question lingering at the back of his mind. "But, master, what is the true goal? What do you expect of me?" All for One leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable behind the darkness that shrouded his face. "What I expect, Izuku, is for you to surpass even my wildest expectations. Your quirk, your potential, it's far beyond what you realize. Your telekinesis is not just a weapon but an extension of your will. It can shape the world around you if you learn to master it. Izuku absorbed the words, the weight of them sinking in. He thought of the metal plate he had sent crashing through Ren's friend's skull earlier that night, the way he had effortlessly lifted Ren into the air. His quirk was powerful, but it was still raw, still untamed. You will train more intensely now, All for One continued. But not just physically. Your mind must become as strong as your body. And when the time comes, you will confront the one who embodies everything that rejected you. The one who stands for the society that shunned you. Izuku's heart quickened. He knew who All for One was talking about. It was the person who had been a symbol of hope for so many, the very person who had once been his idol. All Might, Izuku muttered under his breath. Yes, All for One replied, a dangerous edge to his voice. He is not just a symbol of peace, he is the symbol of everything that oppressed you. And soon you will face him. But not yet. You still have much to learn. The room grew quiet, the weight of the moment pressing down on Izuku. He was no longer the weak, quirkless boy who admired All Might from afar. He was something different now, something more dangerous. And when the time came he would be ready. Understood, Master, Izuku said, his voice filled with determination. I won't fail. All for One nodded, satisfied. Good. Now go, Kurogiri will take you back. Continue your training and remember, Izuku, revenge is only a part of the journey. You must become more than a boy seeking vengeance. You must become a symbol of fear. As the swirling portal opened once more, Izuku stepped through it, his thoughts racing. The road ahead was long, but the fire inside him was burning brighter than ever. He was going to tear down the world that had betrayed him, brick by brick, and no one, especially not All Might, was going to stop him. Izuku stood alone in his room, freshly teleported back from his conversation with All for One, yet his mind was somewhere else entirely. The dim light cast long shadows across the bare walls, giving the place an eerie, silent weight. But inside him, it was anything but silent. The memory of Ren, his face twisted in agony and terror, flashed in his mind. The way Ren's body had been powerless against Izuku's quirk, the way he'd screamed and struggled, Izuku could feel the rush of satisfaction it had brought him. But it wasn't enough. His pulse was still racing, and his fingers twitched with residual energy from the encounter. He felt alive more than he had in months, but a lingering dissatisfaction gnawed at him. One act of revenge wasn't enough to quiet the darkness that had taken root in him since he'd fallen from that rooftop. Ren had been one of them, but there were others, people who had fed his misery, pushed him toward the edge. His mind ran through their names, their faces, Katsuki, Makoto, others who had taken pleasure in tearing him down. He paced the room, each step heavy, as if trying to ground the burning desire inside. But no amount of pacing would douse the flame. The blood was still hot in his veins, his heart thudding in a rhythm that demanded more. A part of him had feared that first kill, but that fear was long gone now. He'd tasted power, seen the terror in Ren's eyes, and he wanted to see it again. Izuku clenched his fists, his muscles tensing. His training had sharpened him, but it had also made him aware of how strong he truly was, how much control he had over his quirk and the sheer power that it brought. All for One had shown him the possibilities, the paths open to him. He didn't have to hold back. He didn't have to be the weak, powerless boy he once was. This was a new life, a new purpose, and he would make sure they all paid. In the darkness, he whispered as if to himself, "This is just the beginning. I'll make them feel everything I went through, and worse." For the first time, Izuku didn't feel afraid of what he was becoming. The innocence he once held was a distant memory, overshadowed by a fierce determination. He was no longer that boy yearning for recognition from heroes. He was a force of his own now, and he would let nothing stand in the way of his revenge. Izuku walked to his bed and lay down, fighting the urge to storm back to that dark room where Ren was left, broken and helpless. Every fiber of his being screamed to go, to continue what he'd started, to let out all the resentment that still simmered inside him. But he clenched his fists, breathing deeply, forcing himself to stay. All for One's words echoed in his mind. Control was essential. Power was nothing if it couldn't be reined in, directed, sharpened. It took everything in him, but eventually he closed his eyes and drifted into a restless sleep. 5 hours later he awoke. The pull to continue his vengeance was still there, lurking under his skin. Without wasting time, he threw on his hoodie and made his way down the narrow staircase. The smell of dust and old wood met him as he descended into the dimly lit bar. Shigaraki was nowhere to be seen, but Kurogiri stood behind the bar, as if he hadn't moved all night, the faint shimmer of his mist-like form swirling in the darkness. Izuku approached him with purpose. "Bring me," he said, his voice low, laced with that unyielding desire. Kurogiri didn't need further explanation. He nodded as if he could see the intent in Izuku's eyes, the fire that still burned for revenge. "Very well, young Midoriya," he replied, his voice calm and steady, an anchor in Izuku's storm. In a swift motion he opened a swirling portal, the dark void shimmering in front of Izuku. Without hesitation Izuku stepped through. Izuku stepped into the room, the stale air heavy with the smell of blood and fear. The single dim light cast a sickly glow over Ren's battered form. At first Izuku thought he might be dead lying there so still. But when he delivered a sharp kick to Ren's side, a pained groan escaped his former tormentor's lips, and Ren's eyes flew open, hazy with exhaustion and terror. "Looks like you survived," Izuku sneered, a cold grin twisting his face. The sight of Ren, broken and helpless, filled him with a twisted sense of satisfaction, though the hunger for revenge burned even brighter. Ren's face paled, his eyes wide with fear as they met Izuku's. He trembled, barely able to move from the pain radiating through his shattered bones. His clothes were stained with dried blood, and his lips were cracked from dehydration. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything in hours, his body growing weaker with each passing moment. But Izuku didn't care. For him this was only justice, his own unyielding form of it. "Please?" "Midoriya," Ren choked out, his voice barely a whisper, thick with desperation. "Why are you doing this?" Izuku crouched down, bringing his face close to Ren's. "Why?" he echoed, his tone dark and mocking. "After all those years, after everything you did, you really don't know?" He let out a quiet laugh, a bitter, empty sound. "You took everything from me, my peace, my hope. You made me wish for death. And now?" He leaned in closer, his voice a whisper as though savoring every word. "I'm giving it all back." Ren tried to pull away but his body was too damaged to escape even a few inches. He was trapped, forced to listen, forced to face the consequences he'd never thought would come back to haunt him. Izuku stood, his eyes cold and calculating. "You know I could end this right now," he said, raising his hand, his quirk stirring in the air around them. "But that would be too easy. I want you to remember this feeling, Ren, how it feels to be powerless, hopeless." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Just like I did." Ren's voice was barely a whisper, his plea tinged with desperation. "Please, just kill me," he begged, tears streaming down his face, his voice raw. Izuku stepped forward, his expression cold as he reached into Ren's jacket pocket. Ren's eyes, filled with both fear and a faint, desperate curiosity, tracked his movements. Izuku pulled out a cigarette and lighter, then lit the cigarette before pushing it between Ren's trembling lips. "Inhale," Izuku commanded. Ren obeyed, breathing in deeply, the smoke filling his lungs and granting a fleeting sense of relief, as if it were a meal after days of starvation. Izuku watched for a moment, his gaze dark and unfeeling. He took the cigarette back, letting it burn between his fingers as he stared down at Ren. "Do you remember that alley? When you and Makoto were smoking while Katsuki was beating me up?" he asked, his voice soft but laced with menace. Ren squirmed, trying to avoid Izuku's gaze, but he couldn't look away. He was trying to remember, yet deep down he knew. "And, do you remember what you tried to do to me after?" Izuku continued, his tone mocking. Ren stammered, I don't," but his mind was racing, desperately trying to forget the memory that was now clawing its way back. Izuku's smile twisted into something sinister. "Then it'll be my pleasure to remind you." His fingers twitched as he used his quirk, prying Ren's eyelids open. Ren gasped, terrified as he suddenly recalled that day, the way he had threatened to press the burning end of his cigarette into Izuku's eye. The memory hit him like a wave and his face paled with horror. No, please, don't." Ren screamed, writhing against the invisible grip holding him in place. Ren's eyes filled with panic as the cigarette drew closer, the orange ember glowing ominously. He struggled, the broken bones in his arms and legs sending jolts of pain through his body, but he was completely trapped. Izuku's quirk held his eyelids open, leaving him utterly helpless. Ren could do nothing but stare into the smoldering tip as it inched toward him, the heat radiating closer to his pupil. Izuku's smile was dark, his satisfaction chilling as he whispered, "You thought it was funny back then, didn't you? Thought it would be just another way to break me?" He let out a soft laugh, the amusement in his voice twisted and bitter. "You wanted to do this to me. But you failed. So now I'll show you how it's done without failing," he whispered. Ren's breath hitched, his pleas falling into terrified sobs as he stammered, please don't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." But Izuku was unmoved. His grip on the cigarette never wavered, and the ember drew nearer, casting an eerie glow in Ren's wide, unblinking eye. The room was silent except for Ren's ragged breathing and the faint crackling of the cigarette as it burned. Izuku watched with a grim satisfaction, savoring each moment as he forced Ren to relive his own cruelty. The tip was mere millimeters away, the heat just shy of Ren's skin. Izuku's gaze burned as intensely as the ember itself, his smile twisting with each passing second. "Apologies don't mean a thing to me, Ren," he whispered. "I want you to understand what you did, every single, excruciating second of it." Izuku's eyes narrowed as he finally pressed the cigarette down, the ember hissing as it made contact with the cornea of Ren's eye, continuing to dig deeper through his lens. Ren's scream tore through the room, his body convulsing as the burning heat seared his eye. Izuku twisted the cigarette slightly, his voice low and cold. "This is what you wanted to do to me, remember?" Ren's screams turned to ragged gasps, his eye tearing up as he stared at Izuku, the pain blurring his vision. Izuku finally pulled the cigarette back, letting it drop to the floor, its ember snuffed out against the concrete. Izuku turned, leaving Ren shivering and broken on the cold floor, his pain-filled whimpers echoing in the silence. There was nothing Ren could say to respond. He knew every horrible thing he'd done to Izuku, but he didn't believe he deserved this kind of torture. Or at least that's what he told himself. But Izuku thought differently. Ren's left eye was bleeding, completely blinded by the burn. His right eye was all he had left, though it could barely see through the blur of tears. His voice was barely a rasp. "Damn Deku," he managed to say, his tone shaky and dry. Izuku stared at him, unblinking, his expression cold and distant. He tilted his head, a small, unsettling smile creeping onto his face as he watched Ren's broken form. "Damn Deku?" he repeated, voice dripping with mockery. "After all that you did, you're just going to call me a name and hope I'll stop?" Ren shivered. It wasn't supposed to be like this." Ren's lips trembled as he struggled to form words, but the fear paralyzed him. This wasn't the Izuku he knew. No, the person before him was unrecognizable, a stranger consumed by vengeance. Izuku Midoriya had died a long time ago. Izuku finally stood up, looking down at Ren with a cold satisfaction. He had spent so long being the one hurt, humiliated, dismissed. And now he was the one in control. Izuku's smile faded as he sighed. "It's time to end this. I don't feel like taking care of you anymore." Without hesitation, Izuku lifted Ren into the air with his telekinesis. With a flick of his fingers, he cracked several of Ren's bones, the sound echoing in the room. With that, he even ripped one of his legs off, leaving blood spill everywhere, even a bit on Izuku. Izuku watched as if it were effortless, as if he were pulling the legs off a helpless insect. Ren's screams filled the air, agonized and raw, yet to Izuku they were nothing more than a twisted melody. With a slight gesture, he hurled Ren to the ground. The impact left Ren barely conscious but somehow still clinging to life. You're tougher than I thought," Izuku commented coldly, a flicker of amusement in his tone. Ren, trembling and broken, wanted to lash out, but he was on the verge of death. His body shattered, his mind filled with agony. He had no strength to fight back. Izuku's voice softened, taking on an almost mocking tone. "I'll leave you here all alone to die." He leaned in, his face barely visible in the dim light. "Think about your sad, miserable life and all those mistakes. Every second you spent tormenting me. Let's see how long you'll last." With a single, calculated motion, Izuku raised his hand and clenched his fingers, the light above shattered into pieces. Darkness entered and the room plunged into silence as Kurogiri's portal opened behind Izuku, the dark mist swirling around him. Without looking back, Izuku stepped through, leaving Ren alone to confront his last moments in the consuming dark. Izuku found himself back in the bar, his face and hoodie smeared with blood. Shigaraki, who had returned to his usual spot on a bar stool, glanced over and immediately noticed the fresh stains. "Well, that's a surprise," he said, an eyebrow raised in amusement. Izuku smirked, a sense of pride clear on his face as he wiped a bit of blood from his cheek. "Just taking care of unfinished business," he replied, savoring the memory of Ren's broken figure, his cries still echoing in his mind. Shigaraki chuckled, clearly entertained by Izuku's new attitude. "Good. I guess you're finally getting the hang of things around here." Izuku shrugged, but the smirk remained. "Guess I am," he said with a dark satisfaction. He felt powerful, in control, stronger than he ever had in his life. All the doubts, the pain, the humiliation from before felt like nothing more than fading memories now. Shigaraki tilted his head, intrigued. "Well, whatever you did looks like it suits you." This is the real you, isn't it? Izuku's eyes flashed, his smirk widening. Yeah, he replied. And I don't plan on stopping. Izuku and Shigaraki sat silently by the bar as the news flickered onto the screen. The anchor's serious expression filled the room as she began reporting on the latest tragedy. We have a disturbing update on a violent incident discovered early this morning, she reported, her voice laced with tension. The body of 17-year-old student Daichi Watanabe was found in a back alley. Authorities say his head was split in two by a metal plate last night. Although the damage made identification difficult, his identity has been confirmed. Shigaraki's gaze flickered toward Izuku, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Izuku kept his expression neutral, eyes fixed on the screen with an air of satisfaction he didn't bother to hide. The reporter continued. The 16-year-old Ren Hayashi, a friend of the victim and a student at Ueoka Institute, has been reported missing since this morning. Authorities suspect a possible villain attack by the two students, as the nature of this incident bears unsettling similarities to the tragedy in Kamino 2 months ago, in which 5 people were crushed by a metal plate. This is truly a sad and alarming case. The reporter's face grew more serious as she continued. If anyone has seen this boy, Ren Hayashi, please contact the number below immediately. His family and friends are desperate for any information, and we ask for your help in locating him. A recent photo of Ren filled the screen. His familiar dark hair styled neatly, his face relaxed with a confident grin, blissfully unaware of how everything would change. The sight of that carefree smile filled Izuku with a dark satisfaction, a sense of control he'd never known in his past life. He leaned back, letting the tension leave his shoulders as the newscaster recounted details of Ren's last known whereabouts. Shigaraki tilted his head as he watched Izuku, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of his lips. They look so desperate, don't they? He commented, leaning in and tapping the screen. All that concern, that effort. They don't know he's not coming back, Izuku murmured, his voice low but steady as though it were a simple truth and nothing more. Shigaraki chuckled, his voice carrying a tone of approval. So you're the one who did this, HM. He shifted in his seat, the blue glow of the television casting a faint light on his scarred features. Didn't expect you to make such quick work of them, but I've gotta say I'm impressed. You're getting a feel for what it means to really leave an impact. Izuku's eyes flicked back to the screen, where Ren's picture had been replaced by a somber lineup of his grieving parents, faces stricken with worry. The sight stirred something strange in Izuku. Not guilt, he was certain that part of him had faded a long time ago. It was more a sense of control, of having taken back the power that had always been stolen from him. Let them worry, he finally replied, his tone cold and certain. Nothing they do can change it now. Look at you, Shigaraki said, clearly amused, getting the hang of this villain thing. His voice held a teasing lilt, but Izuku caught the edge of approval underneath. Maybe I was wrong about you. For a moment, Izuku's gaze flicked toward Shigaraki, catching a hint of respect, of understanding in his pale eyes. The two of them had never truly seen eye to eye. Shigaraki's cynicism had always grated on him, and Izuku knew that Shigaraki didn't appreciate the attention All for One had shown him. But here, in the quiet, dimly lit bar, watching the aftermath of his actions unfold, they shared a rare, unspoken connection. For the first time, they both wanted the same thing: the fall of heroes, the crumbling of society's empty hope. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Villain Deku Had Telekinesis Quirk. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout-out to Lindyxwo for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.